Konohamaru, one of the 5 great shinobi countries in the Land of Fire. The day was October 10th, for many a day of celebration, but for one kid was a day of fear. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, a child orphaned from birth, and this is a story of how he became the strongest shinobi to ever exist. An orange-clad child runs through the street of a city. Behind him is a mob of angry civilians. For most 5-year-olds, their birthday would be a happy day, but not for Naruto. When he was born, Naruto had the Kyuubi, the strongest of all the bijou sealed inside him after it rampaged through Konoha. Like most of the Jinchuriki, he was hated by most people, and seeing that he was born on the same day of the Kyuubi's rampage, that led to most people seeing him as the Kyuubi itself. Naruto had learnt to stay inside, as he would be assaulted by anyone for any reason. If they even had a reason in the first place. However, on October 10th they had the Kyuubi festival, where poor Naruto would be left near death by anyone who could fight or had a weapon. After being kicked out of the orphanage after having 3 years of abuse inside it, he was placed in a rundown apartment by the Sandaime Hokage, one of the few people who showed care to Naruto, the others being a father and daughter at a ramen stand, an ANBU with a weasel mask, and a shy Hyuga heiress. As Naruto couldn't work, he was given a monthly allowance by the Hokage. Unfortunately, he had lost his wallet, and in his attempts to find it came face to face with an angry mob. Naruto ran down the nearest street to encounter a large wall blocking him. As the murmurs appeared from the crowd, a shinobi makes his way to the front and began to speak. "What did I tell you? The Hokage couldn't watch the whole city. All we needed to do was steal this." The Jonin pulls out a small sack containing Naruto's allowance. The Jonin laughs as he uses a Katan Jutsu, burning the contents as the mob pulls out their weapons, led by the... Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious voice begins to speak. "Please step away from the honorable grandson." The Jonin laughs. As he speaks, "This demon deserves to die. You can't stop me." As this happens, a second voice speaks. "Come one black. Let's take some action." Boss said any means necessary. The Jonin laughs. "You think a dirty demon lover can defeat a recognized Jonin of Konoha? I might end up getting an honorary spot up there." He speaks while pointing to Hokage Rock. If you remember, his full words were, "Retrieve Naruto at any means necessary. Killing these fools are in no means related to our goal. And besides, the boss may want them to suffer another fate." As the voice comes out, relieving a man half completely black, half completely white with a Venus flytrap surrounding his head, as they grab Naruto and disappearing. A weaker voice speaks up. "Ah, good Zetsu. You brought him here. Now we can begin." With all that happens, Naruto gets overwhelmed and curls up in fear, making him unaware of his surrounding. "It seems that my wording was somewhat unfortunate. I frightened our guest. There is no need to be scared, Naruto. Everything will be okay. I promise." Naruto peeks up to that. He is in a carved stone base, with an old man reaching his hand out towards him. Imagine Shippuden ending 33, and after a minute of considering decides to take it as he gets up. "So Naruto, I need to talk to you about something important." With this, Naruto's stomach begins to growl as he continues. "It seems you're hungry. I guess I can put off our conversation for some food. I'm sure I can make whatever you want. So Ju." Before he can finish, Naruto cuts him of, "Oh, can we have ramen? Can we? The man slightly chuckles before turning his head. "Zetsu, make some ramen for us." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." After a few minutes and many bowls later, Naruto speaks. "Thank you, mister. This is the best ramen I've ever eaten. Excluding Ichiraku, as that stuff is the food of the gods. Such an energetic youth, aren't you, Naruto? Now, if you remember, I need to talk about some things. Let us start. What do you know of your family, Naruto?" Naruto pauses for a bit before speaking. "Hokage Hiruzen told me that my parents were super strong Jonin who died when the Kyuubi. I don't know anything else, sorry." The man begins to speak. "That's fine. I just wanted to see how much you know. Would you like to know who exactly your parents are?" Naruto begins to beam with excitement. "Do you really know? Well, your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Fury of the Leaf. While born in another shinobi village, she moved to Konoha at a young age and was one of the strongest kunoichi to ever exist." Naruto excitedly speaks. "Really? Was Ka-san that amazing?" The man chuckles once more before speaking. "That is true. But your father was even stronger than him. He was a shinobi from a small village who proved everyone wrong." Naruto looks at him. "How did Toussaint do that?" He immortalized his name Minato Namikaze as the Yellow Flash and Yandame Hokage. At this, Naruto begins to smile with pure joy. Tusan and Kasan were so amazing, but I'm still going to surpass them. How do you know this information, mister? Well, I am the father of Minato Namikaze, but I'm also the co-founder of Konoha, Madara Uchiha. Naruto looks at him. You can't be Madara Uchiha. Wasn't he some insanely strong shinobi who was killed by the Shodame? Not an old man. Madara chuckles. Me and Hashirama were good friends. He couldn't bring himself to check my body. I survived and nursed myself to health, living alone until your grandmother Umi Namikaze found me one day. Naruto then begins to look surprised and hesitates, before speaking once more. Madara-ji, can I ask you some more questions? Madara looks at Naruto with a kind smile. Of course, Naruto. Ask away. You said Kasan was from a famous clan. How come I've never met or heard of another Uzumaki? Madara begins to speak. In the Third Shinobi World War, one of Konoha's enemies, Iwagakure, destroyed several villages. Yuzushiogakure, where the Uzumakis were from, were attacked by IWA because of their infamous sealing talents. What happened to Tusan and Ka-san? Unfortunately, they died in the process of having the Kyuubi sealed away. Naruto then proceeded to ask one last question. A question that would make Madara angry to his core. Why does everyone hate me? With this, Madara looks on with hatred as Naruto looks at him. I am sorry for asking that, Madara-ji. Madara then becomes his calm self once more. It's not your fault, Naruto. Remember how I told you how your parents sealed away the Kyuubi? Naruto nods at this. Well, the person they sealed it inside was you. Naruto begins to cry. Did they hate me? Is that why they sealed it in me? Madara looks at Naruto before speaking in a gentle tone. They needed a young child, otherwise the host would die, and the Kyuubi would be set free again. They didn't want to force another child to be the host, and they thought that you would be strong enough to deal with this. They wanted nothing more than to make you a hero. Still with tears in his eyes, Naruto looks up at Madara. Really? Madara simply repeats, really, before pulling Naruto into a hug. Once Naruto stops crying, Madara begins to speak. Now, Naruto, it's time for something important. What is it, Madara-ji? I hear you mention you want to surpass your parents. Well, then I'll train you to be the strongest shinobi the world has ever seen and ever will. Naruto looks at Madara with joy. Really, Madara-ji? When I asked Hokage Ajisen for training, he told me to wait for the academy. And when I would ask someone else, they just tell me I wasn't important or waste of their time. Madara then curses the ignorant villagers for causing so much pain to his grandson. He then began to smile once more. Of course I would. How could be more important than my grandson? Just warning you, I didn't achieve the title God of Battle for going easy on people. Time skip brought to you by Naruto eating ramen. Naruto was currently sparring with a white Zetsu clone. It has been 3 months since he first started training, and he developed his affinity, the futon, and achieved genin levels ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken jutsu skills. However, Naruto began to try a new futon jutsu. He hadn't tried too much to impress Madara, only to have it fail and be dealt a barrage of kunai by the white Zetsu. Naruto opens his eyes, only to find himself in a dark area with a water-covered floor. As he looked around, he saw a cage with a large fox in it. It seems you've come to die by my hands, Kit. Naruto, trying to be brave, said, You're the Kyuubi. But I'm your host, you can't harm me. Seems like you know your information. Unless you plan to free me, you can leave me alone. I wanted to ask you something. Who would expect the great Uchiha clan to ask instead of demand? I'm in somewhat of a good mood. Go ahead. Let's be friends. Friends with a Uchiha. You really are a comedian, Kit. You've been stuck inside me, and Madara-ji told me that before that you were trapped in Kasan, and before that at Mito Uzumaki, so must have been really lonely, really friends with a demon like me. Why you don't seem like much of a demon? I think you're just act more scarier than you are. You're braver than all of my old hosts. How about this? It gets boring in here. We talk once a month and I will give you some of my power. That would be awesome. With Madara-ji's training, I could become the next Hokage in no time, Naruto said excitedly. Naruto then continues to speak. What's your name? My name? Yeah, it feels wrong to call you Kyuubi. Why you do have a name, right? My name is Kurama. Kit. Remember it, because I won't tell you again. Kurama then reaches his hand out for a fist bump, which Naruto reaches out his fist in response. As their fists connect, Naruto regains consciousness as he sees Madara look at him with a worried expression on his face as he speaks, "Naruto-kun, are you okay? Zetsu, get over here now." Naruto begins to speak, I feel fine, Gigi. The only problem is that everything looks black and white. Madara begins to smile. It seems like we have to taking training up to the next level. Naruto looks at him curiously, WIGG. Because you just gained the Sharingan, Naruto. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Kurama. Since that day, Naruto's training only got harder. He was 9 and out of every session he would be completely exhausted. After some testing, Madara discovered that Naruto had an innate affinity for the 5 basic nature transformation. He could now rival expert Chunnin and weaker Jonin in his futon and had been trained in Katon and Raiton to the point where he could best any genin. Naruto was also trained intensely by Madara until he unlocked his 3 Tomo Sharingan and reached Chunin level for all other basic ninja skills and had a genin understanding of complex skills like Fuinjutsu and Bukijutsu. In the years, Naruto has befriended Kurama and with some help from Madara has perfected the Form 2 Jinchuriki transformation. Madara also made sure Naruto knew the Kagebunshin so he could improve faster. Along with all of his shinobi training, Madara made sure Naruto knew civilian subjects like math, English, history, geography, and politics. At first, Naruto found this a waste of time, but he grew to appreciate these lessons even if he wished he was learning new jutsu instead. Today was a special day for Naruto, his birthday. When he was in Konoha, he hated this day and wished he could have a birthday like the other kids. Now he loved it as Madara would give him a gift and teach him a new strong technique. As Naruto woke up early, running into Madara's bedroom shaking him while shouting, "Madarajiji? Madarajiji, wake up." Madara woke up as he began to laugh. "I guess you want to know what your presents are." Naruto looks at him in suspense as Madara walks to his cabinet, pulling out a large wrapped box. As Naruto opens it, he sees a katana with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan engraved on it. This was a sword passed down through generations of the Uzumaki clan heads. Naruto simply looks at it as he speaks. "Can I test it out now?" Madara laughs, "Where do you get this energy from?" "Sure, but first wouldn't you like to know what jutsu I'm going to teach you?" Naruto looks at him, "What is it, GG? Is it a cool S-rank jutsu?" Now Naruto, you know your father had 2 signature jutsu, the Hiraishin and the Rasengan. While I have no information on the Rasengan, I can teach you the Hiraishin. Naruto looks at Madara like he was a kid in a candy store, quickly thanking him before running off to use his katana. Well, that was his plan until Madara grabbed him before he could run off. "Now Naruto, can you answer 2 questions? Who was your great-great-grandfather on Kushina's side and what was he known for?" Naruto responds, "It was Hashirama Senju." And his Mokuton. Naruto's eyes begin to widen. "Jiji? You don't mean? From today you will be trained in the Suiton, Doton, and Mokuton. For this will be placing you into the capable hands of Black Zetsu, as he knows more of the Mokuton than I do. This has been the best birthday ever. Thank you, Jiji." Naruto then successfully runs to try his katana. Time skip brought by Naruto sleeping through Madara's history lessons. It has been 7.5 years since Naruto was first brought to training with his grandfather Madara. In these years he has had his skills greatly increase, having his weakest skills be on a Jonin level and his strongest on a Kage level. As Naruto went to sleep after another day of the torture that was Madara's training, his sensory skills kicked in, noticing the chakra of someone above him. Naruto, believing this to be an assassination drill, he quickly grabs a kunai on his bedside table, plunging into the chest of a white Zetsu clone. As the body falls to the ground, Naruto looks over to see that it wasn't a Zetsu, but Madara, who lay bleeding on the ground as he spoke, "Naruto, you've made me prouder than I could." As Naruto tries to use medical ninjutsu to help Madara, he begins to fail at the fatalness of Madara's condition. Naruto, in a panic, begins to call out, "Zetsu, Madarajiji needs help." As Black Zetsu uses the Mayfly technique to come next to Naruto, he turns to him, "Honorable grandson, it's too late. He has passed." Naruto begins break down in tears over Madara as he speaks, "Why did he do this? I should have C-checked who I was. Madara has been dying for many years now. He had a week at the most. He cared for you more than anyone or anything else. He wanted to leave you with one last gift." Zetsu then grabs another kunai, showing the reflection of Naruto with a Mangekyo Sharingan. PG-1 ESD1. As Naruto makes his way up, Zetsu continues, Madara wanted you to eventually return to Konoha. However, you'll need 1 month to get a transplant, so you can unlock you Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and train with it. Naruto then begins to speak. Well then, let's get this implant started. Follow me, Honorable Naruto. I shall get it ready soon. Asterisk time skip brought by Madara in heaven. A lone figure in a familiar orange jumpsuit stands atop a large mountain with 4 heads carved in it. Has it been almost 8 years already? Konoha has barely changed. Well then, Kit, let's not waste any more time. Ranks: Low-High Genin, Low-High Chunnin, Low-High Jonin, Low-High Kage, Low-High Bijou. Above Bijou last time on A Child of Legends. A lone figure in a familiarly orange jumpsuit stands atop a large mountain with 4 heads carved in it. Has it been almost 8 years already? Konoha has barely changed. Well then, Kit, let's not waste any more time. This time on A Child of Legends. Naruto began to walk through the streets in a henge active, making look like a regular civilian. Kit, what are you doing? The Hokage's tower is back that way. I know, I feel like some ramen. It's been forever since I've been to Ichiraku's. What did I expect from you, Kit? As Naruto goes to Ichiraku, he sits down and thinks, even after all these years, they have kept it all the same. Ayam comes to the front. Hello, sir. What would you like to order? Naruto replies with a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. 20 bowls of ramen. Tuchi walks up to Naruto holding a bowl. Congratulations, sir. For eating 20 bowls, you get a free bowl of our newest ramen, the Uzumaki ramen. As Naruto gives a thanking gesture, he reaches to grab the ramen. He notices that it's twice as big and contains everything you could imagine for ramen. That was amazing. Tuchi chuckles. I'm glad you like. He then looks down sadly. This was made after our best customer. He went missing a long time ago. We only wish he could have tried it. Naruto then releases his henge. This was the best ramen I ever had. Don't tell anyone I'm here, okay? Naruto runs off to Hokage Tower, though not before grabbing a wallet full of Ryo and paying for his ramen, while he leaves 2 shocked people behind. Is the ghost of Naruto haunting us? In the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen works his way through a stack of paperwork. As he gets up to bring finished papers, dwarfed by the large stack of unfinished papers. As he looks over at the picture of his successor/predecessor Minato Namikaze, he begins look at it sorrowfully. I should have saved him. I only wish I could see him one last time so I could ask for his forgiveness. Hey Hokage Ajisen, how have you been doing? Hiruzen's eye being to bulge as he looks out his window to see an older version, the same boy he was thinking of. Naruto, is that really you? Who else could I be? Naruto, my boy, come have a seat. I'm sure I can put aside this paperwork for a bit. How about we go to Ichiraku? Yeah, I just came from there. Hiruzen begins to curse his luck. Even now I can avoid this paperwork. Never mind, where have you been? I was worried out of my mind. Everyone thought you have either ran off or dead. Yeah, it's a long story. I can't tell it all because there are 2, potentially 3 others I want to tell to save time. 2 of them I can't right now, but the third is hopefully my Jonin leader. That is, you let me take the academy exam, Naruto says. Hiruzen replies, fine, as long as you tell me who are the other people that you want to tell. Naruto, oh great Aunt Tsunade and my godfather Jiraiya. What, how do you know about that? Hiruzen says, looking clearly shocked. Well, I mean, I know about Kushina and Minato. Wait, did I tell you that? Kit, you didn't. How can you forget to mention that? It is simple. Hiruzen looks surprised, before he continues. I guess since you know that I can give you these. As Hiruzen walks over to the picture of Minato, he lifts up the frame and releases a small pulse of his chakra as a safe opens up showing 3 scrolls covered in blood seals, 2 with the Namikaze symbol and 1 with the Uzumaki symbol. In the first one contains all of Kushina's sealing techniques. In the second one contains all the possessions of the Uzumaki, Namikaze, and the remaining Senju possessions. As Hiruzen pauses, Naruto asks, and what's inside the third scroll? In this scroll contains the greatest secret of the Namikaze clan. Their Kekkei Genkai, the Jintan, swift release. Tusan had a Kekkei Genkai, Naruto said, surprised. After receiving this shocking news, Naruto was walking back to Madara's base. Well, walking out of sight so he could Hirashin back. As he made it back, he was interrupted from two familiar voices. "Welcome back, Honorable Naruto." "Naruto-san, didn't you have an apartment in Konohagakure?" "I did, White, but when you are gone for 7.5 years it happens to be sold quite quickly, but never mind." "Black, why didn't you or Madara tell me that Minato had a Kekkei Genkai?" "Well, it's complicated. The Namikaze clan has many dominant genes which cause problems with the also dominate genes of the Uchiha clan. Minato had the Namikaze clan's gene win out, meaning that he couldn't get the Sharingan. So when you unlocked your Sharingan, Madara thought that you couldn't inherit the gene ton, especially when you also bore the Mokuton. Eventually Madara did test for gene ton, which came up positive, but it was a year ago. He had no means of training, and since he lived with the Namikaze, the Iwnin killed all except Minato. Well, shouldn't focus on the past. I need to think about tomorrow. Black, help me with training. White, go make some ramen for dinner. Asterisk time skip brought to you by White Zetsu in an apron. Two Chunnin examiner steps into class, one with brown hair and scar of his nose, and the other with long white hair and evil eyes. Alright class, we are going to have 5 parts of the exam. Part A, Basic Exam. We will be asking you for a Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin. Part B, Ninjutsu Exam. Show us your best ninjutsu. Please note we aren't judging by strongest jutsu, but most effective in battle. Part C, Shuriken Jutsu Exam. We will be testing accuracy on 10 kunai and 10 shuriken. Part D, Genjutsu Exam. We will put a simple genjutsu on you and see your reactions. In Part E, Taijutsu Exam. Perform your best taijutsu attack. Same qualifications as Part B. Suddenly a noisy blonde boy burst into the class saying, "The Godame Hokage has arrived." The first instructor then speaks up. "Ah yes, Naruto, sit down. We have already been through the test requirements. You were late, so you have to learn as we go on. Now sit down." Members of the class who knew Naruto before his disappearance began to chuckle, thinking he was the same dobe from before. Quick A/N. While he wouldn't have trained in the academy, I'm going to say that the important people already know him. The second instructor speaks up. "Irika, since Naruto was late, shouldn't he go first for everything, while secretly scheming to use the blonde for Orochimaru's plans?" "That is a good idea, Mizuki." "Alright, Naruto. Get up here." "Okay, Irika-sensei." Naruto smiled, getting up. "Now I want a Kawarimi, Henge, and Bunshin in that exact order." Naruto began by substituting himself with a pile of instant ramen he bought the night before and reversed it while thinking to himself, "Is this the standards Konoha holds up its genin to? Alright, Naruto, good so far." Naruto then began to henge. At first he thought he would just become Hokage Ajisan, but had a better thought. Naruto then became an exact replica of Madara in his prime and began to evilly chuckle like Madara would. This caused Irika and Mizuki to look on in shock at how Naruto's henge was able to copy exact subtle details and voices. This level of henge control wasn't expected for academy students. Alright, good, accurate henge and extra points for modified voice. Naruto removed hid henge and began to ask, "Do I have to do a regular bunshin or can I do any kind?" Irika responded, "Sure, do what you like," still a bit rattled from seeing the level of his henge. Naruto then begins to make hand signs. Kage Bunshin, no jutsu, and 10 identical Narutos appeared. Irika soon became startled. T10 Kage Bunshins. "You can sit down, Naruto." Next up is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke passed by Naruto smirking. "Ha! 10, I can make more than double the amount of Bunshins, dobe." While Naruto thinks, "It doesn't matter how many basic Bunshins you make. Currently you couldn't even make 1 Kage Bunshin." Asterisk quick time skip brought by Salty Sasuke. "Alright, now for Part B we have Naruto Uzumaki," said Irika, nervous of what might happen after his display in Part A. As Naruto steps up facing a training dummy, he begins to think. "Alright, let's hit them away, literally. I should probably do C class. That's probably Sasuke's limit. If I use B or above it would seem strange." Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The training dummy is torn to shreds and is sent flying across Konoha. "Maybe I overdid it a little bit," Naruto thinks. "You don't think, Kit?" Everyone's favorite Bijou replies. Irika stands in shock. Not expecting that much force, I'll just say that a 100% for ninjutsu. Mizuki begins to think. "I thought this kid could be manipulated. Still, he may serve another purpose." Second short time skip brought by angry Sakura and her killing intent. Alright class, it's time for part C. First up is Naruto Uzumaki. Irika says shivering at Naruto's name. Now Naruto, have you done target practice before? Irika questions unsure if Naruto knows what to do. I'm assuming it's the basic. Get as close to the middle as possible, Naruto says, pointing to 10 targets. Irika nods and hands him 10 shuriken. Naruto takes one and performs a shuriken kage bunshin no jutsu and does the same with 10 kunai. Naruto thinks to himself, even though I hit the bullseyes, my accuracy wasn't that great. I only barely got a few in. Wow Kit. After all that training with Madara, you must have inherited his extremely high standards. Irika blinks a few times before speaking. That's another 100%. This time a banshee of a pink-haired kunoichi speaks up, but Irika-sensei, Narabaka barely got some of them in. Irika responds, that is true, but Naruto only used one kunai and shuriken. He could retake the shots he didn't do as good in. Sakura begins to sulk while thinking Narabaka should teach that parlor trick to Sasuke-kun. Third short time skip, brought by Hinata hiding in a corner. Alright part D, you know the drill. Naruto, get up here. As Naruto walks up, Mizuki talks to Irika. Naruto seems to be strong. Since I am the better genjutsu user of the two, maybe I should be the one to put him under, and is given a simple nod from Irika. Alright Naruto-kun, time for your genjutsu, Mizuki say lightheartedly, while in his head. With this kenjutsu Orochimaru taught me, Naruto will have my commands subliminally implanted. Meanwhile, in Naruto's perspective, he could easily see through Mizuki's genjutsu, while Kurama once again speaks up. How about before we cancel, we put him under a second genjutsu? Naruto begins to laugh and say, Kurama, I like how you think. Dog, snake, monkey, ox, tiger. Megan, Jibaku Satsu, demonic illusion tree binding death. And I'll add a specific someone for more effect, Naruto says, as he adds a copy of Hashirama Senju to his genjutsu. Swapping back to the class, they see Naruto standing peaceful and the work, KAI, as he breaks the ineffective genjutsu while Mizuki jumps back and is snapped out by Irika. Mizuki realizes what's happened and begins to put his fake persona back on. That was a really good genjutsu reverse. I wasn't expecting that. Irika feels himself trembling at the fact that Naruto was able to trick Mizuki, but then speaks up, another 100%. You might make top of the year for this exam. Meanwhile, a lazy pineapple-haired boy begins to think. Something sort of training must have happened to turn Naruto from a hopeless to top of the class while we spent time thinking academy education would be good enough until we became genin. How troublesome. One last short time skip brought to you by Choji eating a bag of potato chips. Alright, this is the final exam. Each of you will be performing a taijutsu on one of our two volunteer Chunnin Izumo and Kotetsu except for Naruto, who for the safety of our Chunnin will be attacking a metal training dummy. Naruto begins to step away from the training dummy. As he does this, he hears a voice from his emo classmate. Look, the dobe is too scared. Maybe he should have gotten something weaker like a clone of himself, which gets many laughs, one of which is Naruto. Hey dobe, did you finally realize how pathetic you are? Nah team, just laughing at how little you know. I'm going to attack, it just works better with a bit more space. Then Naruto charges at the metal dummy with a barrage of kicks. Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. From this attack, a cloud of dust forms. When it dissipates, a perfectly fine Naruto stands next to a completely battered metal dummy. Irika freezes for a second before speaking. Another 100% for Naruto Uzumaki. Thank God we God used the dummy, muttering the second part. Meanwhile, in the distance, a kid, only 1 year older in a green bodysuit, talks to himself. Wosh. The fires of youth burn strong in him. He will be my eternal rival, or I shall run around the village 1,000 times. Time skip brought to you by Mizuki finding Orochimaru's pedo magazines. What? I didn't say anything about non-short time skips. As Mizuki is running into the forest with the scroll of seals on his back, he thinks to himself, how easy could this be? Now Orochimaru will give me the power and respect I deserve. Mizuki quickly stops to see Sasuke Uchiha training in the woods. Orochimaru said he wants a Sharingan. If I deliver Sasuke, I'm sure that I will take the spot of Orochimaru's right-hand man. Mizuki then begins to perform a henge, making him into Irika. Hey Sasuke, I saw how Naruto got better than you. I have a friend who can make you stronger. Sasuke glares at him angrily. That team got lucky. But more power could be useful for later. As the leader of the almighty Uchiha clan, you must tell me who this friend is. Well, his name is Orochimaru. He is even stronger than the Hokage. He will give you all the power you'll need, and Mizuki begins to think, and will make you body his own, you arrogant brat. One last question. Do you think you are the only one who can to a henge? Mizuki jumps back and pulls out a Fuma shuriken as he disperses his henge and says, Come on, Irika. Can't we bargain? You let me escape, and I'll spare you life. I guess we could if I was Irika, as the Sasuke henge disperses to reveal Naruto instead. Well, I guess this has to be like this, as Mizuki disappeared into a smoke, as the real Mizuki throws a Fuma behind him. Naruto activates his Sharingan, easily dodging the Fuma, and using an incredible burst of speed rush to Mizuki grabbing by the chest. A fully awakened Sharingan. Orochimaru would have loved this. But it's a shame, even with it you're so blind. Mizuki using this conversation to distract him while he finished his hand signs. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Release. As this attack hits Naruto, Mizuki begins to laugh maniacally before he hears a voice. Did you forget? I have Kage Bunshin's. Mizuki then feels the cold steel of Naruto's Uzushio katana against his neck. As Irika approaches Mizuki, he sees Naruto against Mizuki, easily winning. As Naruto sensed Irika coming, he deactivated his Sharingan. As Mizuki panics, he finds one last way out. Now Naruto, would you like to why you were hated by everyone? Irika realizing what Mizuki is going to do, he yells out, Mizuki, you can't. Naruto begins to chuckles. It wouldn't happen to involve my birthday, the Yondaime Hokage, and a certain fox. Now would it? Both Irika and Mizuki panic that Naruto knows. Irika for Naruto's sake and Mizuki for his well-being. Naruto then speaks up for betraying the village for the Nukenin Orochimaru, attempted kidnapping of the clan head and important bloodline, attempted murder of a civilian, and breaking the law placed by the Sandaime. I grant you the inability to perform hand signs. Naruto then swings his katana in a flash, cutting of both of Mizuki's arms and using a medical ninjutsu technique to have flesh grow over the wound. Mizuki screams in pain before smirking. I can tell your secret you have. But Mizuki finds himself unable to continue. Naruto then speaks up, oh yeah, I used that coercion genjutsu/kenjutsu so you couldn't spill my secrets, before knocking Mizuki out with the butt of his sword. Hey Irika-sensei, bring him to the old man. Irika speaks up, thank you Naruto. Can I treat you to dinner for what you've done? Naruto then turns back into his old bubbly self, Ichiraku Ramen. 8 p.m. I'll see you there Irika-sensei. Time skip brought to you by Hiruzen and a mountain of paperwork. As Irika walked into class with a box of genin headbands, he began to think about last night. When he was first born, he hated him, but after seeing him, he began to feel sorry as he reminded him of his young self. Then he met the new Naruto, more serious but still Naruto. Meanwhile, with our double-sided protagonist, he is lying down in class, sitting on a desk by himself at the back, far away from Sasuke, until he hears a voice. Hey Naruto, do you mind if we sit here? He looks to see Shikamaru, and not far behind Choji follows. Yeah sure, Naruto said as he moved over. Choji hands over a packet of chips. You want some, man? Yeah thanks Choji. He then chuckles. Don't worry, I'll be sure to leave you the last chip. Shikamaru begins to speak up. Hey Naruto, you got a change of clothes. Shikamaru points to Naruto's new clothes, his Shippuden clothing, but instead of bright colors it mainly black with a few shades of dark gray with kanji for 9 on the back, and a locket with Madara's EMS engraved on the front. Well, I'm a ninja now. I need proper clothes since I can't blend in with that orange monstrosity. Oh, and before you ask, this locket is a family heirloom I recently discovered. While we're talking, I have one more questions. Fire away, Shika. How did you get so strong? Last time we were together you were dead weight. Naruto gives of a small chuckle and a cryptic answer. We are all affected by time, some more than others. Before Shikamaru could ask any, Irika entered the class. Naruto began to lay his head down until he called his team. Now before I start, I bet you are wondering where is Mizuki. Well, unfortunately he was captured for betraying Konoha to work for the S-rank Nukenin Orochimaru. Naruto began to tune Irika out until he heard something interesting. Now this is a very special team. This year Team 7 has the top shinobi Sasuke Uchiha, top kunoichi Sakura Haruno. This is met by a loud, "Yes suck Itano pig," from Sakura and every other guy thinking, what poor soul will be on this team? Irika then continued, and our last member is an extra unique case, a student who for the first time since the Yondaime got a 100% on all parts of the Chunnin Exam, but due to this year's graduation being an average of all of exams through the school year and the student only joined yesterday, he was the dead last Naruto Uzumaki. This was met by a "come on, not Narabaka" from Sakura and an angry glare with the patent Uchiha grunt from Sasuke towards Naruto. "Kit, you don't know how sorry I feel for you right now. I mean the emo and the fangirl," Kurama says while bursting out laughing. "You know I can put you in a smaller, wetter, darker cave than you're in, Kurama. I'll shut up now." Good. After 3 hours of waiting, Team 7 were still the room. Sasuke was thinking of who knows what, Sakura was fawning over Sasuke, and Naruto was thinking some interesting teams. Team 10 with an Ino Shikacho, a team as old as the village itself, and the incompatible Team 8. A shy heiress, obnoxious wild beast and his dog, and an antisocial bugman. Then again, we're pretty incompatible ourselves. Then a silver-haired jonin wearing a mask over his face and a Hitai 8 forehead protector over his left eye. He looks familiar. As the silver-haired jonin catches the eraser that would have fallen on him, he throws it behind him, triggering Naruto's plan, which causes an overlooked bucket dangling on a kunai above causing the kunai to fall and drenching him. The silver-haired jonin looks around, seeing the brooding Uchiha, the obsessive Haruno, and the pleased Uzumaki, and speaks, "My first impression. I hate you all." This gets a shocked look from Sakura, an angry glare from Sasuke, and Naruto still puzzled at his identity. "I'll meet you all on the roof." As the silver-haired jonin shunshin to the roof, Naruto stays behind so while Sasuke and Sakura walk he can shunshin as well. As Naruto reaches the roof, the silver-haired jonin. The jonin begins to think, how can this academy student shunshin? Wait, he's the Jinchuriki, the one who got the perfect score, only to be interrupted by Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura then spoke up, "Narabaka must have used another one of his parlor tricks like climbing the walls." Naruto responds, "I assure you I could but I didn't." The silver-haired jonin decided to speak up, "Alright, let's start with introductions. Names, likes, dislikes, dreams and goals." Sakura then begins to speak again, "You're our sensei, you should start." Let's see, like most people I like some things, I don't like some things, I have a dream and a few goals. Oh yeah, my name is Kakashi Hatake." As Sakura is surprised as he only told us his name, Naruto panics. "I thought I recognized him. He was Otusan's apprentice. This could be bad." Special deleted scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi woke up. One perk of being Hokage was having a bedroom with a great view. He opening his blind only to find Hokage rock covered in paint. Each one of the Kages have a word written on them. Together it spelt "Guess who is back." These next few years will be, as the Naras say, troublesome. Ranks: Lohai Genin, Lohai Chunin, Lohai Jonin, Lohai Kage, Lohai Bijou. Above Bijou. Let's see. Like most people I like some things, I don't like some things, I have a dream and a few goals. Oh yeah, my name is Kakashi Hatake. As Sakura is surprised as he only told us his name, Naruto panics. "I thought I recognized him. He was Otusan's apprentice. This could be bad." This time on A Child of Legends. While pretending to be composed, Naruto is secretly panicking. "If Kakashi recognizes me as Minato's son, this could be bad. I need to do something." "Hey Kit, calm down. No one has picked you as related to the Yondaime. Even if he is his apprentice, it has been a while since he died. He probably can't even remember what Minato looks like at the top of his head. Thanks Kurama, what would I do without you? Run out of chakra and have to deal with small wounds." Kakashi begins to speak. "Now it's your turn, let's see who should start." BL dash. Sakura interrupts, "Sasuke-kun should go first. After all, he is the best of us three." Sasuke speaks up, "Fine. I am Sasuke Uchiha. There isn't anything I really like, and I hate most things. I have a dream that I will make a reality by killing someone, and I have no time for hobbies." Kakashi starts speaking again. "Who should go next? How about you, blonde dash?" Sakura interrupts again, "I'll go next. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like Sasuke-kun. My dream is to marry Sasuke-kun. My hobbies include following Sasuke-kun, working with Sasuke-kun and fighting anyone who is also after Sasuke-kun. I dislike Ino Pig because she wants Sasuke-kun and Naruto Baka because he's a baka and Sasuke-kun doesn't like him. Once Sakura finishes going full fangirl, Kakashi speaks once more. Okay. Guess your last blondie. Well, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, people who can stay silent, people who are kind, and ramen. I dislike traitors, Iwagakure, people who use others for their own means, a few specific members of the Uchiha clan, and that it takes 3 minutes to cook instant ramen. My dreams are to become Hokage along with a few other titles, beat a few certain people and get a lifetime of free ramen at Ichiraku's, and my hobbies are fighting strong opponent, reading, and trying new types of ramen. As Kakashi begins to think, this is an unusual team, a brooding loner of an emo who would make a good psychopath, a creepy noisy fangirl who cares for nothing else than Sasuke-kun, and some mysterious blondie who knows too much and is possibly schizophrenic. Alright, my cute little Genins, we will be training in Training Ground 3 at 7 a.m. It would be best if you didn't have breakfast. As Sasuke and Sakura went their separate clan houses, Naruto walks towards the shinobi apartment block. Now, while most places either banned Naruto or made him pay higher prices for items of worse condition, the shinobi apartments were Hokage run. That means as a ninja he has every legal right to enter and live as long as he follows the rules. As Naruto enters the doors, the female receptionist looks at him with disgust and speaks with venom in her voice. Sorry. Building police, we don't allow filth in here. Naruto replies, that's fine, but I'm a shinobi, and law overrides policy. The receptionist began to smile and think, the brat's a shinobi, that means Hokage-san won't give him an allowance anymore. I'm sorry, but to rent out a room we must be sure you can pay. You can pay, right? Naruto reaches into his pocket, pulling out a black wallet, opening it, showing it's full of Ryo he got from Madara, not to mention the payment he got for stopping Mizuki. How can you make that much money in 2 days? She begins to scream, thief, thief. Suddenly the doors open and the receptionist begins to speak. Help, you two are proper ninjas. This brat is a thief. The male figure speaks up. I know that Naruto is a good kid. You're targeting him with false accusations. The female figure begins to speak. How will the Hokage react with 2 jonins as witnesses for Naruto-kun? As the receptionist reluctantly gives Naruto a room key, he turns around to thank the jonins who defended him. In his surprise, they are Irika, one of the academy teachers, and Kurenai Yuhi, a kunoichi jonin who specializes in genjutsu and the head of Team 8. Naruto had good memories of them, with Irika being very kind to him on his first and only day of academy and took him out to ramen later that night, and Kurenai, who he met a few times when he was young, but she would always help him out and offer a sweet. Thank you, Irika-sensei, Kurenai-san. They simultaneously reply, you're welcome, Naruto/Naruto-kun. Irika then continues, so what room do you have? Naruto responds with room 909. What a coincidence, I'm in room 908. Guess we'll be neighbors then, Naruto said, before excusing himself to go check his new apartment. As he got up one staircase, he went to his door, only to hear grunting noises coming from the stairs. As he looked down, he saw a box being carried up the stairs by one person. Naruto decided to call out, do you need any help? He got a mumbled reply, but he could make out the words, yes, heavy, and room 910. As Naruto began to grab the box, he realized how heavy it actually was and found it unbelievable this guy could have brought it all this way alone. As Naruto summoned a group of Kage Bunshins to help him lift the box. As he went to see if the other man was okay, he saw him, someone around his age in a green jumpsuit, a black bowl cut and large eyebrows, energetically rushed towards him. Yosh! Are you Naruto Uzumaki? Yes. Naruto replied, taken aback by his seeming endless energy. Yosh! Thanks to fate, I, Rock Lee, have once more encountered my youthful rival, a Kakashi to my Jaya-san. Did you say Kakashi? Yosh! He is my master. Mato Guy's eternal rival. Like we will be and participate in youthful challenges. Let's make a deal. I have been assigned to Kakashi. If I lose his Genin challenge, we won't be eternal rivals. And if you win, my soon-to-be eternal rival. I was getting to that. If I win, we have a youthful challenge ASAP. Naruto says, shuddering when he said the words youthful challenge. YOSH, I agree to this deal. Anyway, goodbye my eternal rival. Rock Lee away. As Lee leaves, he thinks to himself, how did my eternal rival know about the Genin challenge? Asterisk time skip brought to you by Lee and Guy training at midnight. As Naruto walks to training ground 3, he looks at the time, 9:50 that should right. As he sees Sakura and Sasuke waiting. Sakura makes her way to Naruto, screaming at him, why are you so late, Narabaka? Kakashi-sensei said to be here by 7. Naruto calmly responds, well, Kakashi isn't here, is he? That's on time in my books. As Naruto walks away, he begins to think strange. When she's angry, Sakura kind of reminds me of Rock Lee, as he walks to a tree shaking a branch to wake up a Kage Bunshin. Wah. Oh, good morning, boss. The Kage Bunshin says as he salutes the real Naruto, have you come to relieve me from my post? Naruto simply nods as the Kage Bunshin disappears. As he walks back to the group, he sees Kakashi. Sorry, a black cat crossed my path. Had to take the long way. While Sakura and Sasuke both look at Kakashi angrily, Naruto responds, it's fine. I just got here myself after getting lost on the path of life. Kakashi begins to think, I found him, my perfect student. I finally found him. Okay, so we are going to do your test. Sakura begins to talk, Kakashi-sensei, we already did our test. That's why we're on this team. You didn't think that was all there was. We just assessing if you could make Genin. We has 12 teams, but only 3 will pass this year. The others will go back to the academy. What is our test? Kakashi then reaches into his pocket, pulling out 2 bells. You 3 will have fight me to get these bells in a certain time. Kakashi pulls out a timer as well. Either all 3 fail and sent back to the academy. All 2 pass and 1 gets banned from becoming a ninja. To everyone's surprise at the last statement, Kakashi goes to put down his timer. Okay, I'll be kind and give you a 1-minute head start. Oh, and come at me like you want to kill me. As the 3 soon-to-be Genins run away, each in separate directions, they start to think. Please, this Jonin doesn't seem that tough. I will get the bells as I am of the unstoppable Uchiha clan. Yes, this way Narabaka can fail and Sasuke, and I can be on the team alone. This seems strange. What do you mean, Kit? Don't worry. I'll let you later once my plan works. Back to Kakashi, he begins to search the training ground, while keeping his eyes on his Ika innocence. And for the 3rd time, Jiraiya does it once again. Kakashi then turns around throwing kunai at a nearby bush. Suddenly Kakashi walks up, seeing a log before catching a kick by Naruto from behind. Nice try, Naruto, Kakashi says before putting his book away and catching a second kick and throwing him to the ground. Your Konoha Senpa won't work on me. Now it's time for lesson 1. Taijutsu. Make it strong and hard to dodge. Kakashi then vanishes with a shunshin, with him appearing behind Naruto, delivering a punch to the back, before he disappears in a burst of smoke. Like I thought, a Kage Bunshin. But where is the real Naruto? Kakashi thinks before rushing off to find his Genin. Sakura sneaks through the forest. What to do? I'll find Sasuke-kun and we'll get the bells together. As Sakura begins to walk through the forest until she stops as she sees Kakashi walk through. Thank God. I don't think he saw me. Wait, is that blood? Sakura tilts her head to the bloodied and beaten corpse of Sasuke. Sakura begins to scream. Meanwhile, Kakashi looks at a petrified Sakura in the middle of a regular forest. Lesson 2. Genjutsu. Make it strong and realistic. Sasuke stands in a clearing near the river. Here seems like a perfectly good place to stop. Not a minute later, Kakashi comes rushing in, only to dodge a barrage of shuriken. Good try, Sasuke, but you'll have to learn better. A voice comes from my trees. Sasuke and Kakashi turn, only to see Naruto lying on a branch reading a strategy book written by Sarutobi. Once again, Kakashi begins to think. He truly is the perfect student. Naruto then reveals this to be another Kage Bunshin as the real one runs up behind Kakashi Futon. Daitapa, wind release. Great breakthrough. Sasuke now. Don't tell me what to do, team. Sasuke says, waiting until the jutsu ends, before performing his own Katon. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Kakashi, After being surprised and blocking Naruto's jutsu, goes to use a kawarimi to dodge Sasuke's. He begins to think 2 genin can master C-rank techniques. Guess I'll have to put in a bit more effort. Kakashi then begins to speak. Lesson 3. Ninjutsu. Make use of your surroundings. Suetun. Suijin Hiki. Water release. Water wall. Naruto begins to think. That's a B-rank jutsu. Sasuke wouldn't be able to take this. Luckily, I have a way out. As the wall comes crashing down on the two as a wave, Naruto and Sasuke both lay down knocked out. Kakashi begins to think. This gives me more time to read until they get up. If they get up before the time is done. As Kakashi leaves 2 figures pop out from under the water, Naruto and Sasuke. While fake bodies get up, boss. Did we get him? Naruto simply nods before those 2 disperse. Hey team, how did you do that with Bunshin? Sasuke asks, sounding more like a demand. It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use it, Naruto says before throwing a scroll at Sasuke and running off. Meanwhile, the forest, the mortified Sakura is still in her place. As Naruto walks towards her low C-rank genjutsu, the girl may have excellent chakra control for a recently graduated student, but this is pushing it. Naruto says before going to remove the genjutsu Kai. Sakura look around before seeing Naruto Narabaka. Where is Sasuke-kun? Naruto, surprised, begins to open his mouth. Huh. Sasuke-kun. He must have been the one to free me. Now tell me where he went. Naruto points to a direction as Sakura runs on. Kid, are you going to tell me your plan now? Patience is a virtue, Kurama. Besides, the best part is coming up. As Sasuke is running through the forest, he reaches a clearing. As he stops and looks around, he begins to think. First that team interrupts me, then he lets Kakashi get away. Never mind, I'll still win. However, his train of thought is interrupted by a pink-haired fangirl. Sasuke-kun. I found you, Sakura says happily until she sees a kunai come flying past, almost hitting Sasuke. Ma, you're both up. Never mind, you can't beat me, Kakashi says, rushing at Sasuke, grabs a katana, leaving an empty scroll behind. With this, those bells will be mine, Sasuke says egotistically. As Kakashi jumps back, Sasuke caught me by surprise, however at this rate he won't win. As Kakashi goes to rush forwards, he feels something wrap around him, constricting his movements. Behind him was Naruto, who snuck up behind him using the Doton. Mogirigakur no Jutsu, Earth Release. Hiding like a mole, before the chakra chains, a versatile technique made by the Uzumaki clan. As Kakashi struggles to break free, eventually sending lightning chakra down his right arm, breaking the chains. However, as soon as he breaks free, new chains form. Kit, are you sure you can hold them? You haven't perfected the chakra control for this attack. All I need is for those to grab the bells. Naruto thinks before speaking. Hey, what are you waiting for? I can't keep these chains up forever. Sasuke begins to up, grabbing one bell, throwing it to Sakura. The dobe might be stronger, but Sakura will be easier to work with, Sasuke thinks before grabbing the other bell. Naruto then removes the chakra chains from Kakashi, and he begins to speak up. Well, congratulations, you 3 made it. Sakura then speaks up, but Kakashi-sensei, you said only those who get the bells will win. Naruto then begins to chuckle before saying, the point of the test is teamwork. Kakashi, somewhat shocked that he knew, asked, how did you figure that out, Naruto? Well, at first it seemed strange that only 2 would pass. You said 3 teams would pass, and every team I heard of had 3 genins. Then you used skills above genin level. No normal genin could beat you a genin. That's when it hit me. We had to work together. Impressive, Naruto. Well, now it's time for early lunch. Nah, I had breakfast. Figured it was either a trap or we were having an eating contest, and the second is rather unlikely. Asterisk time skip brought to you by Kakashi reading Aika novels. As Kakashi walked towards Hokage Tower, Ma, I'm late. Sorry, I was helping an old lady cross the street, he says. As he looks around, he sees the Hokage sitting down and Irika standing up. Suddenly Naruto jumps in through the window. Sorry for being late, but I knew it would take Kakashi-sensei around 3 extra hours. Then Hiruzen begins to stand up. All right, Naruto. Now tell us why you called us here. All right, now from my 5th birthday until 2 days ago I was missing. While I want to keep this a secret for now, I can trust you 3. Now while Hiruzen knows this, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki and my father were Minato Namikaze. At this statement Irika looks surprised, while Kakashi just freezes in shock at the fact Naruto was his sensei's son. While they were both died in the Kyuubi attack, I stayed with my grandfather on my father's side. At this point, it was Hiruzen's time to react. Minato said that his father Masaru Namikaze was killed in the IWA attack on the Namikaze village. Minato only believed his father died. Also, he hid the real name of his father, Madara Uchiha. Naruto says as his eyes flare from regular to Sharingan to eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Along with this I have affinities for all 5 basic natures, the Mokuton, working on my Jinton and the Enten Blaze release. Kakashi is still shocked, now at the fact that Minato was Madara's son. Irika only thinks, so that's why he hinged into Madara, while Hiruzen proceeds to ask questions. So Minato also had the Sharingan. No, the Namikaze genes overpowered the Uchiha genes, leaving him with only his Jinton. Do you have any other abilities? I can use my mother's chakra chains, learned how to harness my extremely large chakra, can use the Nidame's water creation technique. Oh, and I befriended Kurama. Now Naruto, who is Kurama? You would know him better as the Kyuubi. At this time it is Irika's chance to speak. What Naruto? You can't befriend that demon. He attacked us 12 years ago. That wasn't his fault. I learnt so around when I was 8. Flashback brought to you by Hashirama and Madara fighting in heaven. I still don't get it, Kurama. Why don't you like Madara Gigi? He used his damn eyes to control me. He only wanted to make sure Hashirama was strong enough to defend the village. He never meant to have you sealed away. Even if I like Konoha, I still think he could have done something else. Wait. If you like Konoha, then why did you attack? Alright, Kit. Listen up because I won't be repeating myself. When Kushina Uzumaki, your mother was pregnant, the seal was at its weakest. Some strange masked man, proclaiming himself to be Madara, was able to break the seal. He must have been an Uchiha as he had also used the Sharingan and commanded me to destroy the village. I have to tell Madaragigi about this. Naruto says as rushing through rooms until he finds Madara. Ah, Naruto-kun. What does my precious grandson want? Madara says with a smile. Madaragigi, some man with a Sharingan caused Kurama to break free and commanded him to attack the village 12 years ago. Madara begins to give a reassuring smile. Now Naruto-kun, I told you about the Uchiha massacre, right? Yes, you did, Madaragigi. Well then, whoever this Uchiha is, he must have died then. As Naruto leaves the room, Madara begins to call out, Black Zetsu. Honorable Madara, what do you need? When the Kyuubi broke free 12 years ago, a man claiming to be me freed it and controlled it. I want you to search for him. Yes, Honorable Madara. Flash forward brought to you by Mito hitting them both over the head. So that's what happened. Hiruzen begins to ask a few more questions and then they all leave. As Naruto begins to head back to his apartment, Kakashi steps out of the shadows. Hey Naruto, I need to ask you something. Naruto replied cheerfully, sure Kakashi-sensei, while keeping his guard up in case something happens. Why did you tell me? The Hokage has always been nice to you and Irika helped you out yesterday, but why me? Well, from what I've seen you seem like a trustworthy person. And besides, if Otusan could trust you, so can I. Thinking about it being Otusan's apprentice, and him being your father figure, I guess that would make you Kakashi Nizan. Kakashi begins to lightly laugh. Oh, you left early, but tomorrow will be a break. See you soon, Otudo. Special deleted scene. Naruto then removes the chakra chains from Kakashi, and he begins to speak up. Well, congratulations, you 3 made it. Suddenly Rock Lee, and a man that looks like an older version of Lee jump out of nowhere. Lee begins to speak. Wosh. My eternal rival is now a genin. You promised that we will have an eternal challenge. As Kakashi begins to laugh at what Naruto gotten into, he begins to smirk and say, well Lee, I have the perfect idea. We will start by seeing whose fires of youth burn stronger. Yosh. That is an amazing first challenge. But how would we do this? Naruto, my rival. Oh well, it's simple, we should learn from the pros. We'll have our senseis compete in a youthful challenge. As the older man, who was now identified as Mado Guy, yes, this is a brilliant challenge. Lee, you truly have found a youthful rival. If I am wrong, I will complete our next mission doing a handstand the whole time. Meanwhile, Kakashi begins to think he's good. Too good last time on a Child of Legends. Well, from what I've seen, you seem like a trustworthy person. And besides, if Otusan could trust you, so can I. Thinking about it being Otusan's apprentice, and him being your father figure, I guess that would make you Kakashi Nizan. Kakashi begins to lightly laugh. Oh, you left early, but tomorrow will be a break. See you soon, Otudo. This time on a Child of Legends. As Naruto wakes up, he begins to get ready. As he gets dressed in his new attire, adding a sheathed katana, he begins to walk out of his apartment only to see the door to 910, belonging to his hyperactive roommate Rock Lee, wide open. He begins to call out, "Hey Lee, you alright?" Suddenly a sweat-drenched Lee comes to the door. "Wosh, my eternal rival, I am fine. I have just been using my new exercise machine." Naruto begins to think. That must have been what he was carrying back then. Before speaking, you left your door open. Just wanted to make sure. I rushed out for breakfast and forgot to the door. Oh, okay. Naruto responds before Lee begins to speak again. Naruto, my rival. Did you pass your Chunnin exam? Naruto responds, yes, why? Yosh. Now we can have our first youthful challenge. Then I have the perfect idea, rock, paper, scissors. This was our sensei's first youthful challenge, so it only seems right. Yosh. Well then, Naruto, prepare to lose, Rock Lee says. Unbeknownst to Lee, Naruto activated a genjutsu to hide his Sharingan. If we're going to do this, might as well win, Naruto thinks. As they begin to make their moves, Naruto uses his Sharingan to predict Lee's move, countering rock with paper. Yosh, you truly are a worthy eternal rival, Lee says before returning for his room. Time skip brought to you by Lee training at rock, paper, scissors. Naruto returns to his room after going for a jog only to see the Zetsu sitting at the small kitchen table. Ah, Naruto-san, welcome home. Zetsu, what are you two doing here? We are only supposed to meet up away from villages or in Madara's base. Madara asked us to make sure the fake Madara who released the Kyuubi was dead. We found that he is puppeteering the Akatsuchi group that controls Amigakure. This is bad. AIM is the strongest nation, not including the 5 great shinobi countries. Okay, this is what you're going to do. Black and white, you will go to fake Madara, pledge loyalty to him if he were the real Madara. From there you will work for the Akatsuki, and we will meet once a month at Madara's base to discuss new information. Yes, Honorable Naruto. Hi, Naruto-san. Both Zetsu say before combining and leaving with the mayfly. What should I do now? Naruto begins to think. You could work on the Jintan. It's hard to learn without a teacher. You could always do some more exercise. I feel confident where I am for now. You could see if the Hokage has a mission for you. You're a genius, Kurama. Naruto begins to sprint full speed to the Hokage Tower. Once Naruto reaches the Hokage Tower, he begins to walk through the doors. Might as well use the doors. Before the receptionist would stop me, so I had to use the windows. Now I'm a shinobi, I can just use the doors. Suddenly a kid with a blue scarf and goggles comes running out, bumping into Naruto. The kid speaks up. Hey you, apologize for bumping into me. Naruto responds, you were the one running high speeds into me. Why don't you apologize? Konohamaru scoffs at Naruto. Me? Apologize to you. I am Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. I could care less if he was your grandmother, Naruto says before picking him up by the collar. Just then a jonin with a bandana Hittite and sunglasses walks up. Drop the honorable grandson of the Sandaime Hokage right now. Naruto begins to think, honorable grandson. Haven't heard that in a while. You know you can just say a month. Goddamn fox. You know you love me. Konohamaru begins to shout at the jonin, closet pervert. This is between me and him. You got it. The closet pervert begins to speak up. Honorable grandson. You don't know any taijutsu skills. Whose fault is that? You say you're good at teaching, yet all you teach me is those boring books. Like that's going to help me become Hokage. This kid reminds me a lot of a younger me. I'll help him. Naruto thinks before. Oiroke no jutsu? Sexy technique. Suddenly Naruto transforms into a woman. Smoke around his more private areas. The closet pervert passes out. Then Naruto changes back into himself. Naruto begins to drag Konohamaru by the scarf to the Hokage's room, while thinking, thank God no one else was there to see that embarrassing jutsu I made when I was around 4 to 5. Hiruzen Sarutobi begins to speak. Oh Naruto, what a surprise. He then sees Konohamaru being dragged along. Did he do something? Naruto replies, no, just thought I could train him a bit if that's okay. Sure, it would be good for him to learn from the person who scored 100% on the Chunnin Exam. Oh, and that closet pervert passed out, Naruto says before using a Hiration to teleport away. Hiruzen turns to an Anbu and sighs. Can you go get Ebisu? Meanwhile, with Naruto and Konohamaru appear in front of a marked tree in Training Ground 3. After the initial shock of teleporting, Konohamaru begins to speak up again. Did you really get 100% in the Chunnin Exam? Naruto simply nods. Cool, you must have got top of the year. Nah, I was dead last. I only took the Chunnin Exam. Well then you sound like a failure. Why should I learn from you? Alright kid, listen up. I know you must hate only ever being recognized as the honorable grandson. So out here you're just a gaki. As a genin I instantly know more than you. I can teach a few techniques. Konohamaru's eyes begin to sparkle. Wow. No one's ever taught me proper techniques before. Time skip brought to you by Kakashi and Ebisu reading Ika Ika together. As the sun began to set, Konohamaru was worn out. He spent the day learning the basics of taijutsu, Kagebunshin no jutsu and Oiroke no jutsu after some pressuring. It turns out like Naruto, Konohamaru had a large chakra amount, however it was only around low jonin, and he could currently only make a single Kagebunshin. Suddenly Ebisu, the closet pervert, comes dashing towards them and speaking, how dare you take the honorable grandson? He doesn't need teaching from the likes of you. Naruto begins to speak. Pay attention Konohamaru. This is a secret technique. Harimu no jutsu, harem technique. Then a group of Kagebunshins, performing the Oiroke no jutsu, swarm around Ebisu until he passes out once more, blood dripping down his nose. Konohamaru looks in admiration. Wow, you're so cool. Naruto speaks, unfortunately this is the end of lesson. Maybe we have another one in a few weeks. Just remember this, being the Hokage doesn't just mean you're the strongest. Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato and even your Gigi had to learn from books. Keep studying and you'll make the second best Hokage. Right behind me. Wow. Thanks big brother Naruto, Konohamaru says, before creating a Kagebunshin to carry Ebisu away. Meanwhile, in the middle of the night, an old man walks through the streets, talking to himself. Whoever they give me better be enough to stop Gado's men. Time skip brought to you by Konohamaru practicing the Oiroke no jutsu. As Team 7 tiredly make their way to the Hokage Tower, they had just been on what might have been their hardest mission, catching Tora. As they make their way to the Hokage's room, Kakashi begins to give a report. Team 7 reporting in for the completion of the Tora mission. Tora has been captured and returned to Madame Shirjimi. Kakashi then pulls out the mission documents, containing a signature proving they completed the mission. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to speak with you for a moment, Hokage-san. Kakashi then motions Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to leave the room. When they leave, the Hokage begins to speak. So Kakashi, what would you like to talk about? Well, Hokage-san, we have been completing a few D-rank missions, and I think we are ready to take on a C-rank mission. Are you sure your team can handle it? Everyone has improved. I'm sure nothing can happen to us. I'll trust you can handle this. Hokage then slides a mission paper over. Kakashi then goes to their team and briefs them on the mission. Okay. So remember, we will be escorting Tazuna the Land of Waves, protecting him from any bandits we may face. We will meet him at the gates in an hour, use this time to eat, get supplies and do whatever. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Sakura and Sasuke with the client Tazuna. An old man with a towel around his neck, pointed hat and glasses. Tazuna begins to get angry. Where are your teammate and sensei? I just want to be done with this. Suddenly, Naruto, dragging Kakashi with an escort of Kage Bunshins clearing the way for him. Sorry, I was trying finding Kakashi Nizan. Now let's get started. After a few minutes of walking, Tazuna begins to speak. Wow, this is the worst team of ninjas I've ever seen. Sakura begins to in a whining speak. Well, why didn't you hire any of your own ninjas then? Naruto then jumps in. Now you know that in the Third Shinobi World War there was the two main sides of Konoha and Suna, and Iwa and Kiri, as well as some third parties like Kumo and AIM. After the war, all sides in the war took great casualties and stopped progress. Yes, but why would that affect the Land of Waves Narabaka? Naruto begins to sigh. The Land of Waves is a long-time ally of Konoha, while they had a small militia to keep regular defenses. In the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Waves began to send most of their army out to support Konoha and their other ally Uzushio. After the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Waves lost around 90% the ninjas they sent, and most of the surviving ninjas had either physical damages or suffered psychological problems. This meant that the Land of Waves could only the weakest of their new ninjas to keep their military running. Add that they couldn't afford to keep some ninjas in their academy, and had to send out any students to Konoha. The Land of Waves lost the capability to keep a working military. Oh, sorry. When it comes to history, I go on long rants. Narabaka, what even is Uzushio? They didn't teach it in the academy. Iwagakure sent a large division to destroy Uzushio, as they were feared for complex sealing techniques. As Konoha was busy defending their borders, they could spare few ninjas to defend from the Iwa. In around a month, the Iwa division, along with reinforcements, overwhelmed Uzushio and destroyed. Konoha covered it up as it made them look undependable to their allies. Iwa covered it up as they were ashamed of their allies, and the others often overlooked Uzushio. Finally, the losses suffered by the 5 great shinobi nations overshadowed the destruction of Uzushio. The Land of Waves are the only nation that keeps the memory of Uzushio alive, as they each other's longest allies. At this, Tazuna is surprised. How would a young kid like you know of Uzushio? My mother was an Uzumaki, one of the more powerful Uzushio clans. While she died before I was born, I took time to learn about her heritage. Kakashi begins to smile. Well, at least you're with us now, Otuto. Once more, Sakura begins to ask, Kakashi-san, I've been wondering, why do you call Narabaka Otuto, and he calls you Nizan? Well, Sakura, me and Naruto aren't related by blood, but we both have a man we see as a father. As the Sasuke speaks up, well, whoever he was, he must have been weak. Naruto and Kakashi both glare at Sasuke angrily, while Sasuke shrugs it off as nothing. As they continue to walk, they see in the ground, as Naruto creates Kage Bunshins to push Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna out of the way. However, 2 men jump out of the puddle, the first being the cloaked in black and camo underneath with a gas mask and a single large horn on top of his Hitai-8, and the second being the cloaked in gray and camo underneath with a gas mask and 2 small horns on the sides of his Hitai-8. Both had the symbol of Kirigakure with a line running through the middle on their Hitai-8 and had metal gauntlets with claws. A kusari chain, made from shuriken, came out of their gauntlets, tying Kakashi up and slashing him up. Naruto then runs in, channeling Shaka through his katana to slash, breaking apart the kusari. The 2 then begin to fire the tips of their gauntlets, before Naruto creates a jutsu doton. Doryahiki, earth release. Earth-style wall, creating a wall of earth. Then the 2 shinobi rush towards Tazuna. Sakura and Sasuke begin to draw kunai. Jintun, Rateningu Surashu, swift release, lightning slash. Then Naruto comes out of nowhere using his sword to reflect their attacks. Then Naruto uses Kongo Fusa, adamantine sealing chains, to pin down the 2 shinobi. Sakura and Sasuke both stand in shock, seeing how their teammate took them down easily. Sasuke then speaks, Dobe, I demand you teach me those techniques. If you ask me, you're in no position to make demands. Besides, you couldn't even do a single one of those. Naruto begins to speak again. Alright Nizan, you had your fun. Narabaka, that's not funny. Kakashi-sensei died, Sakura says, still rattled. Meanwhile, a voice comes from the trees. You couldn't give a few more minutes, could you, Otuto? Sakura and Sasuke look at Kakashi surprised. Never mind. I'll tell you later, my cute little Genins. What is important is him. Kakashi begins to point to Tazuna. Tazuna speaks. What are you looking at? I didn't pay you to just stand there. Naruto then chimes in the demon brothers, Gozu and Meizu, brothers who were classified as Nukenin for an attempted assassination of the fourth Mizukage. Before their betrayal, they both achieved the rank of Chunnin. Naruto then holds up a bingo book with a page for each of them. This is classified as a B-rank mission. My genin can't handle it. What do you expect me to do? Gato has been sending mercenaries to kill anyone who rebels. My family are nearly broke. This is all I can afford, Tazuna says, turning from sadness to pure anger. You know, Nizan, it would cause future problems if Gato was allowed to continue. If he can only hire Chunnin, it should be easy to finish this mission. Sakura does something she never thought she would do. Agree with Naruto. Narabaka is right. We can't let these people down. Even if he didn't say it, he say it. You know, Kit, that fangirl might actually like you. Come on, Kurama. She prefers Sasuke-kun over Narabaka any day. Doesn't matter. I know you have feelings for this shy Hyuga girl. Bastard of a fox. Sasuke then begins to speak as well. Please. I, the great Uchiha, will easily defeat these weak opponents. Sakura then begins to fangirl on Sasuke, ignoring Naruto. Ma, you all agree. Alright, we will do this mission. But I'm calling for backup. As they continue to walk, Kakashi pulls aside Naruto. Hey Otuto, I need to talk. Sure, what is it, Nizan? I saw how you handled the demon brothers. You were able to take them down while keeping everyone uninjured. Kakashi then grabs a headband with the kanji for leader. If anything happens where I get cut off from the team, you are the interim leader of Team 7. Wow, interim leader. I feel so honored. Oh, I have something for you. Naruto then pulls out a pair of earplugs. In case Sakura goes so loud she's deafening. After some more time of walking, Naruto felt something strange. Hey Kurama, can you use your negative emotion sensing? Now Kit, why would dash? That killing intent is one of the largest I've ever felt. Even though you could most likely still beat it, be careful. You might suffer from a sneak attack. Naruto, getting so caught up in the presence he sensed, didn't even realize what was happening until he saw Kubikirabocho swing at Kakashi. A voice then speaks up, silver hair, I covered by Hitai 8, quick reflexes, and you must be a Jonin if you have a genin team. It appears I've stumbled upon the copy ninja Kakashi. At this, Kakashi and Naruto both begin to think the same thing, just as I feared, the demon brothers' leader. Demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Momochi last time on a Child of Legends. A voice then speaks up, silver hair, I covered by Hitai 8, quick reflexes, and you must be a Jonin if you have a genin team. It appears I've stumbled upon the copy ninja Kakashi. At this, Kakashi and Naruto both begin to think the same thing, just as I feared, the demon brothers' leader. Demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Momochi. This time on a Child of Legends. Zabuza begins to charge at Kakashi, before Kakashi pulling out a kunai, stopping himself from being sliced in half. Kakashi then gives off a hand signal. With this, Naruto creates a Kage Bunshin, which Kakashi uses for a Kawarimi. Kakashi begins to lift up his Hitai 8, revealing his Sharingan. How could he have a Sharingan? That is the Kekkei Genkai of my clan. Kakashi-sensei's eye is that of Sasuke-kun's family. Why does he have one? Otuto is pulling out the Sharingan, and he thought he could hide it for a full year. As Zabuza runs through the woods, Kakashi begins to follow him. Zabuza begins to laugh. You really are a fool, Hatake. As Zabuza begins to stop, he reaches a clearing. In this clearing is a large lake. First rule of engagement with a Suetun user, never let them get near a water source. Zabuza begins to smirk. Back with the genins of Team 7, they are standing around guarding Tazuna, only to feel a large blast of killer intent coming from the direction Kakashi and Zabuza were running in. This causes Sakura to collapse on the ground. Sasuke gets overwhelmed and Naruto still is Naruto. Sasuke reaches for a kunai, this P-power. I feel like it would kill me if I start to T-twitch. Might as well kill myself and get it over with. Suddenly Sasuke feels the kunai slapped out of his hand and sees Naruto. Hey team, what are you doing? It would be for you to die before you can kill him. Sasuke begins to calm down until they hear something rustling in bushes. Naruto and Sasuke both reach for their weapons. For Naruto his katana, And for Sasuke, another kunai, only to see a white rabbit, before Naruto attacks with Katon. Goryuka no Jutsu, fire release. Great dragon fire technique. The Katon Jutsu creates a large cloud of smoke, while Sakura begins to yell Narubaka. What are you doing? That was an innocent rabbit. However, as the smoke clears, a hunter nin with a cracked mask stands behind a large panel of slightly melted ice. Naruto begins to speak. I thought we would just be fighting a few basic criminals led by Zabuza. I didn't expect to see a member of the Yuki clan wielding the Hayaton, ice release. Didn't Kiri kill all of you? Sakura then continues to screams Narubaka. That's a hunter nin. They are on our side. Now he or she aren't. First, they are wielding senbon, those wouldn't be used on an A-rank criminal like Zabuza Momochi. Secondly, they are wearing a cracked mask. The ice wall would have held, meaning they got it previously. If they were a hunter nin, they would have been issued a new mask immediately, and finally they have the Hayaton. If they were in Kiri, they would have been executed in the bloodline purges. As Naruto draws his katana, the hunter nin begins to use a Jutsu Hayaton. Hisatsu Hyoso, ice release. Certain kill ice spears. As spears of ice begin to surround the ground, as large spikes of ice form from the ground, they begin to surround Team 7, one piercing Naruto. The hunter nin begins to speak. It would be a problem to keep him alive. He might rival Zabuza someday, only to feel someone grab their shoulder. As the hunter nin looks, they see Naruto smile before speaking Jin Tun. Shin Hiration no Jutsu, swift release. New flying god thunder technique. Taking Naruto and the hunter nin off to a separate part of the forest. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Suddenly a mist emerges around at Zabuza, creating a blanket of mist surrounding the clearing. Kakashi then looks around with his Sharingan and begins to think, why would Zabuza do this? This only harms him. As Kakashi moves forwards, he steps on a branch. Suddenly Zabuza comes rushing towards him with his Kubikirabocho. Kakashi jumps backwards only to see a blurry figure of Zabuza coming towards him. The mist is getting thicker. My Sharingan is becoming disabled. Kakashi then comes up with an idea. Come out, Hatake. It will be easier for both of us if you just give up. Alright, Momochi. I'm right here. Kakashi then turns around to see Zabuza run his Kubikirabocho through his head, only to be electrocuted. A Raitun Kage Bunshin, clever Hatake, but not clever enough. Zabuza says, before rushing towards Kakashi, barely missing him. I'm getting sick of our game of cat and mouse. Suetun. Suiro no Jutsu. Water release. Water prison technique. As Kakashi begins to struggle, oxygen draining from his body. As his body begins to suffocate, he sees a woman fly into Zabuza and hear a voice. Don't tell me you're dying on me already, Nizan. You owe me for 1,000 Ryo for using your Sharingan so early. And Naruto, is that you? With Naruto and missing nin. The hunter nin looks around. How did you do this? Well, I used one of my Kekkei Genkai to create a long-range version of the Yondaime Hokage's Hiration. Does that mean you another Kekkei Genkai? Naruto eyes begin to form that of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You might make a worthy opponent. Let's dance. Naruto then pulls out his katana, rushing towards the hunter nin. Hayaton. Kori no Kabe. Ice release. Wall of ice. A wall of ice forms around the hunter nin. Enten. Amaterasu. Black flames then burn down. Impossible. The ice from my Hayaton is indestructible. How? While it is true that Hayaton creates ice at extreme levels of strength, a Kekkei Genkai like the Enten can destroy it. With this, the hunter nin begins to panic. If he can destroy my Hayaton, I'll have to attack. No, I don't know what those unusual eyes do, but most dojutsu are based around chakra. The only way I can win is if my senbon hit one of the 8 vital points. The hunter nin begins through a handful of senbon, each target to one of the vital points. As the senbon go towards Naruto, he walks forwards, only for them to phase through him. You have perfect accuracy with your senbon. However, I possess the Kamui, the strongest spacetime ninjutsu. Futon. Rankuden, wind release, drilling air bullet. Balls of wind release from Naruto's mouth, hitting the hunter nin, shattering the mask. Underneath this mask is a woman's face. N Haku is going to be female, with long black hair and a white bun holder. Oh, a woman. From what I've heard, Zabuza only uses men. As the hunter Nin looks around, she sees a rabbit run along, the same one she uses for her kawarimi. As the hunter Nin preforms another kawarimi, Naruto begins to chase after her. The hunter Nin, thinking she lost Naruto, takes a break from exhaustion, only to see Naruto Jin Tun, Mirajisudareku, Swift Release, Mirage Strike. Suddenly Naruto disappears and reappears in different directions, before landing a heavy hit on the hunter Nin. As Naruto looks where she went, he sees her fly into a large fogged region. As Naruto enters the fog, he sees Kakashi being held in a water prison by Zabuza. Explanation: Naruto's EMS gives him better vision through the fog, adds strong sensing abilities, and Naruto can see perfectly. As he sees the missing Nin, he positions himself to kick her straight into Zabuza, releasing the water prison. As Kakashi falls to the ground, Naruto begins to speak. Don't tell me you're dying on me already, Nizan. You owe me for 1,000 Ryo for using your Sharingan so early.
En Naruto.
As Zabuza gets up, he looks over at the missing Nin. Zabuza, be careful. The boy is strong. He was able to destroy my Hayatan. Zabuza smirks. I'll be fine, Haku. There's no way I can lose. Naruto begins to speak. Oh, so your name's Haku.
I'm Naruto.
Now that we all know each other, we can get back to the dance. As Zabuza uses his voice to attempt a decapitation on Naruto, Haku begins to yell out. Zabuza, wait, he has a dojutsu, Haku yells out. But it's too late as Naruto uses his katana to block Kubikirabocho. Using his remaining hand, Naruto begins to form the hand signs required, futon. Akashitsuna Tatsumai, wind release. Vicious tornado. As a tornado is created, causing the mist to disappear. As Naruto finishes, he sees Haku passes out. Kakashi begins to speak Otuto, and make sure the others are okay. Zabuza laughs before beginning to make hand signs. As Kakashi copies with his Sharingan, ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, ram, snake, boar, ram, rat, yang, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dragon, ram, rat, ox, monkey, bird, yang, water, rat, boar, bird. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Both Jonin's use, canceling each other out, but leaving a fatigued Zabuza and an unconscious Kakashi. Haku, who was only faking being passed out, rushes towards Zabuza before using a Shunshin to get out. As Naruto, carrying Kakashi and deactivating his EMS, returns to Team 7, he walks towards them. Suddenly he has a kunai throw at him, which he easily dodges. Calm down with the warning shots, it's me. As Naruto puts Kakashi down on the ground, he turns to his teammates. If nobody has any objections, I'd like to get going straight away. I have more than enough Ryo to hire a boat back. Once we are there, we will wait out, performing scouting missions on the current situation. We will wait until backup arrives unless we are forced to attack. Do you understand? Sasuke responds, Hey Dobe, what right do you have ordering an Uchiha elite? Naruto then reaches to grab the interim leader headband he received from Kakashi. Kakashi Nizan made me interim leader. As he is unconscious, I am now the leader. Suddenly a voice is heard, brilliant plan Naruto-kun. I will have my team do the same. The is revealed to be that of Kurenai Yuhi, with her team of Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. A chuckling voice comes from inside Naruto's mind. Try to keep your eyes on more than the Hyuga. Kit. Naruto, tuning out Kurama, turns respectfully to Kurenai-san. I am assuming you are our reinforcements. We are only half. Asuma is on the way with his team. We can go on. Our mission is to go to the land of waves unless we find you first. Meanwhile, with Zabuza and Haku, they make their way to Gato's base. Gato, currently playing a game of shogi with a stranger, looks at them. So, did you kill the bridge builder? Zabuza speaks up. What? I should have you executed on the spot. Give us another chance. We only expected to have to fight a Jonin and 3 Genins, yet one of them was on Jonin level and had multiple Kekkei Genkai including an unknown dojutsu. We will be prepared next time. The mysterious man stands up, speaking, well then, maybe you would like help from the legendary S-rank Aoi Rokusho.
Haku.
Ranks: Low-High Genin, Low-High Chunnin, Low-High Jonin, Low-High Kage, Low-High Bijou. Above Bijou last time on a Child of Legends. Give us another chance. We only expected to have to fight a Jonin and 3 Genins, yet one of them was on Jonin level and had multiple Kekei Genkai including an unknown dojutsu. We will be prepared next time. The mysterious man stands up, speaking, well then, maybe you would like help from the legendary S-rank Aoi Rokusho. This time on a Child of Legends. As Teams 7 and 8 go continue on their way to the Land of Waves, they reach a small port, with a sign Gato's Port and boat rentals. Naruto walks towards the port. Since Team 7 is the primary team, and I am the interim leader, I'll hire the boats. Tazuna walks with Naruto. Wait up, kid. I brought my own boat. It can take 3 of you scrawny ninjas. After a few minutes, Naruto returns. Okay, so I hired a boat as well as Tazuna's boat. We will have Group A Hinata, Sasuke, and I will take Tazuna with us. Hinata for her Byakugan, which will make sure none of Zabuza's group will sneak up on us, and Sasuke and I for defense. Group B. The rest of you will follow us, looking after Kakashi. Shino will use his insects to scout out if we miss anyone. Kurenai-san will defeat them in an attack. Kiba and Sakura will watch Kakashi in case his condition worsens or someone sneaks past Kurenai's attacks. With this, Kurenai begins to chuckle. That is a strong formation. Are you sure you not secretly a Nara? Naruto joking replies, bothersome. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku are shocked. Before Zabuza begins to speak again, Aoi Rokusho, the S-rank Konoha criminal who stole the sword of the Nidaime Hokage. Gato responds, yes. Despite joining Amigakure, he mainly does mercenary work. I stumbled upon him and thought he could terrorize the population of the Land of Waves. Turns out that he might have more use since you two failed. You know what, I feel generous. I will give you another chance, but if you fail I will see it. I have your heads. And that sort of yours. Now out of my sight. I have a game to continue. As Zabuza and Haku walk away, Zabuza silently talks to Haku, be careful. The only person I've met on his level were Kagez and Kasame Hashigaki. As Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata guard Tazuna, Sasuke gets bored. Hinata keeps watch, trying to ignore her tiredness while Tazuna talks to Naruto. Hey brat, I would like to thank you. For what, old man? If it wasn't for you I'd be dead by now. You convinced that sensei and teammates to help me, guarded me from that hunter Nin and paid for the boat fees. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. It's fine, just call me Naruto. Okay then Naruto, and just ask her out. She likes you too. Naruto tries to hide his embarrassment as he thinks, how does he of all people know? Doesn't help that you make it so obvious. I'm not that obvious. You're a master of deception, yet anyone could tell from a mile away. As Naruto is zoned out, he feels his shoulder being shaken, only to see the subject of his conversation speaking to him, Naruto-kun. Oh yes, what is it, Hinata? WEVE arrived at our location. Alright, everybody get out. We will wait for Group B to arrive. No need, Naruto-kun. It appears our boat was faster than yours, Kurenai says. As Teams 7 and 8 walk toward Tazuna's house, Tazuna knocks on the door and a meek woman with long blue hair slightly the door. She begins to speak, Dad, you're okay. I assume these are the ninja. Yes, Tsunami. Now can you let us in? As Tazuna walks in, the shinobi begin to follow. Thank you, Tsunami-san, for letting us in your home. Thank you. What they said, followed by a grunt. Thank you, we won't let you down. You don't mind that I have Akamaru with me. Thank you very much. Shino, entering last, then gives a silent nod. As they entered, a young kid with green overalls and a white hat with 2 blue stripes walks into Naruto. Hey you. Apologize for bumping into me. Naruto begins to think, where did I hear this before? The author's getting lazy and repeating chapter 5. Then, the shy Tsunami changes into a completely different person. Inari apologizes immediately. They are here to help us. They can't defeat Gato's men. They'll just die like the rest. As Inari walks away, Tazuna walks towards Naruto, pulling him away. Sorry about the kid, he had a hard childhood. His father died before he was born. He spent most of his life alone and never had much courage. Then one day this traveling fisherman named Kaiza came. He helped out Inari and was a father figure and later decided to marry Tsunami and became his stepfather. When he tried to stop Gato, he sent mercenaries and killed him after taking down 50 to 100 of his mercenaries. He's been hurting ever since. It's okay. I'm not a stranger to tough childhoods. Time skip brought to you by a still unconscious Kakashi. As Tsunami makes dinner enough for our protagonists, Team 7 and 8 come down. Kakashi set up on a bed while he is still unconscious. Tsunami begins to call Inari dinner time. Inari. Tazuna goes up to Tsunami. He's probably off there again. As Tsunami began to serve dinner to the others, putting some aside for Inari, Naruto walks up to Tazuna. Tazuna, if you want I can talk to Inari. I have experience in these situations. Inari goes there and neither Tsunami or I have been able to talk to him about it. So go knock yourself out. He is at Kaiza's grave. We made a small hidden grave in the woods for him. You'll find it in no time. As Inari sits on the ground, crying at the loss of his stepfather, he hears a rustling in the woods. He begins to speak, Okasan, Ojiken. Inari turns around to see two men, one with long bluish-white hair and small tattoo lines under his eyes, and one a darker-skinned shirtless man covered in tattoos and an eye patch covering his missing right eye. The first man looks at the small name marked on the makeshift grave. Hey Waraji, isn't Kaiza that guy you killed? Yeah Zore, he took down over 100 mercenaries. Luckily, I was there to deal the final blow, even if that bastard gave me this cut. The man known as Waraji points to bandaged area around his waist. You don't think that this kid is his son? Doesn't really matter. If this kid is cared for Kaiza, it's enough to get my revenge for, Waraji says, drawing his sword preparing to strike, only to see in a flash a kid with yellow spiky hair block him. Zora then speaks up, you killed everyone you fought with. Don't let these kids steal your record. Naruto then scowls, cowards. You hide behind other mercenaries, let them be the one who to do your dirty work. Prepare to face Konoha's Genin Kenjutsu Master, Naruto Uzumaki. Jin Tun, Nato Miyataku. Swift release. Nightmare attack. Suddenly Naruto appears behind the two mercenaries. Then the mercenaries' bodies begin to be covered in cuts. In a one-on-one fight, you two are worthless. Kamui, suddenly a portal making the two disappear. Naruto then turns to Inari. Hey, you okay? Why yes, what happened to them? They have gone far away. Naruto then leans on a rock. So, what was Kaiza like? As Inari talks to Naruto about Kaiza, do you really know that you can beat Gato? Naruto begins to laugh. We might win or we might fail horribly, but it doesn't matter. When I was born, both my parents died. For 5 years I was alone until I went to live with my grandfather. One day he told me something. It doesn't matter if you are one man versus an army or an army versus one man, all you need is hope. I have hope we can win, and so I'll make sure we do. With this, Inari remembers of what Kaiba told him about courage, and something is unlocked in him. I believe in you as well, Naruto. So, Inari, you want to get back for dinner? Inari panics. Dinner, I forgot. Oh no, Okasan's going to be man. Naruto smirks, putting a hand on Inari's shoulder. Don't worry, Hiruzen. Suddenly Naruto and Inari appear in front of Tazuna's house and knocks on the door. Tsunami comes to the door. Oh Naruto, did you found him? Naruto then points to Inari. Tsunami then hits Inari on the head. Don't you run OFF again. You always frighten me. Sorry Okasan. Naruto simply laughs before walking after mother and son. Asterisk time skip brought to you by Inari pretending to be Naruto. Kakashi finally gains consciousness to see Naruto reading Aika Aika on the other side of the room. Before he begins to speak, good morning Nizen. You know, you shouldn't read this stuff in front of children.
Ah, Beifunyo Totu.
Where are we? We're in the old man's house, everyone's okay. Zabuza and Haku escaped and teammate is here for backup. But Team 10 will arrive as well. Kakashi gets up before falling back down. You're still not okay. Luckily, I made a quick run for supplies. Naruto then grabs some wooden crutches and helps Kakashi up. As Naruto and Kakashi go down, everyone else is okay. Narubaka, why are you late? Kakashi-sensei. Why are you up? You should be resting. Sakura screams out. Kakashi then responds, no time for rest. We have to train. As Kakashi leads everyone into the woods, while Kurenai stays behind to do some scouting. Alright team, I guess teams. We are going to train. Sasuke laughs, sensei. What's the point in training these weaklings? I can take on Zabuza by myself. We need to make sure everyone is prepared for self-defense. Gato will send more people. Kakashi said, trying to not cause any drama. Now we're going to climb trees. Sakura then speaks, Kakashi-sensei. We know how to climb trees. Kakashi then turns to Naruto. Otudo, I'm guessing you know what to do. Naruto simply laughs, as the Naruto he talks to is nothing more than a Kage Bunshin, as the real Naruto calls out behind them, standing upside down on a tree branch. Kakashi then replies, somewhat shocked he didn't realize Naruto was there. You will be channeling chakra on your feet to walk on trees. This will increase your chakra control and can be used as a skill for transport. Use kunai to make your place. Hinata then shyly speaks up, Kei Kakashi-san. Kei Kurenai-sensei already taught us. Kakashi responds, where is Team 8 gotten to on this exercise? Shino and I have completed it, and Kei Kiba H hasn't gotten far. Kakashi then pauses, caught by surprise and thinking of what to do. Naruto then jumps in, well Hinata, while this isn't usually done for new genin, but there is a second step to this exercise. Doton, Shidakaku, Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. Then a small lake-sized hole with not much depth is made. Naruto then pulls a large amount of water into the hole. Alright, Hinata and Shino try, and use the same chakra control to walk across the water. Hinata, wanting to impress Naruto, tries only to fall in. Naruto then chuckles a bit before hopping in to help her. I was going to say it requires more concentration, but you proved that point for me. He then forms a tiger hand sign, Keta. Atatakai Soyakes, Fire Release, Warm Breeze. This causes the others to look in shock, before Kiba bursts out laughing, Atatakai Soyakes. What idiot made that technique? Naruto then looks at him seriousness at releasing a small killing intent. I would be that idiot. Kiba then frightened, did I say I idiot? I meant genius. Naruto then bursts out laughing himself. You should have seen your face. It's fine really. It was only made for my comfort. Everyone then sweat drops, confused at the fact how Naruto can be dead serious one moment and laughing the next. Naruto then continues to explain, okay, Hinata and Shino try and focus the chakra before you walk. Okay, so if you have any questions, just ask Kakashi Nizan. As Naruto then walks away, Sasuke begins to speak. Hey Dobe, how did you do that water thing? Naruto then replies, this is the Nidaime Hokage's water absorption technique. It draws water from the environment such as plant life and the air. It requires a high chakra control and skills in Suiton, which you don't have, so no, I won't teach you it, Naruto says while walking away. As Naruto sits on a tree pulling out his book, The Art of War by Tobarama Senju. As he looks to see Sakura slowly getting further in the training, Sasuke and Kiba failing, Kakashi standing by for assistance, and Hinata and Shino were slowly succeeding, with Hinata getting further than Shino. Naruto then asks in his head, hey Kurama, no one is watching me, right? The Uchiha was glaring at you, but now he's more focused on the trees. Naruto smiles before thinking, good, that will make it easier. Jintun, Jikoku Kawarimi, Swift Release, Instant Body Replacement Technique. Then Naruto is instantly replaced with a Kage Bunshin, while the real Naruto is sitting in a chair in Madara's base. Next to him are two white Zetsus. So, honorable grandson, I read your briefing. I assume you have the bodies. Naruto then uses his Kamui, as the Zora and Waraji both looking weak and bleeding. Zora looks up, where are we? Waraji then freaks out, what is those, pointing to Zetsu and the white Zetsus. Naruto then laughs with an evil grin. Oh, that's Zetsu in the middle, and these are white Zetsu clones. They'll be replacing you. Zora and Waraji just look in horror, trying to crawl away as the white Zetsus walk closer. Naruto begins to leave, I have to get back. Send the white Zetsus to Gato once the process is finished. As Naruto comes back the way he came, he sees Sasuke and Kiba making zero process, Sakura making her way to the water, walking, falling in after a few steps, Shino making his way from halfway, and Hinata near the end. Hinata's made it near the end. Yeah, Kit. I saw everything through the Kage Bunshin. She might actually do it. As Hinata turns to look at Naruto, who has dropped his book to look at her, Hinata begins to think, Naruto-kun is watching me. There is no way I can lose. As Hinata loses track in her mind, she keeps walking. As he sees Naruto rush over to her. Why is he coming? Did I do something wrong? Naruto then speaks up, Hinata, do you know what you've done? Hinata, frightened that she did something that made Naruto mad. Did I do s? Something W wrong? And Naruto keikon. Naruto then laughs. No, Hinata, you've done the opposite. Look down. Hinata then looks down to see herself walking on the ground, somewhat shocked that she was ground. Naruto then spoke again, your body has naturally adapted to the exercise. You've passed the test. Now go get some rest. While you don't feel tired, you will get a wave of fatigue later. Hinata walks back to Tezuna's home, daydreaming about everyone's favorite blonde-hair ninja. Naruto walks over to the Sasuke and Kiba, both surrounding trees with holes in them. As Sasuke looks over, he sees Naruto. Hey Dobe, I shouldn't be doing some dumb training, teach me some real techniques. Kiba responds, yeah, while I hate to agree with Sasuke, what's the point in this? Naruto sighs, when you put not enough chakra in a jutsu it doesn't form, when you put too much in it will explode in your face. By training with chakra control you can put in more chakra, meaning you can learn some stronger jutsus. And since I feel sorry, I'll leave you with this. You are putting too much chakra in your step, put less chakra with for focus in. As Naruto walks over to Kakashi, he speaks, hey Nezen, I'm gonna go for a walk. You can deal with these four, can't you? Kakashi nods, okay Otudo, enjoy yourself. Maybe you can get some time to take Hinata on a date. Naruto then gives Kakashi a glare. As Naruto goes on a walk, he makes his way to the bridge Tezuna was building. He begins to yell out, hey Tezuna, how's the bridge going? Tezuna then turns to see Naruto. Not that good. Most people have quit because of Gato. Naruto then smirks. Well, it looks like I can be of assistance. Then 100 Kage Bunshins appear around Naruto. Tezuna jaw drops before looking at Naruto. Naruto, you truly are a lifesaver. Naruto spent the next few days the same. Sleep, eat, train, walk, eat, train, read, eat, sleep. As Naruto was walking through the woods, he saw a girl in a pink kimono harvesting plants. Don't expect to see many people out here on these forest walks. The girl, surprised, looks at him. I was just gathering some plants for someone very dear to me. To be out this far, this person must be very important to you. To me, they are the only person that matters. When a person has something important they want to protect, they can become truly strong. But those are truly strange plants to be collecting. Oleander, white snakeroot, deadly nightshade, and hemlock. Those could form a dangerous concoction poison unless those plants have another use. So enlighten me, Haku, what will these be used for? As Haku looks shocked, she grabs a concealed vial of poison, throwing this at Naruto only to fall right through. Naruto laughs, did you forget I could do this? But let's just calm down, I'm not here to fight. Haku looks at him. What do you want? Just know I will never betray Zabuza. In that case, this makes it more important. Gato will be sending a group of men, lead by S-rank Aoi Rokusho, to finish whoever remains of us. Despite being mercenaries, I can tell you and Zabuza have the possibility to change. If you help us, I will make you two are safe. Haku turns to leave. I'll tell Zabuza, but it's up to him to trust you. Time skip brought to you by Zabuza sharpening Kubikira Bocho. Naruto walks down the street, Hinata next to him, both trying to ignore the pure wave of nervousness. Hinata tapped Naruto's shoulder. Naruto-kun, this is the place. Naruto turns, trying to keep his normal composed self, to see a ramen place. Ramen? I'm happy, but you should chosen something you would enjoy, Hinata. It's fine and Naruto-kun. I've enjoyed our ramen the few times I had it. As Naruto and Hinata sit down, Naruto is shocked Hinata was able to catch up with his eating habits until his annoying best friend speaks. Hey kid, this couldn't be more perfect. Kakashi and Kurenai force you two into this. Hinata plans it out and you are struggling to not be overly emotional. I'm just glad I get to see your struggle. God damn it, Fox. Why do you have to do this now of all times? As Naruto and Hinata finish their 15th bowls, Naruto turns to see two mercenaries enter the restaurant. Naruto rushes, decapitating both in what seems to be one strike. Hinata stands shocked and sickened at seeing a murder for the first time. Naruto-kun, what's going on? Naruto is only panicking and thinking, the white Zetsu said I had more time. Naruto then begins to yell out, Gado's men are invading. Take cover everyone. Ranks, Lohai Genin, Lohai Chunnin, Lohai Jonin, Lohai Kage, Lohai Bijou. Above Bijou last time on A Child of Legends. Hinata stands shocked and sickened at seeing a murder for the first time. Naruto-kun, what's going on? Naruto is only panicking and thinking, the white Zetsu said I had more time. Naruto then begins to yell out, Gado's men are invading. Take cover everyone. This time on A Child of Legends. Naruto rushes out, Hinata following behind. Naruto asks, Hinata, can you go see if Tsunami and Inari are okay? Since they are Tezuna's daughter and grandson, they could be targets for Gado's attack. I'll go to the bridge as that is the main attack. Hinata nods and turns to go to Tezuna's house. Naruto then creates 200 Kage Bunshins to patrol the village for any more of Gado's hired men. As Naruto runs to the bridge, he sees Kakashi and Kurenai fighting Zabuza, Sasuke and Kiba fighting Haku, and Shino and Sakura defending Tezuna. As Haku turns to fire a wave of ice at a weakened Sasuke and Kiba, she sees it burn down in black flames. So Haku, what is it? Haku looks to Naruto. I didn't want to have to fight you now, but I guess I have to. Hayatan, Makio Hyosho, ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Then a cage of Hayatan made ice mirrors surround the three shinobi. Haku then enters one of the mirrors and images of her enter all the mirror. Then changing from one mirror to another, a shower of senbon fly down. Naruto begins to panic. They're not poison-coated or targeted at any vital organs, so Sasuke and Kiba won't instantly die, but if we wait too long they might. Haku has to keep acting, otherwise the plan has failed. Naruto then creates a Jutsu Doton Kekai, Doro Domu, Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. A dome of earth surrounds the three shinobi as Naruto focuses his chakra on the dome. Sasuke angrily speaks, Dobe, what are you doing? We can take her. Naruto then turns his head around, no, you can't, but I can. Kiba then yells at Naruto, what do you mean, you're the dead last, if we can't you can. Haku's attack is focused on speed, which can't be matched by either of you. Yeah, well, what are you going to do, Dobe? Naruto laughs. I have something up my sleeve. Naruto then creates 3 Kage Bunshins. 1 to take over his place keeping the jutsu active, and 2 others to stop Sasuke and Kiba from trying to destroy the jutsu, so they can fight Haku. As Naruto steps out of a doorway, he quickly dodges a senbon strike from Haku. Naruto then uses his sword to attack on of the mirrors. Haku laughs and begins to speak, and here I thought you were smart. How can your measly sword destroy my Hayatan? Naruto then begins to laugh as well. Oh, my sword can't. But it's not a regular sword anymore. Naruto then lifts up his sword, revealing the black flames of the Enten. My Enten, Kagutsuchi, allows me to shape the flames, in this case making them surround my sword. As Haku looks at him, she begins to draw more senbon while thinking, I'll just have to focus on stalling for now. However, Naruto then calls back his Kage Bunshin, removing the barrier of earth that protected Sasuke and Kiba. Naruto then turns to Haku seriously. They're here. Haku then dispels her Hayatan mirrors and Naruto turns to shout to the Jonin and Zabuza. They're here. With this, Kakashi, Kurenai and Zabuza all stop fighting and turn to the bridge as hundreds of men pile on, led by the familiar face of Aoi Rokusho. Aoi then begins to clap his hands. So you figured it out. But it's too late. Aoi Rokusho shall end you all with the power of the gods. Aoi then begins to draw his sword, channeling lightning into the hilt the sword. Naruto then walks up to Aoi and talks. I always wanted to see the limits of the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God. Naruto then rushes at Aoi using the Jinton, Shin Hiration no Jutsu, Swift Release, New Flying God Thunder Technique, which teleports to a clearing in an unknown place. As Naruto and Aoi appear in an unknown arena, Naruto begins to speak up, Welcome to Yuzushioga-cure, the land of my ancestors. I brought you here using my modified Hiration no Jutsu. Aoi then looks at him. I think I know you from somewhere. Do the words kill the demon brat? He's only 3 and an orphan, nobody will care about him. With this, Aoi Rokusho looks in surprise, then a look of malicious happiness. I get to kill the demon brat after all, isn't this great? Suddenly AI begins to laugh, blonde hair, blue eyes, even the last name Uzumaki. I can believe how moronic we were, you're the Yandame's son. Maybe you'd like to know that I'm also relate to Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. With this, Aoi begins to laugh, oh, this day is getting better, first I get to kill Zabuza, then instead I get to kill the Kyuubi brat, then he's the son of the Yondame and now he's related to the Shodame, the Nidame, and the god of battle. Not to mention the irony that I get to kill the Nidame's descendant with his own weapon. How funny, you think you can kill me? I will make sure you pay for your crimes. A genin thinks he can beat me, with my Raijin no Ken I am invincible. Naruto then rushes to Aoi, appearing from behind using a Raikiri, injuring Aoi's arm before having the rest if the Raikiri absorbed by the sword. Naruto begins to think, so the sword can absorb Raitun ninjutsus. Not even Nizen's technique overpower it. Flashback brought to you by Kakashi putting on hundreds of masks. So Nizen, why did you call me here? Well, Otudo, I thought I should teach you a jutsu, well technically two. These are my life's works. They are assassinations jutsus I made to protect my friends and loved ones, and I urge you to do the same. The first technique is the Chidori. By channeling Raitun chakra into my palm, I can attack at high speed. But Nizen, wouldn't the Chidori cause an effect similar to a tunnel vision? Well, that's true, but thanks to the Sharingan is able to reverse it. Now on to the second technique, my Raikiri. It has the user a stronger strike and more erratic, however requires more focus to make sure the jutsu doesn't become unstable. Well then, let's get started with training. Flash forward brought to you by Kakashi taking of hundreds of masks. As Aoi hits the ground causing the earth to shatter, with lightning rising from the cracks, Naruto jumps back before running at him with his katana, using Enten. Kagutsuchi using the black fire to look like Raijin no Ken. As the Raijin no Ken and Naruto's katana clashing, proving to be equal as Naruto jumps back. Aoi begins to laugh. Do you see that this is pointless? I, Aoi Rokusho, am the strongest man in the world. Naruto only smirks and a Kagebunshin pops out behind Aoi, Ryan. Deburu Korapansa. 2 panther-like beasts, formed from the Sandame Raikage's legendary Black Lightning. As Aoi turns to block the first panther, the Raijin no Ken not being able to block absorb it like the others as the second panther hits him from the back, which causes him to drop his guard and getting hit by the first panther. Naruto begins laughs as well by channeling natural energy. Explanation. Naruto can use natural chakra by drawing it out and infusing it with his jutsus. He has no real control over it though, so it can't be classes as senjutsu. Needed for senjutsu Black Lightning is created. Due to the gained properties from natural energy, it doesn't behave by like a normal Raitun jutsu. As Aoi gets up, he feels something surround him, Mokutan. Mokusei no Togoku. Would release. Wooden imprisonment. Then large wooden columns surround Aoi as a makeshift prison. Suddenly Zora and Waraji appear, kneeling to Naruto. Aoi begins to shout, "What are you morons doing? Help me." Then the real Zetsu appears out of the ground. "Oh Zetsu, does the fake Madara trust you?" "Yes, Honorable Naruto, the impersonator trusts me and I have been gives membership. Here are the records you asked for." As Naruto begins to flip through the records, he reaches a certain file. Aoi Rokusho, former Jonin of Amigekure, betrayed to join Otogekure with Orochimaru. Aoi then panics and speaks, "I will never betray Lord Orochimaru. My life is in your hands, O great Otokichi." Naruto then hits him with the hilt of his katana as he releases the jutsu, carrying Aoi and a scroll containing the Raijin no Ken. As Naruto teleports back to the land of waves, he sees Team 7 and 8 regrouped with Team 10. As Naruto drops both Scroll and Aoi, leaving everyone there in shock, Naruto teleports there and back, holding Gato, throwing him to a mob gathered by his Kage Bunshins. Zabuza turns to Naruto, "Thanks, kid. We owe you one." Naruto then replies, "Then how about you join Konoha?" Zabuza and Haku looked shocked, as well as the other shinobi and Tazuna. "What, you'll not have to run and hide, make a living on mercenary work, and the Hokage and council will be idiots not to recruit you. A master swordsman and last known living Hayaton user." Zabuza then begins to talk. Well, the kid has a good point. As Zabuza and Haku talk to each other, Tazuna speaks up, "Attention everyone. I declare this bridge is named the Great Naruto Uzumaki Bridge after the shinobi that single-handedly took down half of Gato's men. If not, I suggest the super amazing Tazuna the Bridge Builder Bridge." Then all the villagers began to chant Naruto. Time skip brought to you by Haku creepily making poisons. As the three teams walk back to Konoha, Sasuke broods and thinks, "Come on, the dobe isn't that amazing. There's no way he beat half of them. He only beat one man. I beat much more than him." Sakura begins to think, Narubaka is stealing Sasuke-kun's spotlight. Tazuna should have named it the Great Sasuke Bridge. He should be the hero of the waves, not stupid Narubaka. Kakashi, hiding his face behind his mask, begins to wonder, how strong even is Naruto? Kakashi gives of a small chuckle. "He truly is your son, sensei. May he have mercy on the world." Kakashi then begins to worry about the extent of Naruto's power. Team 10 look at shock, wondering, how could Naruto be so strong? He took down an S-rank criminal with one of the strongest weapons and came out uninjured. Team 8, feeling overwhelmed and tired, march on, hoping to get back soon. Zabuza and Haku stand aside, not that comfortable around anyone else. Naruto simply smiles, walking back while thinking, "Thank you, Gigi. If you didn't help me, where would I be? Probably some weak happy-go-lucky moron who still wears those orange eyesores." As Raza, Yandame Kazekage, turns to see a man trusted as one of his strongest advisors, a man with half his face covered by a veil. He begins to speak, "So Baki, what was the status?" The man known as Baki responds, "All were normal, instead for one. There was a blonde-haired kid in all black, carrying a katana. He took on Aoi Rokusho alone before teleporting away. When he came back, he carried an unconscious Rokusho who bore strong injuries. His name was Naruto Uzumaki." Raza just laughs, "Uzumaki, so their clan survived. Never mind, make sure he is killed if he takes the Chunnin exams. If he doesn't, hunt him down and kill him when he sleeps. He must not be allowed to interfere with Odo's plans." As two men in robes, black with red clothes, one with jet black hair and onxy eyes, with his hair in a low ponytail, and a blue-skinned man with spiked blue hair and a large sword on his back, investigate a small clearing in a forest. The first man speaks up, "This ice. It is of the Hayaton." He then looks more shocked at the ice, the black fire of the Enten. Could it be there is another person with the Mangekyo? As the second man looks around, he sees deep marks. These marks, made by Kubikirabocho. So looks like old Zabuza has been involved. As they turn away, the first man begins to think, "Sasuke, my younger brother. Naruto of the Uzumaki, please keep safe." As Hiruzen Sarutobi looks out the window, he hears a commotion outside the door. In walks his grandson, Konohamaru. Hiruzen speaks with a kindly smile. "Ah, Konohamaru, what brings you here?" Konohamaru looks at him with excitement. "Is it true big brother Naruto returns today?" Hiruzen laughs. "Ah yes, that is true. Yes, I can show him how much I've improved with that technique he taught me." "And what would that be?" Then Konohamaru uses the Oiroke no Jutsu to transform, causing his grandfather to pass out, and his pervert of a sensei when he comes in looking for him. As Konohamaru transforms back to normal, he begins to think, wow, to think big brother could create such a jutsu worthy of the S rank at only 4. He must be the strongest shinobi ever. Ranks: Lohai Genin, Lohai Chunin, Lohai Jonin, Lohai Kage, Lohai Bijou. Above Bijou. A few months have passed since Team 7 went on that mission to the Land of Waves. A few more missions went past, mainly Ds and Cs, but they also had a few Bs after some pleading. But now it is an important time for Genin everywhere, the Chunnin selection exams. As Kakashi and Naruto walk into the Hokage Tower, bringing the report from their latest mission, stop a gang of criminals that stole an important golden statue that belonged to a sister of a daimyo. As they walk into the Hokage's room with Naruto shooting glares back at everyone, they see Asuma and Shikamaru, Kurenai and Hinata and Guy and Lee. Hiruzen then begins to speak. Now you three are here, and Guy, for some reason I would like to inform you that your 3 Genin teams are eligible for the Genin exam this year. Asuma is the first to speak. My whole team's going to make Chunnin. Kurenai then speaks up. You want to make that a bet? It is then for Kakashi's turn to speak. I'll be willing to take part in this bet. Then finally Guy speaks. Once more my team will take the exam, and we will win this. Lee then speaks as well. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Kakashi and Naruto begin to sigh at their eternal rivals. As one by one the teams begin to leave, Kakashi and Naruto catch up with Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura then complains, Kakashi-sensei, Narabaka, what took you two so long? Kakashi then responds, well, I've got good news. In a month we are holding the Chunnin exam and Lord Hokage has given us permission to enter. At this Sasuke grunts, why bother holding an exam? All other genin are too weak. I'll clearly be the one who passes. Sakura begins to fawn over Sasuke, saying things like, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sasuke-kun is the greatest and no other ninjas stand a chance. Kakashi then turns to Sakura and speaks, well, with Otuto telling me he decided to take the test and Sasuke has decided right now, would you like to take the test? It doesn't affect Naruto and Sasuke's chance of passing, so it's up to you. Sakura then begins to think for a while before responding, I'll like to take the test, Kakashi-sensei. Okay then, I'll just need you to fill out these forms, so I can give them to the Hokage. As our 3 genin teams begin to fill out the forms, Kakashi speaks again. Now instead of going on a mission we will be doing team training. Hey Nizen, do you mind if I do some independent training over the next month? That will be fine, Otuto. Just come to team training twice a week. Naruto nods, going to leave before turning back and speaking. I'm going to see Hokage Aji-san now. I can deliver the forms. Kakashi turns to Naruto, throwing him the papers. Naruto continues to run towards the Hokage Tower, eventually reaching it. As Naruto walks, he sees Guy and Lee, still talking. Gai-sensei, Lee, Gai-sensei, Lee. Naruto begins to think, how long are they going to do this? Before heading into the Hokage's room. As he walks in, the Hokage begins to smile. Naruto, what a pleasure to see you again. What do you need? Well, first I have the Chunnin exam paperworks. Who knew Kakashi could be fast at something? Hiruzen says, letting of a small chuckle. Naruto, also laughing, continues to speak. Secondly, I would like a 2-month warrant to leave the village for some training. Well, genins usually aren't allowed to leave alone. But since you are unique, for lack of a better word, I will allow it. As Naruto heads off, he has one last place to go, the shinobi apartments. As Naruto enters to talk to the receptionist, the same one he encountered on his first day in the apartments, he begins to speak. You don't like me. I don't like you. I'm leaving for the next 2 months, here's my payment. Before walking off. The receptionist begins to smile, thinking, if the kid's gone we can ruin his apartment and nobody will know. As Naruto enters his room, using his kamui to store all of his belongings, locking his door and heading off to leave. As he left through the gates, going out of sight, uses the Hiraishin to make his way to Madara's base. Naruto begins to walk through the halls, thinking, it's been a while since I've been here. Naruto proceeds to go to a small library Madara built, containing a wide range of information, the main section being a collection of every jutsu recorded by Madara. Naruto then goes to the Kekkei Genkai section, grabbing a Jintan scroll. Naruto begins to think, why didn't I think of checking if Madarajiji had anything on the Jintan scroll? You don't know how many answers I have for this. I'm also wondering why making a deal with you was a good idea in the first place. You know you love me, Kit. Just not as much as the Hyuga. Goddamn fox. Why I let you have a nice cage confuses me. The month went past quickly, Naruto spent most of his time doing training he based on Madara's old schedules. Naruto looked the same except his hair was now a mirror image of Madara's. Naruto would use the Hiruzen to get back into his apartment so he could make his training exercises with Kakashi and the rest of Team 7. Then finally the day came. Well, it was 3 days before the exam, but Naruto decided to get back early as he had 2 days of extra long Kakashi training sessions. After receiving all his belongings from the Kamui dimension, he decided to get some Ichiraku ramen until he saw an interesting sight. Sasuke and Sakura, who he assumed were finishing training, had an encounter with Konohamaru and his 2 friends, Moegi and Udon. Konohamaru begins to speak up. As the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, I demand you tell us where big brother Naruto is. Sakura responds, for the last time, we don't know where he went. All we know is he left somewhere and comes back for our team exercises. He'll be back soon, so be patient. Besides, why do you want a loser like Narabaka when you can have a real shinobi like Sasuke-kun? Konohamaru laughs. I've snuck some glances at your mission statements. Big brother does all the work while you 2 weaklings sit back and relax. Why you kid? Konohamaru runs away, with his friends following him until he bumps into a man in a black jumpsuit that has a Tsunahitei 8 stitched in. Next to him is a blonde woman with 4 pigtails, wearing a lavender off-the-shoulders garment and a folded fan on her back. The man proceeds to pick Konohamaru up by his scarf and speaking, Hey kid, why did you bump into me? Konohamaru responds, You should have moved. Do you know who I am? No, and I really don't care. Moegi and Udon begins pelting pebbles at the man. He begins to speak again, Hey kids, you want trouble. Let me give you an example with your little friend. As Sakura and Sasuke run into position, going after the man, the woman begins to pick up her fan, gives a large gust of wind forcing them to hold in position. Then a kunai flies, hitting the man on the Hitei 8, which in the shock makes him drop Konohamaru. Who hit me? Come out, show yourself. Then Naruto proceeds to walk, looking at the man. Konohamaru then looks at him joyfully. I knew I could trust on you, big brother Naruto, unlike those lazy teammates of yours, earning him 2 deadly stares. As the man walks forward, the woman grabs him by the shoulder. The man speaks, What the hell, Temari? I can take him. Temari responds, You don't recognize him, Kankuro. That's Naruto Uzumaki, the Hidden Leaf's genin assassin. Kankuro looks at her cluelessly. Temari begins to sigh, flipping through a bingo book in her pocket. Uzumaki Naruto, the Hidden Leaf's genin assassin. Ninjutsu, use of black flames, advanced Doton Jutsu and Hiruzen. Kenjutsu, unknown exactly but has some level skill. All other stats, unknown. Estimated strength, Jonin. Rank, Genin. Captured S-rank Nuke Nin from Amigekure Aoi Rokusho, who had the Raijin no Ken with seemingly no injures. Wanted for 1 million Ryo alive in Sunagekure. You didn't read the new draft of the bingo book we got. Please Temari, I can take him. There's no way he could actually do what the bingo book says. As Kankuro proceeds to advance, sand begins to rise from the ground, forming a small wall around the 2 sides. As a red-haired boy with blue eyes, the kanji for love on his forehead and a gourd on his back. With this, Kankuro's and Temari's eyes widen in fear, stepping back. As the boy steps up, he looks over at Naruto, before turning to Kankuro and Temari. Stop this, Kakuro, or else I will kill you. Kakuro, horrified, tries to speak. Jagara. To these kids insulted at me. Gaara then looks at him, releasing a wave of killing intent. As everyone else is frozen from the killing intent, Naruto walks up. So itchy. Looks like you're competing in this exam. Gaara then smiles psychopathically and speaks, Q. Long time no see. Mother has always wanted you dead. Suddenly, 2 more people come rushing over. A dark-skinned man with a blonde goatee, a blue seal on his right shoulder and 7 swords on his back, and a blonde woman with no notable features and a chain of blue beads running along her left arm. Both wore a Hitei 8 belonging to Kumo. As the dark-skinned man begins to make a drum roll, Naruto looks at the woman and begins to speak. He's doing the intro, isn't he? And I. She nods and replies, for the umpteenth time since we left Kumo. Q. The man then begins to strike a pose, and speaks, I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. I'm Mkumo's own legendary shinobi killer bee. Naruto only looks at him really hatchy. You're going to do this every time. Killer bee then looks at him. If you think this ain't cool, then you're gonna get schooled. Fool you fool. /n. I'm not good with rap. Everyone looks at him strangely before moving away. Killer bee looks at them. Before looking at the girl, Yujito, you leaving too? I thought you were part of my crew. Naruto then puts his hand on Yujito's shoulder, looking at her sympathetically. As this goes on, girl with mint green hair and a Takigakure Hitai-8 on her right arm, around 2 years younger than Team 7, runs up and hugs Naruto, yelling out, Kunizan, it's so good to see you again. Naruto then smiles at her. I'm guessing you're taking the exam, Nana Imuto. The girl begins to smile. Yep, and I'm gonna win. Better hope you don't have to fight me, Imuto. Kunizan, you'd go easy on me. Konohamaru then glares at her and speaks, hey, what are you doing with big brother Naruto? She then looks at him. The better question is, what were you doing with Kunizan? Do you know who I am? The Sandaime Hokage's grandson, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Well, I'm Taki's strongest genin. Naruto then looks at them, thinking, oh god, I might have created the fiercest rivalry since Hashirama and Madara G. Once more someone comes in, however this time it's a familiar face, Kakashi. He looks at them, you're back Otudo. I should have expected you drag a big crowd. Then Fu runs up to Kakashi, you're Kakashi aren't you? Kunizan told me all about you and your missions. I have so many questions. Naruto then begins to speak. Sorry everyone, I have to go. I have something else to do. Oh, and can you keep this meeting secret? I need to surprise someone. Kakashi then chuckles before whispering to Naruto, I'll make sure they don't tell Hinata. Naruto then runs off, before stopping at a store. This is a flower store. You know they're not going to let you in, right? Don't worry, Kurama. I'll use my special bargaining skills. You mean your henge and large supply of Rio? Guess you got me there. As Naruto looks in, he sees that nobody is around. He takes this chance to go in normally, looking at flowers. As a girl made her way through the back, getting some new seed packets, only realized someone came in. As she looks over, she thinks black jumpsuit, blonde hair, the number 9. Naruto. Naruto looks over to see none other than Ino Yamanaka of Team 10. Oh Ino, you work here. This is my family's stores. What are you looking for? I'm looking for something for a certain someone, Naruto says, trying to be vague. Well, these are the white lily, also known as Lilium candidum or Madonna lily. These are Hinata's favorite flowers. Naruto begins to think, is there anyone in Konoha that doesn't know? Naruto begins to smile. So how much are there? Naruto says as he picks out a bouquet he thinks look nice. Wow, you have an eye for flowers. As Ino begins to talk about them, she gets to the price. They're about 250 Rio. Naruto then begins to pull out his wallet, placing the Rio and grabbing the bundle. As he begins to leave, an Umbu appears. Naruto Uzumaki, you are required by Ibiki Marino of the Torture and Interrogation Division. If you resist to come, I am allowed to bring you forcefully. Naruto only nods as he makes his way. Once he gets here, a man with 2 scars over his face walks up. He begins to speak, you're Uzumaki? I don't know what Hokage-san sees in you, but follow me, kid. I'm Ibiki Marino. I need your help with Aoi Rokusho. We can't get any information. As Naruto walks up, he looks at Aoi, unconscious. He then begins to channel chakra into him. As this happens, a curse mark appears on his hand. Naruto then begins to speak. The curse mark by Orochimaru is blocking him from disclosing information. It can be easily deactivated, but it will take time for the effects to be removed as the seal leaves a mental implant. Naruto then puts his hand on the seal, Burika Fuin, Breaker Seal. A seal then appears, engulfing the curse mark before they both disappear. Ibiki looks at him in shock as he thinks, this kid has the skills to be a stronger Fuinjutsu user than Jiraiya one day. He then begins to speak, hey kid, how did Rokusho hide the seal? Naruto then begins to speak, since Bukijutsu is a small and dying jutsu type not many people know, but if you cut of all chakra to the seal, it puts it in a dormant state. Quick question, You wouldn't happen to know anyone other than Hokage Hiruzen and the Sannin that would know a lot about Orochimaru. The only person in this village who fits the criteria is Anko Mitarashi. You would probably find her at a dango shop, but be careful, kid. She is rather strange. As Naruto runs off, Ibiki turns to the Umbu and speaks, "The kid's interesting, Hayate." Hayate then responds, "Yes. I wonder how he'll go on this year's Chunnin exams." "Well, we're both proctors, well, at least I will get to see what he's like." As Naruto checks the biggest dango shop, he sees a woman at a table, and next her is someone who appears to be the manager shouting, "Get Miss Mitarashi some more dango." As Anko goes to check her wallet, she sees it's empty. However, as she begins to tell the manager, a blonde kid throws some Rio at him and speaks, "I'll pay for her. Oh, and get me one as well." The kid then proceeds to sit at her table. "Thanks for the money, Gaki." "No problem. Now what do you know about Orochimaru?" Anko then glares at him seriously, pulling out a kunai and lunging at him. "Why do you want to know about him?" Naruto laughs, "Calm down. I just want to talk." After 5 minutes of coercion, 20 minutes of more dango and 25 minutes of Anko drinking sake, and before they go their separate ways, Anko grabs him by the wrist and speaks, "Hey Gaki, I gave you the info, now what you gonna give me?" Naruto then suddenly channels chakra through her. Before speaking, "This is going to be hard." Anko suddenly felt strange, like some evil presence has banished from her body. She then looks at Naruto shocked. "Gaki, what did you do?" Naruto looks at her, "Well, I did a bit of background research and I read Orochimaru placed a cursed seal on you. While my original plan was to remove it, this seal is more complex and needs analyzing, so I placed a limiter seal around it." Explanation: the seal is dormant, so it can't be activated. Sub-explanation: no one knew about how seals become dormant. They believed Anko's lack of will was the reason. Not that the seals could naturally become dormant, however, it still leaves an effect on the wielder. Anko looks at Naruto with a rather unusual emotion for her, happiness, and begins to speak, "Gaki, thank y dash." She then faints out of drunkenness. Naruto then goes to check her wallet, seeing she has a key for the Kunoichi apartments, on the other side of the shinobi apartments. Naruto then begins to haul Anko over to the entrance, the receptionist once more glaring at him, and him back at her. As she sees Anko, her eyes widen and sparkle with joy as she thinks, "Finally, I can get rid of the Kyuubi brat." However, before she has a chance to accuse Naruto, teammate Sensei Kurinai Yuhi comes running over to Naruto as Speak begins to speak, "Naruto-kun, Anko didn't cause you trouble, did she?" As Naruto shakes his head, signifying no, Kurinai picks up Anko, before shaking her awake. As Anko gets up, she looks at her, "Kurinai, what happened?" Kurinai then drags her off, speaking, "You got drunk again. You're lucky we're friends, otherwise who knows what would have happened to you." Naruto begins to chuckle, thinking, that's a new side of Kurinai I haven't seen. She is so different, like a beast coming from a flower. Naruto then panics and thinks, "Oh Kami, the flowers." "Calm down, Kit. The Yamanaka said they have been bred to last a few days after they are first plucked." Naruto then rushes over to the Hyuga clan house, then to the main family area, then to the clan chief's residence, knocking on the door. As the door opens, a middle-aged man with long black hair, a robe, and white eyes. The man begins to speak. "What do you want, kid?" Naruto, looking at the man, trying to be polite, "You wouldn't happen to be Hinata's father, would you?" "Yes, I'm her father, Hayashi. I'm guessing you're looking for Hinata. She left to do some training with her team and hasn't returned yet." Naruto thinks, "I guess I can see her tomorrow." He then begins to speak, "Sir, could you give these to her and this note?" Naruto then hastily writes a note. Hayashi grunts, before grabbing the flowers and closing the door. As he walks down, he begins to read the note to check if it's something bad. As he reads it, he sees the words, "Keep up the work to being a great shinobi. I know you can do it." From Naruto Uzumaki. With this, Hayashi begins to smile, and thinks, it's nice to know she has people who care for her. Why did those cursed elders make me disinherit her? Around 10 minutes later, Hinata returns to her room to find the bundle of flowers and the note. As she reads it, she begins to furiously blush, thinking, "Naruto-kun did this F for me," before letting of a small cheer of excitement. Meanwhile, Naruto decided to go to Ichiraku before he went home, not having much except a few dango from his talk with Anko. Tucci and Iam greet him with a friendly smile and a joke that him being missing nearly drove them bankrupt. Naruto then rushed home and had 2 regular days and another date with Hinata, where they just went to Ichiraku and talked. Then the day finally came, the long-awaited Chunnin exams. Ranks: Lohai Genin, Lohai Chunnin, Lohai Jonin, Lohai Kage, Lohai Bijou, above Bijou last time on A Child of Legends. Naruto then rushed home and had 2 regular days and another date with Hinata, where they just went to Ichiraku and talked. Then the day finally came, the long-awaited Chunnin exams. This time on A Child of Legends. Naruto woke up and grabbed some instant ramen as he though one day, I'll make a jutsu that instantly heats instant ramen. Kurama laughs, remember when you tried to use Atatakai Soyakase and you burnt the ramen? Naruto then looks down. We lost some good ramen that day. I swear, Kit, you are the only person this passionate about ramen. Never mind, I've got to get going. Got a lot to do. Naruto then goes outside, downstairs and then into the Kunoichi apartments, knocking a door. Haku comes to the door and begins to speak. Oh Naruto, it's been a few months since I last see you. Naruto then talks, you know your poisons, right? I need a certain type of poison. Along with my Hayaton poisons are my speciality. How lethal do you need it? I'm not planning to kill anyone, well not with poison. I need a strong paralyzer, the strongest one you can make and a lot of it. I should have the right supplies to meet your requirements. Come back in 2 hours. Naruto then heads off to stock up on supplies, goes to a bookshop where he sees Kakashi looking at some new books in the adult section, hugging an original signed copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Naruto then begins to think, it seems like Nizen is going to be late today. As Naruto walks down the street, looking at all the different ninjas, he walks past the Konoha hot springs and contemplates going in. Nizen's going to be late and I still have time to waste before Haku is ready. As Naruto goes in, using a henge to get in, he sees Konohamaru's closet pervert of a sensei Ebisu. Naruto laughs, dehenging and speaks. You wouldn't happen to be sneaking a glance, would you? Ebisu looks, surprised at Naruto being there, before responding, if you must know I'm here to test water so Konohamaru can practice chakra control. So you're giving him proper training now, that's good. Ebisu then looks at him, before speaking, I hate to say this but thank you. You seem to be a good influence on Konohamaru. He's being focusing on his studied and is coming far. Then both hear a perverted laugh from a white-haired man looking through a small hole. Ebisu looked at the man, before running at him and speaking, you pervert. Prepare to face the wrath of the Tokubetsu Jonin Ebisu. The man then turns around, summoning a toad that hits him with its tongue. Naruto then begins to think, wait, summoning toads, he can't be Jiraiya of the Sannin, can he? Naruto then turns to him and asks, you wouldn't happen to be Jiraiya, would you? The man begins to speak, yes, I am the legendary Jiraiya, writer of the Ika Ika series. Naruto then begins to mumble, oh God, he's a pervert. I'm not just a pervert, I'm a super pervert. Who even are you, kid? You're godson. Jiraiya stands there shocked, before speaking, Naruto, is that really you? Naruto just nods. Jiraiya begins to ask questions about him, surprised with some answers such as Madara is Minato's father. Madara survived against Hashirama and Naruto had 5 Kekii Genkai. As Naruto began to ask him some of his own questions, Jiraiya eventually had to leave. As Naruto returns to get his poison from Haku, before showing up in front of the academy, where Sakura, Sasuke and surprisingly Kakashi were waiting. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life. Sakura and Sasuke look at him angrily, while Kakashi cries tears of joy. As they go in, Kakashi begins to talk. Now it's good that you're all here, otherwise we would have to wait until next year. Sakura begins to ask, Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say that it didn't matter how many of us took the exam? Well, Sakura, I wanted to make sure that you didn't feel pressured to take the Chunnin exams. However, this is where we part. I can't come into the test room with you. You'll find it on the 3rd floor. As they go inside, they begin to walk until they see 2 genin blocking the door, with Rock Lee falling back and being helped up by a girl can be assumed to be his teammate. As the genin taunt the others, telling them to give up on the exam, Sasuke walks up to them and speaks. Dispel this genjutsu place, I need to get to the 3rd floor. Everyone looks shocked at the fact except for Naruto and Genin, who has long black hair and blank white eyes. He then turns to Sakura. You saw through this to Sakura. You are the best with chakra control. Sakura, trying to pretend, speaks, of course, this is only the 2nd floor. It's so simple. As Rock Lee goes up to Naruto, he begins to talk, my eternal rival. It is good to see you once more. Let our fires of youth burn strong. As Rock Lee turns to see the others of Team 7, he begins to ask Sakura out, before getting declined and starting a fight with Sasuke for some reason. As Naruto stands, he hears the other guy who wasn't fooled by the genjutsu speak, that Uchiha's an idiot. The girl who helped Lee begins to respond, what do you mean, Niji? Naruto jumps in despite requiring the permission of Hokage. The host wants to make sure only those who have potential take the test. This genjutsu was made to weed out teams who don't have the skills to become Chunnin. Niji grunts and walks away, as the girl begins to speak. So you're Lee's youthful rival. I'm his teammate Tenten.
I'm Naruto Uzumaki.
So Naruto, what are your skills? You'll have to wait to find out. Naruto then proceed up the hidden staircase with Sasuke and Sakura. After Sasuke and Lee's fight was stopped by Madogai. As they get to the top, they reach a large waiting room. Looking around, there are many teams from different villages. At a glance, Naruto can spot ninjas from Suna, Kumo, Oto, Taki, and Aim. As they enter, Naruto turns around to see Ino hugging Sasuke, before getting in an argument with Sakura. Shikamaru and Choji follow, and then Team 8 also finds them somehow. Then a man with gray hair in a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses appears, so the famed Rookie 9, the teams that stopped the attack on the Land of Waves, is here. As your senior, I'd warn you, there are some pretty strong teams here. Oh, how rude of me. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, and this is my 8th time taking the test. Kabuto then pulls out some cards. These are my info cards. If you have any questions about anyone taking the exam, ask me. Sasuke begins to speak. Gaara, Rock Lee, and Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto begins to go through the information. First is Gaara, the youngest son of the Yondaime Kazekage and user of the Jiten magnet release. His attacks are based around using sand he carries in his gourd. He is on a team with his siblings Kankaro and Temari, which is led by Baki, an advisor of the Yondaime. His missions are 42 D ranks, 32 C ranks, 18 B ranks, 7 A ranks, and 1 S rank. Rumor has it he has never been injured once. This causes fear between some of the Rookie 9 that a genin can be that powerful. Kabuto then pulls out another card. Rock Lee, a master of taijutsu, but can't use any ninjutsu or genjutsu. He is the interim leader of Team 3 with Tenten and Niji Hyuga and led by Madogai, a man believed to be the strongest living taijutsu user. His missions are 33 D ranks, 22 C ranks, 17 B ranks, and 3 A ranks. As Kabuto begins to get a third card out, it bursts into flames. Sorry, but I have to keep my secrets, Naruto says, before wandering off. Naruto, looking around, can see a few familiar faces: the 3 Sand siblings, Yujito with a Kumo team, Fu and 2 Jonins pretending to be genin, a team from IWA, and some Oto ninjas. Hey Kit, be careful around that Kabuto, he smells of snakes. I'll have to watch him when the time comes. Flashback brought to you by Orochimaru spying on Sasuke. As Teams 7, 8, and 10 go to Tezuna's house, getting the offer to rest for the rest of the day before heading back to Konoha. Naruto then speaks. I'm going to do a quick scouting mission. Make sure there aren't any more mercenaries that were missed. Kakashi just gives Naruto a thumbs up as they walk away. As Naruto creates a few Kage Bunshins, he runs off to find a Jonin in Suna attire watching him. As Naruto walks, pretending to ignore the Jonin, he shunshins behind him, pulling his katana behind his neck, and begins to speak. So, why is Suna interested in me? The Jonin, surprised at Naruto being behind him, begins to speak. Do you think I'll talk? Your threats don't scare me. Naruto just smiles and thinks to himself, I finally get a chance to use this on a person. Naruto then activates his EMS, Koto Amitsukami. Naruto then begins to speak. Why is Suna interested with me? I guess telling you won't hurt. They want to plan an invasion of Konoha with Otogekure. We were scouting out the skills of your Jonin when we saw you. We wanted to see if you were hiding something. Thank you for telling me this. Unfortunately, that makes you a traitor. Naruto then shoves his katana into the Jonin's chest. And I hate traitors. After everyone returns, Kakashi and Naruto give the mission briefing. The Hokage begins to speak. Now, if that's all, feel free to leave. I'll get around to your payment. Naruto then begins to speak. Actually, Hokage Ajisen. There is one more thing, but you'll need to get the Umbu to leave. Hiruzen then signals the Umbu to leave before Naruto begins. After defeating the mercenaries, I found myself stalked by a Jonin from Suna. After using the Kotoamatsukami, he confessed that Suna was working with Odo to invade the Konoha. While he didn't say when, I can only assume it would be when we hold the Chunnin exams. Hiruzen begins to speak. That would make sense. They could send in large numbers of ninjas and they wouldn't be questioned. We'll talk about this later. Flash forward brought to you by Kabuto spying Orochimaru spying on Sasuke. As Naruto continues to wander, noting any teams that look promising, he hears glass shattering. He turns to see a team of Odo ninjas attacking Kabuto. As one goes for a second attack, Naruto grabs him by the shoulder. The man with spiky black hair, wearing a shirt with the kanji for death, turns to him, pulling out a kunai. However, before anything else happens, a booming voice shouts, "Stop or be disqualified. The first portion of the exam is starting now." Naruto turns to look at the proctor, recognizing him as Ibiki Marino of the torture and interrogation force. As they walk in, they see large rows of desks, each with paper on it. Ibiki begins to speak. Welcome to the first stage. You will be given 1 hour to take a 10-question test. You'll start with 10 points, gaining points if you answer correctly and losing points if you answer incorrectly. If you are caught cheating 5 times, you will be disqualified along with your team. The scores will be averaged on how well your team does, and if someone loses all their points, their team gets disqualified. The time starts now. Someone else, 3 Jonin sit down. They are the Rookie 9 senseis, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Asuma begins to ask, so does anyone know who is the proctors of this year's exam? Kurenai begins to speak. I heard that the first stage proctor is Ibiki Marino. With this, Kakashi panics. Out of everyone they could have had, it's the sadist. Kurenai looks at him confused. Is that a bad thing? Asuma responds, you see, Ibiki is a Tokubetsu Jonin, the head of the torture and interrogation. He can easily manipulate the emotions of people. If our teams want to pass, they need to keep a level head. As Naruto looks through his paper, he begins to think no ordinary genin, or even a Chunin, could answer these questions. So that's what Marino is doing. What do you mean, Kit? That cheating comment seems strange. Why do we get 5 chances? Unless we have to cheat but not get caught. As Naruto looks through the answers, getting all 9 right, he turns to the 10th question, which reads, 10th question will be given at the 45-minute mark. Naruto decides to put his paper down, looking around. Suddenly, Ibiki begins to shout out, Naruto Uzumaki. Cheating. 1 point deduction. Naruto responds, my paper is closed, my pen is out of my hand. How can I cheat if I'm not using them? Ibiki then continues, fine. Uzumaki, you will not get a point deducted until you pick up either item. Naruto then begins to think, impressive. Niji and Hinata are using their Byakugans to look at the tests. Ino's using her Yamanaka techniques to read minds. Sasuke's forcing the hidden Chunin to give him the answers. Gaara's using the Daisan no Mi, third eye, and Tenten somehow rigged a mirror system to the roof. As 45 minutes pass and many teams fail, only leaving around 1/2 of the starting amount, Ibiki begins to speak. All right, it is time to take the 10th question. I'll give you the chance to leave now. One genin begins to speak. Why would we want to do that? Ibiki then continues, if you take the 10th question and fail, you will never be able to take the Chunnin exams again. So what is it? Wait another year or try your luck with the next question. As some people volunteer to leave, Naruto stands up and begins speak. I accept the question. Ibiki then talks. Are you ready to take that risk, Uzumaki? To achieve my goals, I can never go back. I'll take on any challenge you throw at me. If anyone else wants to give up, Now is the chance. As nobody proceeds to give up, Ibiki continues. Well then, in that case you all pass. Congratulations, you have the courage to face the unknown. A trait required in Chunnin. However, as they beginning to celebrate, someone comes flying through the wall. As the three senseis continue to talk, Kakashi begins to ask, "It's been around an hour. The first stage should be done. Do either of you know who is the second stage's proctor?" Kurenai's face begins to lose color as she begins to speak. Anko said she was. Kakashi begins to sigh. Oh great. First the sadist, now the psycho. Back with the exam takers, Anko makes her way up, looking around the room. 75 people, you let 25 teams and an apprentice in. You're going soft. They really are an exceptional bunch. Anko then looks over as them. I don't see it. Well, follow me. As they follow, they reach a forest. Anko begins to speak. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Last time on A Child of Legends. They really are an exceptional bunch. Anko then looks over as them. I don't see it. Well, follow me. As they follow, they reach a forest. Anko begins to speak. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. This time on A Child of Legends. Anko then continues to speak. Be prepared, because you're about to find out firsthand why they call this the Forest of Death. Kiba laughs, mocking Anko. Oh? You're about to find out firsthand why they call this the Forest of Death. He then continues to speaks. You think this is supposed to scare us? Anko then laughs, before throwing a kunai at Kiba, grazing him. She begins to speak. Cocky ones like you are the ones who die first. Not to mention spilling all this warm red lovely blood of yours, she says as she licks his wound. Suddenly a kunoichi of Kusagakure comes up behind, holding a kunai with an extremely long tongue. She begins to speak. You dropped your kunai. Thanks, but don't stand behind me. That's a quick way to die. I'll try, but the sight of fresh blood gets me excited. Not to mention getting revved up from losing a strand of my precious hair. Then Anko begins to step up and speak. All right, who is the gaki that made so many of you pass? Naruto steps forward, as Anko begins to look at him. Oh you, it's you gaki. If I knew you'd cause so much trouble, I should have ended you back at the Dango place. Naruto and Anko both laugh, while everyone else looks at them like they're insane. Anko then pulls out forms. Now I need you to sign these forms saying Konoha isn't responsible for any injuries, deaths, or anything else once you enter the Forest of Death. If you don't sign, you aren't legally allowed to continue. You don't want me to get in trouble. Shikamaru then speaks. This is bothersome. Do you expect us to sign this form before we know what the test is? Anko pulls out 2 scrolls, one white that has kanji for heaven and one black that has the kanji for earth. She then begins to speak. Each team will start with one of these 2 scrolls, and you must get to a tower in the center of this training field. She begins to hold up a map. As you can see, you'll start in one of the 44 gates. The tower is approximately 10 kilometers away and a river splits the forest in 2. You will have 5 days to finish the test. Does anyone else have any questions? Choji begins to ask. 5 days. What do we do for food? This forest has plenty of resource for you to eat. Of course there are all ones that will eat you, but don't worry, Anko says, non-reassuringly. Naruto then asked, are there any rules? Oh yes, there are 2 rules. Rule 1. If one of your teammates is dead or injured to the point they can't continue, you'll be disqualified. Rule 2. When in the forest, you can't open your scrolls. If you want to know what happens, then open the scrolls yourself. Naruto then asks another question. Is there a limit to the scrolls you take? You can take as many scrolls as you like, just as long as you follow the second rule. As Anko looks around, she begins to speak once more. Since you have no more questions, please form an orderly line with your team. After each team fills out their form, they go behind a certain to receive their scroll. As Team 7 go to their point, they begin to discuss who should get hold their scroll of heaven. Sasuke then begins to speak. As the strongest of the 3 of us, it's only logical I should guard our scroll. Sakura also talks. Yes, Sasuke-kun should be the one who guards our scroll. Naruto sighs. I don't want to argue right now, team. Just guard the scroll. As the gates begin to open, the teams run out. After 5 to 10 minutes passes, Team 7 decide to stop and access their situation. As they stop, Naruto begins to speak. I've got to take a leak, as he goes behind a few trees. As Naruto walks away, 3 aim genin, all having brown spiky hair wearing a yellow jumpsuits, gas masks and sashes around their head. One of them begin to speak, so he beat Aoi-sensei. I guess we should thank him since he betrayed us. As the genin begin to run towards Naruto, they hear a laugh. They turn to see a second Naruto as he speaks, Bunshin Daibakuha, Great Clone Explosion. As Naruto jumps down, he sees one of the 3 genin barely survived by using his teammates to shield himself. Naruto then draws his katana, slicing the genin in 2, as he grabs their scroll and walks back. As Naruto returns, Sakura looks at him. What did you do, Narabaka? We heard the explosion. Naruto begins to talk. I got us another scroll. Unfortunately, it's another scroll of heaven. In order to save time, we should split up. I'll search the left, you 2 search the right. Naruto then begins to run off. After around 15 minutes of scouting, Naruto finds nothing. As he turns to head back, he quickly dodges as a large snake appears out of nowhere. As Naruto jumps out of the way, pulling out his katana and running electricity down it, Chidori Nagashi, Chidori Current, as Naruto runs towards the snake, slicing it in half. As Naruto looks at the snake's corpse, he sees the skeletons of a team with a scroll of heaven. As Naruto picks it up, he begins to panic. Orochimaru must be planning something. I remember that Mizuki took interest with Sasuke. That means he's after him. Sakura begins to panic. Sasuke was trying to fight of the mysterious man that attacked them. However, he seemed to be on a completely different level and was able to beat Sasuke, leaving a mark in his neck. As the man lunges with a kunai towards Sakura, a flash appears in front of him, and Naruto appears blocking with his katana, and begins to speak. Sakura takes Sasuke and run. Sakura looks at him. If he can beat Sasuke-kun so easily, you see can't be beat him. Please come with us and Naruto, you'll die. Naruto jumps back. Before responding, I promise that I'll survive. Just run. It's either all of us die, or I try to beat him. Sakura only nods, grabbing Sasuke and running away as she thinks, please Naruto, just be okay. Naruto begins to talk. I wouldn't expect you to be coming out so soon, Orochimaru. He begins to laugh. Well, Naruto-kun, I thought I'd give Sasuke-kun a little gift. Looks like I'll get a personal chance to repay you for what you did to Aoi. Naruto laughs. Are you sure you want to? You can still try to escape. To be able to sneak in, you'd have to suppress your chakra. You can't reach your full potential. Please, Aoi was nowhere near strong. Without his Raijin no Ken, he'd be around Chunnin level. Even in this weaker state, I am still strong enough to beat him. If this is what you want. Naruto only smirks. Whatever Jutsu 2.0. Naruto begins to throw most of his tools around. As kunai, shuriken and senbon begin to fly at Orochimaru, who proceeds to dodge them all. Smoke bombs begins to be thrown, creating a cloud of smoke in the area. As Orochimaru jumps up, avoiding the smoke, he begins to think, I may have underestimated him. He was able to turn my former teammate's failure into a working technique. Suddenly, Naruto appears behind Orochimaru and whispers, Amaterasu. Instinctively, Orochimaru dodges, barely avoiding the flames. Naruto begins to speak. You were the 3rd person who gets to dance my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after my sensei and a certain Hunter Nin. Orochimaru begins to think. He has the EMS. You could be useful in the future, Naruto-kun. Impressive, Naruto-kun. If I didn't know of that jutsu, I'd be dead. You might rival Itachi Uchiha one day. My eyes can do things Itachi can only dream of. Flashback brought to you by Itachi taking an eye exam. So, Honorable Naruto, we've tested your Mangekyo to see what your abilities are. Yes, Zetsu, what are they? Well, it appears that Senju genes are working with your Uchiha genes to simulate Akatsuchi genes. Naruto began to ask, would that affect how my Mangekyo works? It provides 3 benefits. Firstly, it allows you to use every technique of the Mangekyo instead of the limitation of 1 technique per eye. Secondly, it allows you to be insusceptible to genjutsu, even something like the Tsukuyomi can't affect you, and finally, you can use your chakra to awaken the different stages of Sharingan in others. Flash forward brought to you by Itachi with a seeing eye crow. Orochimaru begins to form hand signs, futon. Katan de Tapa, wind release. Fire great breakthrough. A large tornado of fire then comes flying towards Naruto, who uses a shunshin to appear behind Orochimaru, kicking him down into the smoke, where he hits an explosive tag, and his left hand gets impaled with a kunai. As Orochimaru picks himself up, he looks at him, Kukukuku Naruto-kun. You're making me use some of my stronger techniques. As he goes to form hand signs, he looks over to his left hand, being completely numb and motionless. Naruto begins to laugh, pulling out a vial and beginning to speak. I'm guessing you know what this is. Orochimaru's eyes begin to widen as he realizes what is in the vial. Naruto continues to laugh, the best part that kunai got some of it in your bloodstream. Enjoy you last few minutes before the poison shuts down your heart. Suddenly Orochimaru begins to regurgitate another version of himself, leaving his old body behind. Naruto looks at him and begins to speak, impressive, but maybe this will work. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. Suddenly saplings begin to grow stronger, as the trees begins to try to whip and bind Orochimaru. With this Orochimaru really begins to panic. He begins to think, Naruto has the Shodame's legendary technique. Even if I use my regeneration technique, I'll still be attacked. I'll have to Kawarimi with one of my fake team. Suddenly Orochimaru is replaced with another fake Kusagakure shinobi, now bearing an Oto Geikure headband. Naruto then proceeds to use Amaterasu to kill the shinobi, before releasing his jutsu. So that was Orochimaru. Pretty underwhelming if you ask me, Kit. Yeah. But then again he was holding back. As so were you, but then again you are pretty much an honorary bijou with your skills. As Naruto began to use his sensory skills, he felt a dark presence. He begins to think, what is that? It couldn't be Zabuza or Orochimaru. It could only be Anko or Sasuke. As Naruto rushes over, he sees a fight between a team of Oto Nin, the same ones who attacked Kabuto and Sakura, Team 8, Team 10 and Team Guy and Sasuke, curse marked activated and a Tutomo Sharingan attacking them both. As Naruto gets close, he draws his katana Jin-tun. Serento Jiko, swift release, silent execution, slicing through one of the males, going for the other until the female pushes him out of the way. As the other shinobi looks over in horror, he begins to speak, Kin, Zaku. He then rolls a scroll of earth over, and continues to speak. At this state I have no chance of beating you, Uzumaki. I need to investigate something further, so I would like to call a truce for now. Please take the scroll, but next time I'll kill you. Before you leave Oto Nin, I like to know the names of those I dance with. The Oto Nin just walks away. It's Dosu. You should remember the name of your future executioner. As Sasuke comes running towards Naruto, laughing maniacally, Dobe. Once I kill you, I shall be one step closer to him. Naruto then creates a large group of his chakra chains around him, pinning him down. Naruto then hits him over the head with his katana hilt, knocking him out. As Sakura and Ino yell at Naruto, Shikamaru helps Choji up, Tenten helps Lee up, Hinata and Shino help Kiba up, and Niji just watches. Naruto then asks, so what scrolls do you need? And Hinata, Shikamaru and Tenten say in sync, the scroll of heaven. Naruto just laughs. It's your lucky day. Naruto proceeds to go on to Hinata. Got this from some aim Nin, another one to Shikamaru, this one from some skeletons, and a final one to Tenten, and this one from a certain snake. Naruto then pulls Sasuke on him back, grabs Sakura and uses his Jin-tun. Shin Hiration no Jutsu, swift release. New flying god thunder technique, teleporting them in front of the tower. As Naruto and Sakura enter the tower, no one is there except for a large hung quote of the Sandame, which reads, if qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom and knowledge to take your mind higher. If earthly qualities are what you lack, train your bodies in the field and prepare to attack. When both heaven and earth are open together, the path of peril will revert to the righteous path forever. This is the secret way that guides us on from this Placed today. Sakura then looks at it confused. As she begins to speak, what does it mean? Naruto then speaks, it means we should open the scrolls. But Anko said we couldn't. Anko said we couldn't open the scrolls inside the forest. We're no longer in the forest, we're in the tower. Then a voice, coming from Naruto's back, begins to speak. The Dobe's right. We should open the scrolls. Hey team, you think you can stand? I should be able to dobe. Naruto then helps Sasuke stand up, making sure he's stable. Naruto then throws the scroll of earth to Sakura. He then speaks, all right, on 3, 2, 1. They both simultaneously open scrolls at the same time to see Kakashi appearing. Ma, you made it. I knew you could do it. Sakura then asks, Kakashi-sensei, what does the blank space mean? Kakashi responds, it means a person or people. Chunnin are responsible for leading their teams. They can't fulfill this role without having both the traits of heaven/intelligence and earth/strength. As Kakashi then opens a secret door, leading to a main room. As the three enter the room, Kakashi closes the behind them, separating them. As they walk through, they reach a room where the only other people in the room are the three Sand siblings, who stay on opposite sides. As time passes, only a few more enter. Yujito, Fuz team, Team Guy, Team 10, an unknown Kumo team, Team 8, an unknown IWA team, and finally Kabuto's team. Suddenly, appearing with a shunshin, a sickly-looking, ordinarily-looking brown-haired jonin with a sword strapped to his back appears. Before the senseis, the other two proctors and the Hokage appear as well. The man begins to speak, coughing a few times in his speech. Hello, I'm Heiate Gecko, the proctor of the third stage. Now I would like to talk about an underlying message in these exams. Despite there being no major wars, there is still instability. Along with achieving the rank, these exams are to fight for the honor of your village. However, due to others putting in too many genin, we'll have to host a preliminaries. Heiate then glares at Ibuki and Anko. Anko then begins to speak. What can I say? They really are an exceptional bunch. Ibuki then shoots Anko a smug expression, before looking like his normal, emotionless self. Now, to get the Chunnin rank, you must pass the preliminaries. However, if any of you feel the need to surrender, please raise your hands. Then, 5 ninjas proceed to raise their hands last time on a Child of Legends. Now, to get the Chunnin rank, you must pass the preliminaries. However, if any of you feel the need to surrender, please raise your hands. Then, 5 ninjas proceed to raise their hands. This time on a Child of Legends. Naruto looks at those who raised their hands. Choji, Kabuto, Fuz teammates, and a Kunoichi from Iwagakure. Choji begins to speak. I was injured by some members of Otogakure. I'll quit. Kabuto responds, same thing with me. The Kunoichi begins to speak. My summons are uncomfortable. I don't want to fight without them. Fuz teammates only speak. We no longer wish to compete. As Heiate waits, he begins to speak. Well then, 23 members will be competing. We will hold 11 matches, and 1 person will instantly pass. You'll each draw numbers. The number will indicate which match, so if you have 1, you'll fight with the other person with 1 in the first match, and if you have 12, you'll be the person who instantly fights. To win, you must kill, incapacitate, or make your opponent surrender. As everyone draws their numbers, Naruto looks at his and sees he has the number 6. As Naruto goes over to his team, he asks, I got 6. What numbers did you two get? Sasuke begins to speak. I got 1 dobe. Sakura then speaks as well. I got 4. Suddenly, Ino comes running over. So you got 4 billboard, bro? Looks like we'll be fighting. As if it will be a fight. I'll beat you easily, Ino pig. Naruto only sighs, holding up his number, to see Rock Lee run at him and Kurama laugh in his head. Lee begins to speak. My youthful rival. Let us participate in the most useful challenge of all. We have to wait for 5 matches, other matches. But then we'll fight. YOSH. I will be waiting until our challenge. Yujito then sympathetically places a hand on Naruto's shoulder. At least B, isn't this strange? Heiate then begins to call out, Round 1 between Sasuke Uchiha of Team 7 and Yoroy Akato of Team 5, random number. As Sasuke walks forwards, Kakashi walks in front of him, whispering to him, "Don't use your Sharingan. It's linked to the curse seal and don't use chakra or it will activate the seal. It can cause serious problems with your health." Sasuke begins to talk, so I'll make sure it's kept under control. As Sasuke walks on the field, Hayate then calls for the match to start. As both genin throw shuriken at each other, Yoroy runs up to Sasuke, hitting him with a blow. As Sasuke feels a burning on his neck, he goes to feel his seal. Meanwhile, Sakura looks at him worried and begins to ask, "Kakashi-sensei, Narabaka, do you know what's happening to Sasuke-kun?" Naruto begins to speak. Yoroy has a rare genetic trait. It allows him to drain chakra from others. While it isn't specific to a bloodline like a Kekii Genkai, it is said one person in a generation possesses the technique. As Sasuke begins to charge at Yoroy, he pins him down, holding his forehead and draining his chakra. As Sasuke uses his legs to flip him away. As Yoroy charges at him, Sasuke picks up on what he can do, dodges behind him speaking lion combo, and kicking him in the air. As Sasuke jumps beneath him, his curse seal begins to activate, covering half his body. Before thinking, "No, I would allow myself to be taken over," as the seal reduces. Sasuke then spins him, kicking him, which Yoroy blocks, only for Sasuke to strike him in the chest with his arm, hitting him down. Hayate then steps up and speaks, "I can't permit this fight to go on any longer. I declare Sasuke Uchiha the winner of this round." Kakashi then comes up to Sasuke, helping him and speaking, "I'm going to have use a technique to stop the cursed seal of heaven." Sasuke only nods, before Kakashi uses the Fuja Hoin, evil sealing method, to seal away his cursed mark. Sasuke begins to pass out, and Kakashi carries him. Rock Lee looks at Sasuke and thinks to be able to copy Kagebayo, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. He sure is an impressive shinobi. The fires of youth truly burn in him. As Orochimaru watches disguised, he thinks to himself, even with Yoroy's ability he was able to keep control. I may have to take some more drastic actions. Meanwhile, Gaara, also watching, thinks, "I expected more of you, Sasuke Uchiha." Hayate begins to speak, round 2 between Shino Aburame of Team 8 and Akatsuchi of Team Han. This statement begins to cause Naruto be surprises, as he thinks, "So Go must be here. I didn't expect that. Looks like there are 6 of us here." As Akatsuchi walks up, he begins to speak, "So I get to fight an Aburame. Doton Garimu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Golem Technique." Suddenly a golem is created, before it turns into dust as Kakachu beetles fly off and begin to surround Akatsuchi. As he struggles to push them off, Shino appears behind him, hitting him and knocking him out. Hayate begins to speak. Shino Aburame is declared the victor. As Niji watches the round, he looks at Shino shocked. I could understand a summoning contract, but his Kakachu beetles live inside his body. Once more, Hayate speaks, round 3 between Misumi Tsurugi of Team 5 and Kangaro of Team Baki. Misumi begins to speak. "I will warn you once I use my ability, or else surrender or I'll kill you. Unlike Yoroy, I don't get careless with kids." Kangaro then responds, "Very well then. I'll bring it to an end quickly," as he drops a large tool that is wrapped up, and Hayate signifies the start. Misumi runs up to Kangaro, hitting him only for him to block. However, Kangaro soon becomes shocked as Misumi begins to wrap his arms and legs around Kangaro as he begins to speak. "By dislocating every joint in my body and manipulating with my chakra, my body increases its flexibility and elasticity. I can squeeze your bones until they break or snap your neck. Surrender now." Kangaro laughs, before simply saying no. Then Misumi begins to move his arm and Kangaro's head begins to fall down. Lee looks on with horror, as he begins to speak in an unexpected tone. His neck is broken. As the color drains from Sakura's face, Naruto looks on as he thinks, something was broken, but that wasn't a neck. As Kangaro looks down, his face begins to crack as it rotates around, showing a wooden head and a fake eye. Kangaro's skin begins to chip, limbs bursting out its clothing, and several wooden limbs wrap around Misumi. Misumi looks in shock. A puppet. How did it get there and where is he? Then a hand sticks out of the wrapped weapon, dropped, as the real Kangaro pops out. He begins to speak, "If my Karasu, Crow, Breaks your bones, you'll be able to bend more. As Kangaro draws back his strings, Kurusu releases Misumi as he falls to the ground. Heiei begins to speak. Kangaro is the winner of this round. Sakura begins to ask, if that was a puppet, how did Misumi break his neck? Naruto then speaks, every puppet has a number of joints, some weaker than others. Kurusu is a famous puppet of Sasori of the Red Sand. One common trope in Sasori's puppets with humanoid puppets like Karasu is that it carries a weak joint in its neck. Misumi was able to damage that joint, creating an illusion of its neck snapping. Round 4 between Sakura Haruno of Team 7 and Ino Yamanaka of Team 10. /N. I have nothing else to really write. The next round is the 10-10 versus Temari, which is the same. I'm skipping to round 6. Naruto looks on in boredom as he thinks those last two fights were boring. Sakura and Ino did barely anything and knocked each other out, bringing shame to Kunoichi. 10-10 and Temari had a better fight, but it was just 10-10 using weapons and Temari blowing them back. Round 6 between Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 and Rock Lee of Team Guy. As they walk onto the field, Lee begins to speak. WOSH, my eternal rival. Let us have our flames of youth burn stronger and stronger. Naruto begins to speak. I'd like to introduce a challenge. Since you have no proficiency for ninjutsu or genjutsu, I say, we should have an only taijutsu battle. WOSH, our pure taijutsu skills clashing against one another. We shall create a fight for the ages. Heiei then begins to speak. If both of you are finished, the round will start. As Lee rushes in, landing an aerial spin kick on Naruto, pushing him back. They then begin to exchange attacks with a few landing on, until Naruto manages to hit Lee up in the air before kicking him to the other side of the arena. As Lee begins to get up, Guy begins to speak. Lee, your rival is skilled. Take them off. But Guy-sensei, you said I could only to protect people. Guy then gives Lee a thumbs up. I give you permission in this occasion. Lee begins to smile, taking his leg warmers, revealing leg warmers, taking off 2 sets of weights. As Kakashi looks at him, a bit cliché if you ask me. As Lee drops the weights, they cause the ground to shatter beneath them, causing everyone in the arena to be shocked, excluding the other members of Team Guy. Lee then begins to run at him at incredible speeds, using a Konoha de Zenpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind, causing Naruto to land against the ground in a small crater. As Naruto pulls himself up, he begins to roll up his sleeves and pants, revealing 4 seals on them. Kakashi then laughs, before speaking, so Naruto's using pressure seals. Sakura looks at him confused. What are pressure seals, Kakashi-sensei? To put it simply, they perform the same job as weights, but can be adjusted with chakra. He then turns to Guy. Looks like both of our students used weights after all. As Naruto grabs his Hitai-8, covering his eyes with it, Lee goes to attack him using the Konoha Reppu, Leaf Gale, hitting from behind with a spinning low kick. However, Naruto blocks it, hitting him with his own Konoha Reppu. As Lee proceeds to make some more attacks, Naruto continues to block him, landing a few hits while he's at it. With this, Guy looks at him in shock as he speaks, no way. Tenten looks at him curiously. What is it, Guy-sensei? That's the Buraken, blind fist. It is a complex style of taijutsu. By a Buraken user blinding himself, he ignores all distractions, using the sounds of his opponent to block. It is extremely hard to master, but if it is, the user will become untouchable. As Lee lands back, he begins to speak, Guy-sensei, my eternal rival, I am sorry. I need to do this. Lee begins to shout as a blue aura surrounds him. Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shaman, Taman. With this, Kakashi looks at Guy, his eye widen as he speaks. Please tell me you didn't teach him that, Guy. Guy looks at Kakashi, it's what you think. My options were limited, I made sure he knew the risks. I didn't think he'd go straight to Taman in this fight. Sakura asks, what's wrong? Kakashi begins to respond, in your body there are 8 points known as the 8 inner gates that limit the chakra in the body. By using the Hashiman, 8 gates, technique you can remove these limiters, increasing your body's power immensely, but in return it causes harm, increasing in damage. Even if it causes damage, it still provides strength. Why is it so bad, Kakashi-sensei? It causes incredible damage. At Shoman you can tear muscle tissue on use. Since Lee's body is still developing, the Hashiman becomes the most riskiest at this moment. Lee runs up to Naruto. Omote Renge. Lee kicks Naruto in the air, wrapping him up, grabbing him and propelling him to the ground, letting go at the last possible time, causing Naruto to land to the ground alone. As Naruto pulls himself up, he begins to think, I didn't know he was this strong. At this level, he may be able to beat Nana at this strength. Kurama, I'm leaving my chakra control to you. You're really going to do this, Kit? Well, it's your body. Go ahead. Naruto begins to untie his headband and moves his thumb to his chest. With this, Kakashi, Guy and Lee watch in pure horror, before Guy hits Kakashi to the ground as he looks at him angrily and speaks, Who are you to chastise me on teaching Lee something he needs? How could you teach him that? Kakashi begins to weakly respond, I swear, Guy, I didn't even know he could use that until now. Sakura once more asks, What is Narabaka doing? Kakashi begins to speak, Naruto is unlocking the 8th gate. Is the 8th gate bad? Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who could hear them, begins to speak, No, he can't. Ino and Choji looks over at him, before Sakura begins to ask, What do you mean? Shikamaru begins to speak, the 8th limiter is in the heart. If he unlocks it, he will eventually run out of chakra, and that if his heart can stand the strain. With that, everyone near them begin to look horrified, realizing what would happen. Sakura then looks to Kakashi pleadingly, Kakashi-sensei. Please tell Amiya Shikamaru I is wrong. Kakashi begins to speak, No, he's right. If Naruto unlocks the 8th gate, he'll die. Naruto then begins to speak, Kaimon, Kumon, Seiman, Shuman, Taman, Kiman, Kaiman, Shimon, Achimon Tonko no Hin. With this, a red aura begins to surround Naruto. Lee begins to shout, You are my eternal rival. How could you throw away your life like this? You are a Renge, reverse lotus. Reverse lotus. Naruto quickly dodges, as Lee creates an upward spin, Konoha Ryujin, Leaf Dragon God. Naruto then jumps above as he speaks, Let's have a fight of dragons. Yagai, Night Guy. Naruto then kicks down, destroying the Konoha Ryujin and hitting the ground, causing a huge explosion, knocking Lee out, and Naruto lies on the ground, no longer having the red aura of Shimon. As Hay-8 looks down, struggling to make a sound at what has just happened, begins to speak, as Rock Lee is fainted, and Naruto Uzumaki is deceased. As everyone who knew Naruto begins to start crying at the sight that transpired before their eyes, a voice begins to speak, Oh no, not Naruto. The voice is coming from Naruto's body, as he slowly gets up and continues, I think I've won this round. Hay-8's eyes widen in surprise, before he continues, By some miracle Naruto Uzumaki is alive and thus is the winner of round 6. Naruto then limps his way over the other genins. Sakura begins to scream at him, Narabaka, how could you do that? You could have died. Naruto begins to laugh. I have a method to survive the 8th gate, but it weakens me. I can't do much for a day or two, and my leg's going to be out of commission during that time. Suddenly a voice begins to speak. Welcome to the injured club, Dobe. Don't scare us like that again. Naruto chuckles, Can't promise that, team. Round 7 between Shikamaru Nara of Team 10 and Karui of Team Darui begin. Shikamaru then begins to speak. How bothersome. Can you just surrender? Karui begins to charge at him, as she shouts, What do you mean surrender? As Shikamaru begins to dodge, Karui draws her katana, Kumoryu Omotajiri, Cloud-style front beheading. However, Karui finds herself unable to move, as Shikamaru stands in front of her as he speaks, You've been caught in my Kagemain no Jutsu, shadow paralysis technique. Shikamaru then begins to pull out a shuriken, and continues, How about this, 1 shuriken each? Let's see who wins. As they both throw a shuriken, Shikamaru ducks along with Karui, as she hits her head against the wall, and Shikamaru speaks once more, A ninja need to grasp their landscape. Even if we have the same movements, we're at different distances away from the wall. Shikamaru Nara is declared the winner of round 7. Round 8 between Kiba Inazuka of Team 8 and Yujito Ni Apprentice of Killer Bee will now start. Kiba begins to perform Shikyaku no Jutsu for legs technique, running at Yujito, twisting around Kiba landing back perfectly on her feet. Sakura begins to ask Narabaka, do you know that Kumo Kunoichi, Yujito? I know and why, Naruto responds. The way she was able to dodge Kiba's attack is that the same thing Misumi did against Kangaro. Misumi did the Nan no Kaizo, soft body technique, which requires modifications to the body, and I just has extremely high natural reflexes. If Kiba wants to even try hit her, he'll need to go full power. As Kiba turns to her, he throws some smoke bombs at her, as Akamaru rushes towards her. However, the smoke begins to burst into blue flames, as Yujito begins to speak. Now I'm sure you don't want your partner to get hurt. Kiba then throws Akamaru a military rations pill, turning Akamaru red. As Akamaru makes his way out of Yujito's grip, he runs to Kiba, as he performs the Jujin Bunshin, beast-human clone. Kiba and Akamaru then charge towards Yujito, rotating their bodies forming the Getsuga, Fong passing Fong. As they reach Yujito, she jumps up, spitting out a hairball surrounded in blue fire and the hairs split. Yujito begins to laugh as she lands, how do you like my Nezumi Kedama, mouse hairball? As Kiba picks himself up, he looks over at Yujito, who is no longer where she landed. Instead, she rushes up behind him, hitting him with her sharp nails surrounded by chakra. Naruto begins to think, impressive. She was able to perform the Nekazuma, cat claw, without having to use Matatabi's chakra. Yujito ni is declared round 8's victor. As Kiba picks himself up, he and Akamaru return to the stands. As Kiba gets back, he looks over at Naruto. Hey dead last, what's with the smirk? Naruto just laughs. Rather ironic. This time the cat beats the dog. Kiba then looks at him as he speaks. Not all of us can do some reckless technique and survive. Round 9 between Gaara of Team Baki and Samui of Team Darui. As Samui charges towards Gaara, pulling out her tanto, sand spills out of the gourd on Gaara's back, blocking her from attacking him. Samui then performs the Raikyu, lightning ball, creating a large number of balls of lightning surrounding Gaara. As Samui uses a Kawarimi to replace herself with one of her Raikyu. As she charges at Gaara, she stabs into his Suna no Tate, shield of sand. The shield then begins to lose its form. Gaara uses the sand to form his Sabaku Q, sand binding coffin, to imprison Samui. As Gaara begins to clench his fist, a Kumo shinobi with blonde hair and the kanji blade of fire comes down, creating a ring of fire around her and the Kumo nin. As Karui and Omoi jump down, the blonde hair man talks to Samui, Mwani-san, are you alright? Samui then makes her way up, as Hayate begins to speak. Since the match was interrupted, the victory is forfeited to Gaara. Naruto looks on, as he thinks, that was close. If the fight wasn't interrupted, Ichi would have killed her. Round 10 between Fu of Team Shibuki and Kuratsuchi of Team Han will now begin. As Kuratsuchi approaches the stadium, her teammate who surrendered pulls her up as she speaks, Kuro, be careful. That Fu girl is the one who affected my summons. Kuratsuchi then turns to her, don't worry Suzu. I'll make sure I'll win this for IWA. Suzumabachi then turns to her, as she replies for IW. As the round starts, Kuratsuchi starts instantly with a Doton, Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears. As the spears move towards Fu, a cocoon appears around Fu. Fu begins to laugh. My cocoon, has only ever been destroyed by one person, and there's no way you're as strong as him. Kuratsuchi then tries the Doton, Doryuso a few more times, until she activates her Yoton Chikura Moto, Lava Release Chakra Mode. Going in to attack, Yoton. Shakage Koken, Lava Release. Scorching Armored Fist, burning a hole into her Koken, to see Fu dispel into smoke, revealing herself to be a Kage Bunshin and a hole in the back of the cocoon, as she appears behind Kuratsuchi, using the Hiden, Rinpungakure no Jutsu, Hiden. Hiding in scale powder technique, blinding her and using the Mojoro, Net Shaper Prison, to trap her. After waiting a while, Hayate begins to speak. As Kuratsuchi is successful imprisoned, Fu wins this match. Naruto then thinks to himself, impressive match. Fu is stronger than last time, not to mention how she mastered the Kage Bunshin. On the other hand, that Kuratsuchi must have been trained by Yan, as she knows some of his Yotan jutsu. There has been a lot of interesting match, also Sakura and Ino. I'll give you that Kurama. So the Hyuga girls up next, try to focus on the fight, not her. Stop pushing, you luck fox. Hayate then begins to speak, the 11th and last match of the preliminaries between Hinata Hyuga of Team 8 and Niji Hyuga of Team Guy. With the mention of Niji, Lee opens his eyes, as Naruto chuckles, "Welcome back to the world of the living, Lee. I began to think I went a bit extreme." "Yeah, a bit extreme. Nothing much, just the Yagai, the strongest technique of the Hashimen after unlocking Shimon, which in any other case would mean certain death, just a bit extreme. Yeah, and your cage is just a bit nice, little less freedom, little less light, little more water. These things don't matter that much." Lee looks at Naruto, "My eternal rival. Your eternal flames burn so strong not even Shimon can extinguish them. I know I made the right choice. Once we both get better, let us have another youthful challenge." Naruto laughs. "If you can wait until the end of the Chunnin exams, I'll make sure we have one." As Niji looks at Hinata, he begins to speak, "Surrender now, Lady Hinata. You aren't a fighter, just a sheltered former heiress of the main family. You aren't cut out to be a Chunin or even Kunoichi." Sakura looks confused as she speaks. "Main family?" Naruto begins to speak. "There are two parts of the Hyuga clan. The main family, who makes up the nobles, elder and chieftain, and the branch family, who makes the servants, soldiers, and guards. The main family keeps control over the branch family with the Junjutsu known informally as the caged bird seal. This seals makes so the Byakugan of the branch families is sealed after death and forces them into a life of servitude." Sakura looks as if she will be sick as she speaks. "How awful. How could the Hokage allow that to happen?" Naruto continues, "The sad truth is he has no choice. As the Hyugas were one of the strongest clans, when Konoha was formed, Hashirama Senju had to bargain. One of the things granted in them joining Konoha was that the Hyugas will be allowed to continue the tradition of the caged bird seal. If the Hokage were to interfere with this, the Hyugas would leave Konoha. While this was always a threat, the Uchiha massacre makes it even worse now that the Hyugas have the only plentiful of the three great dojutsus. Even if practically all of the Shinobi Council and Hokage hate it, there is nothing to be done." Hinata then begins to speak, "And no, I chose to do this because I want to see change. I want to be a C Chunin for myself, my T team, and my C clan." Hinata says as she thinks, "Also so I can be strong enough to prove my worth to him." Naruto *. Niji then continues as he activates his Byakugan. "I have seen fate. Defeat lies in your future. Give up now. You can't change yourself like a leopard can't change its spots." Naruto then begins to yell, "What do you know about fate? Those eyes don't even help you see completely around you with that blind spot." Hinata then gains a small burst of confidence. "Why yes, and Naruto Keikuin is alright. I won't go back. I can't go back." As Hinata gets into a Juken stance, she turns to Niji. I won't give up, big B brother. Never." As she says this, her eyes begin to flare, becoming the Byakugan. Niji then also gets into a stance, as they exchange blows at an incredible speed and reflex time, before Hinata stumbles back, beginning to bleed. Sakura looks curiously as she speaks. "I understand attacking Kirakuki Chakra pathway system would damage the blood vessels and organs, but Hinata seems to be damaged much more than she should be." Naruto, making his way to stand up, begins to speak. "That's because Niji isn't hitting anywhere in her Kirakuki. He's hitting the Tenketsu Chakra points. As a Hyuga elite, his Byakugan can see them, a task unable to be performed by the basic Byakugan or the strongest Sharingan." As Hinata begins to pick herself back up again, she speaks. "And no, I won't give up. That is my Nindo." As Hinata goes to strike at Niji weakly, he is easily able to avoid it, striking her heart, causing to collapse once more. As Hayate goes over to assess her condition, he begins to speak. "Hinata Hyuga is alive, but unable to continue. Niji Hyuga is the winner of this round." However, Niji doesn't give up going to attack Hinata until he feels his wrist twisted upwards. As Naruto appears between the two Hyuga, Naruto stares at Niji with a look so cold and filled with anger it could belong to the Shinigami. He begins to speak. "You have won, it's over. If you ever dare to lay a finger on her again, I'll make sure you'll die a slow and painful death." As some of the Jonin jump down to restrain Niji, Naruto summons a Kage Bunshin before yelling at it, "Get her to the hospital now." As Naruto walks away, Guy begins to speak, "Niji, you said you wouldn't let your family issues get involved." As Niji begins to respond angrily, he glares at the others. Then why are there other Jonin? Oh right, the main branch deserves special treatment. Naruto then looks Niji dead in the eyes one more time, letting his killing intent flare, causing everyone in the stadium to shiver. As Hayate begins to speak, congratulations to the 11 genin who won in their preliminaries. In order to prepare for the third stage, you will get a month to train however you like. As the preliminaries are concluded, everyone heads their separate ways. Asterisk time skip brought to you by Niji being given nightmares. As Jiraiya makes his way to Hokage Tower, he begins to think, it's been a few days since the Chunnin exams took the 1-month training break. Maybe Sensei has a new part of the plan. As Jiraiya enters through the window, Hiruzen begins to speak. Welcome Jiraiya. I have a new mission for you, to train Naruto Uzumaki last time on a Child of Legends. As Jiraiya makes his way to Hokage Tower, he begins to think, it's been a few days since the Chunnin exams took the 1-month training break. Maybe Sensei has a new part of the plan. As Jiraiya enters through the window, Hiruzen begins to speak. Welcome Jiraiya. I have a new mission for you, to train Naruto Uzumaki. This time on a Child of Legends. Jiraiya begins to speak. Sensei please. Orochimaru could attack at any moment. The kid spent most of his life raised and trained by Madara. He can fend for himself just fine. Hiruzen begins to laugh. Before speaking, Jiraiya please relax. Everything is under control. While you are right, Naruto is also missing out on a few skills, advanced non-Uzushio Fuinjutsu, summoning contracts, and even his father's jutsu. Fine. I'll teach him, just quit with the emotional blackmail, old man. Now is that any way to treat your sensei? As Jiraiya sighs, before hopping back out the window, Hiruzen's receptionist steps in. As she begins to speak, Lord Hokage, your visitor has arrived. Hiruzen responds, send him in. As he enters, Hiruzen continues to speak. Take a seat. I would like to talk to you, or should I be more formal? Yandame Reikage. As Jiraiya makes his way over to the shinobi apartments, going under the assumption that Naruto wouldn't be in a clan house, he goes up to our old friend, the receptionist woman. Jiraiya begins to speak. You wouldn't happen to know where Naruto Uzumaki is. I could make it worth your time. Suddenly a voice behind him begins to speak. Out of all the things you could be, it had to be a pervert. As Jiraiya looks behind him to see Naruto, he begins to speak. I'm a super pervert. There's a difference, you know, kid. Naruto continues to speak. So why are you here? If you want to know, I've been assigned to teach you. Teach me? Well, it could be worse. What do you have? Jiraiya smirks. So would you like to learn your father's legendary technique? What legendary technique? If you mean the Hiration, I've already mastered it. Jiraiya laughs before continuing. Have you heard of the Rasengan, kid? 1 week later. As Naruto began training under Jiraiya, he began to learn some more techniques. He started with hair techniques such as the Hari Jizo, Needle Jizo, and began learning the Rasengan, passing the first 2 steps, summoning Gamma, the same toad from the hot springs with a scroll in its mouth. As Jiraiya opens the scroll, it reads 5 names: Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Yahiko, Kashin Koji, and Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya then begins to speak. Sign this scroll with your blood. Once you've done this, then perform the hand signs boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and put your hand you sign with on the ground to summon a toad. So how about you try, kid? As Naruto prepares to summon a toad, Jiraiya begins to think, it's the kid's first time. Maybe he'll get lucky and summon a tadpole. However, as Naruto summons, a giant toad appears beneath him. As Jiraiya looks in shock. I know the kid's good, but summoning Gamabunta on his first try. As Gamabunta turns to Jiraiya, he begins to speak. So why did you summon me, Jiraiya? As Jiraiya tries to make out an answer, Naruto jumps off his head and begins to bow. You must the toad boss Gamabunta. I have read a lot about you from my father. Gamabunta, in a booming voice, begins to speak. And who would this father be? My father was Minato Namikaze, Boss Gamabunta. You're Minato's kid. I can see the resemblance. I'm feeling kind. If you need me in some occasions, I'll work with you. Just don't summon me too much. Thank you, Toad Boss Gamabunta. As Naruto says this, Gamabunta disappears. As Jiraiya looks towards Naruto and begins to speak, Kid, you've got to teach me how to do that with Gamabunta. I have been thinking. You've trained hard all week. Have the rest of the day of. As Kakashi climbs up a cliff, one hand tied behind his back, he reaches the top. As he's done this, he looks down to see Sasuke. Halfway up as he begins to call out, You're doing better than expected, but you'll have to do better if you want to improve for the Chunnin exams. Asterisk flashback brought to you by the sound for being beaten up by Sasuke's fangirls. As Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi stand outside the arena, Kakashi begins to talk. Alright, I need to talk to you too about training. First thing is Sakura. I'm sorry, but the Chunnin exams take priority. I was able to get Ebisu, a Tokubetsu Jonin in ninja training as a replacement. As Sakura nods in content, muttering something about being able to beat Ino Pig. Kakashi then continues, Now Naruto. I'm sure have your own training prepared, but if you need anything, I'll be more than happy to push Sasuke's training aside for a bit. Naruto gives a thumbs up at him before walking away. Flash forward brought to you by Sasuke hiding from his fangirls in the basket. As Sasuke gets up, he looks at Kakashi. What is the purpose in this exercise, sensei? By building up your physical skills, you can be able to trace faster movements like in the taijutsu fight of Rock Lee and Naruto. Along with this, you will eventually put in chakra, increasing chakra control to learn stronger techniques. You might be able to unlock your third tomo. However, what Kakashi doesn't know is that Sasuke's neck begins to burn as his curse mark begins to slowly grow. Shino sits next to some of his family's insect colonies as Kiba walks up to him and begins to yell, What are you doing? You should be training. I'm sorry, Kiba. I do not think I will be able to win. What's that supposed to mean? Most of them are threats. Some seem monstrous, and that Taki Kunoichi feels strange. I don't care what you think. You represent Team 8. Are you going to make a mockery of us? Let us seem weaker than the others. Let that Niji win for what he did to Hinata. Shino then look at Kiba before walking away. What do you think you're doing, Shino? Which Shino responds with training. Kiba then sighs and begins to think, I don't understand that guy. Shikamaru jumps back as Asuma swings his chakra blade at him. As Shikamaru continues to dodge, Asuma calls out, You can't rely on your Nara techniques. You have to try harder. Do you want to be left in everyone else's dust? As Asuma goes to attack Shikamaru, he charges at him as Asuma's chakra blade slices through a Kage Bunshin. Suddenly Asuma feels immobilized as a weakened Shikamaru appears behind him. Asuma begins to think, must have learnt the basics from watching Naruto. He deserves more credit than he gets. As Niji continues to fight, weakening wave after wave of Hyuga warriors, Guy and Hayashi begin to talk. Guy begins, I'm worried about Niji. He seemed been more aggressive after the Chunnin exams. Hayashi continues, This is all my fault. If I wasn't so hasty, Hizashi may have lived and Niji may have never gained a hatred for the main branch. Please, Hayashi-san. This was never your fault. I'm just worried about your daughter. Yes, I have Uzumaki to thank for that. If only there was a way to free my nephew from his hatred. As Fu dodged blade after blade from Kagon and Yoro, before putting up a cocoon wall to guard from a barrage of shuriken. Then team leader and village head Shibuki then comes down, beginning to speak, So Fu, you've improved. You still have to get stronger though, you never know who you may fight. It could even be Uzumaki. Fu then speaks, It's a bit unfair to hold up me to Q standards. As long as I'm not fighting one of my siblings, I should be fine. Shibuki then continues, You never know what may happen. You can't risk this. From the top, Gaara and his siblings sit down in their room as Baki approaches and continues to speak. You know what to do. Take out anyone you may face. If you face one of the others, Kangaro surrenders first, Temari surrenders second, Gaara just win. As soon as the sign comes, be prepared to kill everyone in the stadium. And don't let Gaara do that. As they all nod, Gaara begins to walk outside as Temari looks at him and speaks, It's a bit late. Where are you going, Gaara? I'm going for a stroll. Baki puts his hand on her shoulder. As he speaks, You know how Gaara is? Just let him be. Omoi jumps away from a Nezumi Kedama as Yujito jumps beside him, kicking him into the ground. As he tries to get up, Yujito extends a hand to help him up. Then Darui comes up. As he speaks, pretty good. Just remember, if you engage Naruto Uzumaki or Gaara, just surrender. Hinata begins to open her eyes, looking around her to see a hospital bed, looking over to see Kurenai, sitting down next to her. As she turns, weakly beginning to speak, Kei Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai then looks at her happily as she began to speak. Hinata, thank Kami that you're okay. Kei Kurenai-sensei, what happened? Apparently you had some organ damage from Niji's attack. Naruto has been here the past few days, but he had to leave for training. Kurenai then points to the bedside table. Everyone has been worried about you. As Hinata looks over, she sees many cards and flowers. As Kabuto and his teammates Yoroi and Misumi walk into a room, he turns to see Orochimaru. As Kabuto turns and kneels, he begins to speak. Orochimaru-sama, will the plan continue? Orochimaru then begins to speak. Kukuku. It seems as if the plan may go better than expected. You two are free to go. Kabuto, can you stay behind? As Yoroi and Misemu leave, Orochimaru begins to speak. Both Yoroi and Misumi failed, both in the exam and their objectives. They have no further use. They should be used as two of our sacrifices for the Edo Tensei, along with that fraud of your sensei and the other member of my Kusa team. Is that all that you need to talk about, Orochimaru-sama? Actually, there is a change in plans. Once you will perform the Nien Shoja no Jutsu, Temple of Nirvana technique, you will go for Mizukiki and Aoi. They may bear further use. Once you either succeed or the mission is compromised, you will evacuate to the closest Konoha bunker and wait for further instructions. But Orochimaru-sama, who will be guarding you? I have a more the suitable replacement I can groom into the next Sound 4 member. As Orochimaru laughs, his signature laugh, a hunched-over figure emerges from shadows in the room. That figure is none other than Dosu. Dosu then begins to speak. Thank you for the confidence, Orochimaru-sama. May I just ask that I get the finishing shot on Uzumaki? Revenge for Kin and Zaku. Kukuku. All in due time, Dosukuin. As the time paces for the Chunnin exams to once more take place and day turns to night, Naruto and Jiraiya stand out in a forest, or more accurately what was once a forest, terraformed by the Rasengan. In this time Naruto has mastered what he was taught by Jiraiya and a bit extra he learnt in free time. Jiraiya begins to speak. Impressive as always, kid. I don't have anything left to teach you in this time. Enjoy tonight and tomorrow. You've been pushing yourself. You deserve this break. Naruto then speaks. Okay, Ero Sennin, before walking off. Jiraiya then begins to think. Why did he have to come up with that nickname? As Naruto went off, he went to Ichiraku, only to find Hinata eating there. As Naruto comes up to her, he decided to cover her eyes with his eyes, before playfully speaking, guess who? Hinata then begins to blush as she speaks, and Naruto-kun. Naruto then smiles, before sitting next to her, as he calls out, I am. A bowl of ramen for Hinata and I. As Ayam comes out, she begins to speak. I thought I recognized you from somewhere. Of course your girlfriend would have your appetite for ramen. With this, Hinata begins to blush, and Naruto looks away slightly before they simultaneously speak. It's not like that. Ayam then chuckles before speaking, yeah sure, whatever you two lovebirds say. Dad. A Naruto's worth of miso ramen for Naruto and his not girlfriend. So, and Naruto-kun. How has your tea training been? It's been going good, despite Ero Sennin being the biggest pervert in Konoha, if not all of the shinobi nations. Hinata lets of a small laugh before speaking. Gee, good think Kei Kurenai-sensei didn't meet him. Naruto laughs as he continues. Never mind about me. Are you okay?
Yes.
I just get a few faint pee pains and be balancing issues, but it's just my Kei Kirakuki adapting to the recovering. With his, Naruto begins to tense up as he murmurs to himself, I'll kill him. Hinata pleads, please, and Naruto-kun. It's not Big Brother Eniji's fault. Fine, but it's only because you asked me to. As Hinata and Naruto continue to talk, only pausing to eat ramen, they eventually go their separate ways. Or at least attempt before Hinata stumbles and Naruto catches her as he speaks. Let me guess. Balancing issues. Naruto then runs to the Hinata compound, knocking on the door. As Hayashi opens the door, Naruto carries Hinata in, taking her to her bedroom with help from Hinata's younger sister Hanabi. On his way out, he also manages to send a glare towards Niji. As the day comes, Naruto makes his way to the arena, where he sees seats packed with civilians and ninjas, the front being cleared up for daimyo and village heads, and a box set aside for the Hiruzen, the Professor Sarutobi Sandame Hokage, Jintan user and only wielder of gold dust, Raza Yandame Kazakage, the Yandame Reikage and Han, Kokuo's Jinchuriki and only son of Naidame Tsuchikage. Along with them, 2 Konoha Jonin are guarding the 4, one of which is Jiraiya. As Naruto walks in, he notices everyone is here, with some of the members of the Preliminaries and the Jonin teachers to support their teams excluding Kakashi and Sasuke. As Sakura begins to hit Naruto on his head and shout at him, "Narabaka, you really have to get places earlier." Naruto then sighs, before speaking, "Ma. Sorry, I had to help an old lady cross the road." Suddenly, the other Konoha Jonin feel a shiver down their spines as they begins to think, what did Kakashi do to Naruto? As Hayate goes back onto the field, he begins to speak. All right, for round 1 of the 3rd stage of the Chunnin Exams, we have Sasuke Uchiha of Team 7. With this, the crowds begin to cheer wildly at the mention of their beloved last Uchiha. Hayate waits for them to stay quiet, before continuing versus Omoi of Team Darui. As Omoi goes on to the field, everyone begins to wait for Sasuke. Hiruzen then begins to speak to the other Kage. "I fear that Sasuke hasn't shown up. I'll have to cancel the match." The Kazakage then begins to speak. "Now then, Hokage, let's be patient. Most of us want to see the last Uchiha. Can't we put him off until the other rounds pass?" As the other Kages nod, Hiruzen then call out, "Round 1 will be postponed as Sasuke Uchiha hasn't arrived. If isn't here by the last round passes, he will be disqualified." The last part to the dismay of the crowd. As Hayate then continues, in that case round 2 between Fu of Team Shibuki and Shino Aburame of Team 8 will be held instead. Naruto then begins to speak. "Out of everyone, Shino could have fought. This is the worst." Kiba then asks, "Hey dead last, what do you mean?" Naruto then continues. Fu is known as the insect queen of Takigakure, as she has the ability to command all insect. Special deleted scene. Naruto then continues. Fu is known as the insect queen of Takigakure, as for every insect monster of the field, she gains 200 attack points. Suddenly Sasuke comes bursting through the wall in a Kaiba wig as he shouts, "Screw the rules, I'm an Uchiha." Meanwhile, the ghost of Obito floats around Kakashi as he speaks. "Ooh, Kakashi, you must summon the Celtic Guardian. The fate of the world depends on it." Along with this, the author begins to question his taste in jokes as he writes 3 lines of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! The abridged series. Naruto then begins to speak. "Out of everyone, Shino could have fought. This is the worst." Kiba then asks, "Hey dead last, what do you mean?" Naruto then continues. Fu is known as the insect queen of Takigakure, as she has the ability to command all insect. This time on a Child of Legends. As Shino and Fu both step up, Hayate begins to speak. To restate the rules from the preliminaries, we will have a basic tournament format. 6 rounds where each genin will fight and either one passes, or neither. To win you must kill, incapacitate or have your opponent surrender. Hayate pauses to cough before continuing. We also have a new rule. In the case of an odd number, we will have 1 genin who instantly passes. If a genin has instantly passes in a previous round, they may not instantly pass again unless all others still in the tournament also have. Now that all of that is out of the way, the fight may begin. Shino then proceeds to create a shell of insects around him, coming out with a visor instead of his usual glasses. /n. Image his visor from Boruto, as he begins to think, don't want to take a risk with her scale power. As Fu charges at Shino, he jumps back, creating a shield of insects around him, as Fu disappears, revealing herself to a Kage Bunshin, as the real Fu mysteriously appears behind him, using the Takigakure no Senpu, Takigakure Whirlwind, to charge into Shino as he is sent flying down into the ground of the stadium. As Sakura watches, she begins to ask Narabaka, Fu, how did she become invisible? Naruto replies, it's simple, she didn't. She was using the light reflecting properties of her scale powder. As she covered her body in it, she seemed to be invisible. As Shino creates a large swarm of insects, Fu creates her koken around her. As an overwhelming red chakra begins to come out of it. As Shino begins to perform his Kadaichu, Mashiki, parasitic giant insect, bug bite, destroying the koken as Fu, surrounded in her two-tailed version 1 form. As Shino looks at her in shock, Fu begins to speak, impressive, you were second one to destroy my koken, not counting that Adabe Kunoichi as that was made to break. Meanwhile Naruto begins to worry as he thinks, this is bad. Fu loses control after she reaches the three-tailed form. As Fu charges toward Shino, performing the Mashiki, bug bite, Shino attempts to dodge, getting grazed by her attack. As he prepares to attack, his Kikeichu beetles begin to leave his body, circling around Fu, creating a large body identical to Chome. As Shino looks at the sight, he tries to call his insects back only to find out they now obey Fu. Shino, seeing that he was outmatched, begins to speak, I surrender. As Fu releases her control over insects, some of the members of Takigakure begin to shout at her, kill the demon, as they throw weapons towards her. Kagon and Yoroy try to stop them, getting slightly injured in the process. This begins to anger Fu, pushing her over the limit and begins to gain a third tail. Naruto then hastily runs onto the field, creating chakra chains to hold her down using the Kongo Fusa, adamantine sealing chains. As this happened, Naruto then lifts up her Hitai 8 on her right arm, revealing her seal running around the arm. Naruto then begins to run his chakra through the seal, causing Fu to revert as pass out. Shibuki then makes his way down to the arena, turning to bow to Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Once more, I and all of Takigakure owes you a great debt for your actions. He then picks up Fu, allowing her to rest down next to Kagon and Yoroy. Meanwhile, the Kage begin to talk. Hiruzen begins to speak. That was an interesting first round. Then Kazekage begins to laugh. I suppose you're right, but Taki will need to keep their weapons on a shorter leash. With this comment, the others look at him angrily, as it begins to speak. Please note that not all of us have such a distaste for Jinchuriki, Kazekage. Oh, please forgive me. Sometimes these words slip out. I meant no offense, especially to you, Han. I'm just not used to being among one of your situation. Han just grunts as Hiruzen steps in. We have all the time in the world to talk. We should focus on the matches. Hayate then once more speaks. Round 3 between Shikamaru Nara of Team 10 and Temari of Team Baki will now begin. As Temari rushes in, ready to fight as she thinks, hopefully he'd at least be better than that Kunoichi from the first round. However, Shikamaru is the opposite as he thinks, how troublesome. Maybe I should give up. Suddenly, Naruto then puts his hand on Shikamaru's shoulder as he speaks. There are only a few things Nara's bother thinking about heavily. If you even think of surrendering, I'll make sure our friends get a few words in afterwards. As Naruto says this, he points over to Sakura and Ino. Shikamaru sighs, as he continues to think, troublesome blonde, blackmailing me. Then again, the opening round was exciting. That Gaara seems interesting. Neji and Naruto, I wouldn't miss that, and most people love Sasuke. It would be somewhat disappointing if I were to surrender. Guess I'll at least try. As this interaction happens, Asuma looks and begins to smirk as he also thinks first Shikamaru puts in the effort to learn the Kagebunshin. Now he's fighting without complaining. Maybe I should work with Kakashi more often so Naruto can continue to influence Shikamaru. Maybe Naruto could even break Choji's eating habits and Ino's obsession with Sasuke. As Shikamaru makes his way down, he begins to speak. You couldn't do me a favor and just surrender, could you? This comment irritates Temari as she charges towards Shikamaru with her fan before Hayate signals to start. However, Shikamaru is able to quickly place 2 kunai on the wall, using them to lift himself up as he speaks. It doesn't matter if I make Chunnin, but if I don't try, then one of my friends is going to put me through hell. As Temari opens her fan to the 3rd star, which for some reason isn't actually a star but a circle, she creates a large gust of wind, as Shikamaru dodges to a patch of trees as Temari looks at him and thinks, he's faster than I would think. Shikamaru then begins to think, why am I doing this again? Before his train of thought is interrupted by Ino shouting out for him to win and Naruto signaling behind her. Shikamaru then continues his train of thought. Oh right, Naruto. As Shikamaru begins to smirk, he runs out. Temari begins to laugh as she speaks. You're being rather gutsy, aren't you? Well then face my Kemaitashi no Jutsu, sickle weasel technique, sending blades of wind to cut into Shikamaru, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. As Naruto looks in surprise is thinking, I knew that Shikamaru was good. If he put effort into the academy, he may have even beat Sasuke. Meanwhile, Asuma turns to speak to Naruto. Shikamaru's put more effort than expected in his training. I noticed that he picked up the Kage Bunshin. I'm only assuming that he picked it up from watching you. With this, Naruto begins to laugh. As he speaks, Shikamaru's really full of surprises, isn't he? Asuma also laughs before speaking, you're right about that. Meanwhile, Temari looks around in surprise, only to feel that she is immobilized by Kagemain no Jutsu, Shadow Paralysis Jutsu. As she begins to think, how am I going to get out of this? But before she can continue, Shikamaru speaks, I surrender. With this, everyone is shocked before Shikamaru explains himself. I wasted most of my chakra for my Kage Bunshin. I can only last for another 10 to 20 seconds. Heiei then speaks, since Shikamaru Nara has surrendered, Temari is the winner of this round. With this, A begins to speak. That round was rather disappointing when compared to last round. Hiruzen begins to speak. While that is true, I have to admit the Nara is a genius. Despite being the second bottom in his class, according to his sensei Asuma, he has an IQ over 200. Han begins to speak. He would make a useful Chunnin. The Kazekage begins to speak. Don't underestimate Temari though. She was taught by the best futon users in all of Sunagakure and is our strongest Kunoichi genin. As Heiei continues to speak, round 4 between Gaara of Team Baki and Yujito, Apprentice of Killer B, will commence soon. As both members move to the field, glaring at each other, Gaara begins to speak. Mother wants your blood and I. Then Q, Nana, Hachi, Go, Yan, San and Roku. All of us until one of us lives. Yujito then looks at him before shouting, how delusional can you be, Ichi? That's not you, mother. He's driving you insane. Stop listening to him. Gaara then screams, don't you talk about mother like that. He then calms down before psychopathically laughing. Maybe your blood will be blue, just like your fire. Heiei, becoming unnerved, begins to speak. The match will now start. As Gaara begins to draw sand from his gourd, creating his Suna Shuriken, Sand Shuriken, Yujito uses her flexibility to make herself dodge every attack. As the Shuriken deform, creating a Suna Bunshin of himself, going to charge at them simultaneously. As Yujito jumps back, she performs a blue Katon, Karyuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet, as she incinerates the Suna Bunshin. However, as her Katon Jutsu goes through the Suna Bunshin, it heads towards the real Gaara, which as it collides his skin begins to crack. As Naruto begins to think Suna Shinobi is in a bad situation, their skin begins to crack. This is giving me some deja vu. Gaara then begins to laugh, walking out unscathed as he begins to speak. Not even you and I can best my absolute defense, my Suna no Yoroy, armor of sand. Yujito then begins to make her hand signs, performing the Bijou Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Bijou Shadow Clone. Suddenly the Kage Bunshin of Yujito begins to laugh. It's been a long time since I've gotten to stretch my legs. Thank you for giving me this chance, kitten. Meanwhile, Kurama begins to Naruto, hey kit, why don't we ever do that? I don't, maybe because I would be shouted at and called the QB incarnate here to kill us all. Why didn't I think about that? I know what you have in mind and don't you dare. Fine. Fine, just because I'm nice. As the two Yujitos begin to charge towards Gaara, they perform the Kata, Hozenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. From both sides, Gaara is barraged with blue fireballs. However, Gaara performs the Suna no Tate, Shield of Sand, as both decided to hold out, preparing to attack as soon as he drops the shield. But then Matatabi notices the Daisan no Mi, Third Eye. Matatabi then also notices a stream of sand begins to head towards Yujito. Kitten, watch out. Matatabi then pushes Yujito out of the way as the Kage Bunshin gets caught in Gaara's Sabaku Q, Sand Binding Coffin. Before having the Sabaku Soso, Sand Waterfall Funeral, pierce the clone. Gaara then walks out of his Suna no Tate as he begins to laugh. Such a shame, I didn't get to spill any blood. Yujito then looks at him determined as remnants of her blue flames begin to form a ball above Gaara. Yujito then begins to enter her version 1-2-tailed form as performs the Katan. Choshinsei no Kakadai, fire release. Expanding supernova. Yujito begins to expel waves of heat as the ball of fire begins to expand and explode, creating a burst of blue flames and burn the training field down to pure black scorched ground, and Gaara stands where he was, having a glass version of Suna no Tate while look on uninjured, and the glass begins to shatter, any shards going towards Gaara being stopped by his Suna no Yoroi. As Yujito begins to fall down onto one knee, having wasted most of her chakra on keeping up the Ketan. Choshinsei no Kakadai. Meanwhile, Gaara walks towards, as he begins to laugh, how convenient. You allow me to use one of my strong jutsu in my arsenal Jiten. Mineraru Taifu, magnet release. Mineral Typhoon. The glass then begins to swarm around Yujito, driving cuts into her before B jumps in as he speaks in a serious tone. I surrender for my apprentice. Heiei begins to speak. Due to secondary party intervention, Gaara of Team Baki wins this round. Naruto then jumps in after as he pumps some of the Kyuubi's chakra into Yujito's body, healing her. However, he begins to feel as if part of Matatabi was retreating into him. This causes Naruto to pull back and begins to feel ill for a few seconds before getting up and helping Yujito up after him. As they make their way back to the Genin box, she turns to Naruto as she speaks. Q. Make sure you knock some sense into Ichi. Naruto then laughs. That was my plan from the very beginning, and The Kazekage begins to laugh. Gaara was able to beat Yujito without relying on the Ichibi's power. The Raikage then turns to him. If they went full power, Yujito could easily beat Gaara. Hiruzen then begins to speak. I'm sure we can settle this later. Han then jumps in. Yes, Uzumaki is up next. After hearing from my team of his acts, I'm interested. The Raikage then also begins to speak. Yes, to think such a young kid could survive what taijutsu masters couldn't. Even with the Kyuubi, it's still impressive. As one of the guards goes towards Hiruzen, he begins to whisper something. This prompts the Hokage to speak. It seems as if we'll have to wait. Sasuke Uchiha has arrived. The Kazekage then speak. An adequate replacement. Nevertheless, as Heiei goes to call the next match, he soon gets informed of the same news. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Sasuke make their way into the participant area. As Naruto looks at them and speaks, really Nezen, you can't be early even for this. Kakashi then begins to speak. Honestly, this time wasn't me. Wait, don't tell me Sasuke missed his match, didn't he? I told you not to be late. You're going to have to wait until next year now. Sasuke was in the first round. Naruto then pauses before speaking again. Luckily, since Sasuke is Sasuke, they were able to postpone until all other matches are finished, and all other matches are finished. As Heiei begins to speak, Sasuke Uchiha has arrived. This means round 1 between Sasuke Uchiha of Team 7 and Omoi of Team Darui will now actually begin. With this, the crowds begin to roar at the sight of Sasuke entering the field. Kakashi then turns to Naruto and begins to speak. So Otuto, what have we missed? Naruto responds, we've had Fu versus Shino, with Fu having a clear advantage over Shino. Shikamaru versus Temari with being fairly even, however Shikamaru surrendered with a lack of chakra, and Yujito versus Gaara, which was mainly Gaara defending and Yujito attacking, with Gaara coming out the victor and uninjured. All that's left is Niji and I. Kakashi then begins to laugh. Just make sure that you don't any permanent damage to him, okay? As Sasuke and Omoi begin to start, Omoi charges at him with his katana as Sasuke instinctively goes to grab a kunai, blocking it as he laughs. You may be good with a katana, but when I've experienced kenjutsu masters such as Zabuza, you're nothing. As Omoi begins to laugh as he speaks, in this case, I should go harder. Kimoryu Mikazukajiri, cloud-style crescent moon beheading. As Sasuke jumps back, getting slightly cut, he begins to send a swarm of shuriken towards Omoi, who in turn deflects them all. Sasuke then begins to form hand signs as he makes the keta. Goryuka no Jutsu, fire release. Great dragon fire techniques, sending flying towards Omoi, he quickly dodges as Sasuke shunsins behind him, knocking his katana out of his hand as Omoi jumps back and begins to laugh. You forced me to perform my strongest technique, Raiton. Sandabaruto, lightning release. Thunderbolt, as he creates 2 large balls of lightning in his palms, as he charges at him. Sasuke performs the Doton. Doryuhiki, earth release. Earth-style wall, blocking Omoi as another Omoi appears behind Sasuke as the two charge towards each other and charge at Sasuke from opposite sides, as he jumps up causing the two Omoi to collide as Sasuke appears the real one behind him. Sasuke then activates the Sharingan as Omoi turns around to get caught in his Genjutsu, Sharingan. Under the Genjutsu Omoi then surrenders. The Kazekage begins to laugh. Now wasn't that match worth postponing Hokage? Hiruzen then replies, "You were right there, Kazekage." Han then begins to speak. While the Uchiha was interesting, I still believe that the match with Uzumaki will be more interesting. The Raikage also speaks. Yes, this felt somewhat underwhelming. Hayate then calls out, the final round between Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 and Niji Hyuga of Team Guy will now begin. As both step on the field, Naruto begins to speak. I will give you one warning, surrender now. We both stand on different levels. If you attempt to attack, I shall unleash the full force of my power onto you. Niji begins to laugh, enough pretending. I have seen fate and I know that I shall be the winner. You should be the one who surrenders. Hayate then begins to speak. This round will begin. As Niji's eyes become that of the Byakugan, Naruto performs the Kage Bunshin, creating around 100 different clones. As Niji takes down the Kage Bunshins, appearing to be weak, Niji feels a swift kick being delivered in his blind spot, before getting up. As the few surviving Kage Bunshin charge at him, Naruto performs his Senbon Harasashi, Senbon Pinkushin, sending waves of Senbon at Niji. With this, Kiba and Sasuke watch in surprise, as a voice laughing behind them, belonging to Zabuza, begins to speak. So he was able to replicate Haku's technique without Hayaton? Impressive. As the genin turn around, Zabuza begins to speak. The kid invited us down here. Sasuke then begins to speak. So the Dobe is able to throw Sunbon. This doesn't mean that he's replicating her technique. A slightly shocked Haku then follows, continuing to speak. No. Naruto is using the Kawarimi at high speeds to throw Senbons with an addition benefit. As few fly past, Niji sends them flying back with the Hakusho Kaiten, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Naruto then jumps above him, performing the futon. Akashitsuna Tatsumai, wind release. Vicious tornado, creating an alternative rotation to the Hakusho Kaiten, canceling the two jutsus. As Naruto stands back from Niji as he begins to speak. If you still truly believe in such a thing as fate, allow me to tell you something. Niji laughs as he speaks. I'll indulge you. What do you want to tell me? Naruto's eyes then turn red with 3 spiraling tomo. Then turning into his EMS as he speaks. These eyes were given to me by someone dear. Despite them belonging to me, I shall defy fate and make them my own. Niji continues to laugh. Do you really believe that those eyes aren't your own and your power isn't your own? You cannot win with them. Niji then charges at Naruto using the Hack Rokujion Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, on Naruto. However, they only pass right through him, as Naruto throws another barrage of Senbon at him, this time most hitting him this time. As Niji charges towards him, trying to land the Hack Hyaku Nijuhasho, 8 trigrams 128 palms. He lands a weak palm on him. As Naruto begins to speak, those Senbon have been laced with a chakra suppressing drug. All I need is to strike close to the Tenketsu and they are completely sedated. As Niji attempts to attack one more time, Naruto catches his fist, twisting him down onto the ground and knocking him out, throwing him towards Guy as he speaks. He's not too injured. With this, the Raikage and Han look in shock as the Kazekage has an unreasonable emotion. Before the Raikage begins to look at Hiruzen angrily. You've hidden a second Uchiha for how long? When were you going to reveal you've had the Kyubi Jinchuriki as a one shinobi army? Han then speaks up. While I can understand Jinchuriki being the sum of the nation's strongest ninja, but to have the second strongest dojutsu is questionable. The Kazekage then begins to speak. While it is true we have had some more frightful members such as Gaara in our village, we made them known. This Uzumaki was completely unheard of until the exams. To keep a strong shinobi such as him hidden, I would think that you may have intentions for war. Hiruzen then speaks up. I meant no such things. Naruto has only been in Konoha for 3 to 4 months, 2 of which were training. I was surprised as you are with what Uzumaki has. However, his secrets are his own to say, not mine. The Kazekage just laughs as he replies. Well, I get we will just have to see more. Heiei then receives a note, and he begins to speak once more. Round 1 will be between Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 and Fu of Team Shibuki. The Kazekage just laughs as he replies, "Well, I get we will just have to see more." Heiei then receives a note, and he begins to speak once more. Round 1 will be between Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 and Fu of Team Shibuki. This time on a Child of Legends. Fu looks afraid as Naruto confidently walks onto the arena. Keegan and Yoro notice how panicked and decide to give her a few words of encouragement. As Fu follows behind Naruto, still a bit nervous Naruto begins to speak. "I know you Amudo, you're stronger than most of Genin. I want to see you give it your all. Also, I know how to blackmail you, so don't surrender." Fu gives off a small laugh as they both get ready. Heiei then begins to speak. Round 1 between Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 and Fu of Team Shibuki will now begin. Fu instantly charges in jumping in the air as she performs her Kage Bunshin Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Food Cart Destroyer technique, summoning around 50 Kage Bunshins that crash down upon Naruto, each with kunai. However, as they begin to fall Naruto, he performs a Kawarimi going above them and performing the Jintan. Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique, causing all her Kage Bunshins to be destroyed, with Naruto landing to the ground. Fu begins to sweat drop as she speaks. "Isn't that a bit much, Nisan?" Naruto then laughs, before responding, "Well, I thought I'd make this fight entertaining." Fu then begins to panic once more, before creating more Kage Bunshins and covering the arena with scale powder. As Naruto waits for the powder to clear, he looks to see several of Fu's koken covering the field. As this happens, Naruto then creates a pillar of earth beneath him, giving him an aerial view of all the arena. As this happens, he begins to enter the one-tailed version 1 form, letting of a burst of chakra which gets attracted to one specific koken, which Naruto then charges at performing a Rasengan to destroy the koken as Fu, in her two-tailed form, bursts out. Fu then jumps back, speaking, "I shouldn't have doubted you to find the real me. However, ignoring the others were a bad idea in Aizen. Who said anything about just attacking you?" At this moment, one of Naruto's Kage Bunshins used the Kamui to exit the koken, followed by more. As Fu once more tries to draw insects, the Narutos charge at her. As Fu avoids each of them, the real Naruto sneaks up behind her, targeting her seal to revert herself back to normal. With this, Fu begins to speak. "I surrender this match." Heiei then begins to speak. Because of Fu surrendering, Naruto Uzumaki wins this round. As Naruto walks up to Fu, he begins to speak. "Impressive, Amudo. You've really improved since last time." With this, Fu begins to beam with pride until Naruto continues, "Don't get cocky. You still have a long way to go, but you're on the right path. You'll need to train harder than before." With this, Fu begins to pout. "Come on, Inai-san. Can't you teach me a secret to improve faster?" Naruto laughs. Now, Amudo. There are no shortcuts for hard work. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner." Fu then begins to get excited, as Kurama laughs. "You sure that's a good idea, Kit? You know firsthand how large Jinchuriki's appetites are." With this, Naruto only responds, "What are you implying, Fox?" Nothing. The Kages begin to look down. As Han speaks, to master Tusan's Jintan at his age is just another of his many feats. The Raikage then adds on, not to mention the Rasengan, to think one genin can use such jutsu. Maybe the Tsuchikage and I should try to get on your good side, Hokage. The Kazekage begins to laugh. Yes. Naruto has promise. He could one day best a Kage in strength. But then again, so could Gaara or even Yujito. Hiruzen then begins to speak. One thing that has been stated is that ninja today are weaker than generations past since they lack the threat of war. While that is true for most, it seems that those few who don't surpass all those who come before them. As Naruto enters the arena, all of the Konoha genin rush towards him, excluding Niji, who is still unconscious. It is Sakura who begins to ask the question, "Narabaka, how can you do that red thing Fu and Yujito can do?" With this, Naruto begins to slightly panic, as Kurama begins to speak to him. "What's wrong, Kit? Forgot your excuse. Wait, let me guess, you did that in the heat of battle." Naruto then begins to speak, not before placing some seals to soundproof their conversation. "Well, guess this is going to go badly. Fu, Yujito, and I are all what you would call a Jinchuriki." With this, Shikamaru begins to speak. Jinchuriki's an ancient word for human sacrifice. Why would people be called that? With this, Naruto begins to speak once more. Well, never mind, that part doesn't matter. In this world there are 9 creatures known as Bijou, beings of immense power and destruction. The Bijou are made out of chakra, so if they die they'll just reform. To stop them, they have to seal them inside humans. These Jinchuriki were spread along the 5 great shinobi countries. Each had 2 except Tsunegakure, until for good relations Konoha gave one to Takigakure. That left one in Konohagakure, the Kyubi. At this revelation everyone stays silent, before Shikamaru responds, and Naruto responds, "That's it." Shikamaru then continues, "You said this was going to go badly. I was expecting the reveal to go much worse." With this, Shikamaru begins to speak. "How stupid do you think we are? Just because the Kyubi is sealed inside you doesn't make you it. None of us think that dope. You might be a baka, but you're not that fox. Yosh, my eternal rival. There is no way you could be a demon. If Lee trusts you, then I guess that's good enough for me. You would have eaten us if that is true. You're no Sasuke-kun, but you're still our friend. We all care for you and Naruto-kun. You don't smell like a demon, and Akamaru agrees as well. I can understand that the principles of Fuinjutsu, it's inside you, not you." With this, Naruto begins to speak. "I thought that would go much worse. Would have been a shame. I've been starting to like people in Konoha." As everyone looks at him menacingly, he continues, Fine. I like you guys. Oh, and this is technically a S-rank secret. You can't mention this or else you'll be executed." Hayate then begins to speak. The second round between Gaara of Team Baki versus Temari of Team Baki. Temari then also speaks. "I think it would be better if I didn't fight Gaara." As Hayate comes up, he begins to speak. "Okay then." Sasuke Uchiha of Team 7 and Kankaro of Team Baki would begin. As Sasuke walks out, Baki whispers something to Kankaro. As he speaks, "Unfortunately, due to other circumstances, I can no longer compete." Hayate then speaks. Alright then, this was unplanned." He then grabs 3 small scrolls and writes on them. 2 of these scrolls have unsafe, 1 has safe. Whoever draws the safe scroll will skip to the next round. We'll go by first winner to last winner. As Naruto picks his scroll and opens it to read unsafe, followed by Gaara as he reads safe. Hayate then speaks. This means that the semi-final round will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, both members of Team 7. As this happens, Naruto begins to laugh. He shouts to address the whole stadium. "It's time to make my announcement. Now most of you know me and hate me for reasons I can't say, but it's time to reveal my heritage to the world." With this, the eyes of Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Irika watching from the stands widen, as they were surprised that Naruto, after being secretive, would announce it publicly. Now let's start with my parents. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and who was famously known as having a relationship with Kushina Uzumaki. With this, the Konoha civilians and ninjas begins to have a look of fear on their face. Piecing it together as some civilian shouts out loud, "The demon lies." Naruto then continues, "Now Kushina actually has relations with the Senju clan. She is even the great-granddaughter of none other than Hashirama Senju. And as for my father, which if you haven't figured it out, Minato Namikaze. Well, it turns out that his father, Masaru Namikaze, was actually Madara Uchiha." With this, Naruto's eyes begin to glow red, turning into his Sharingan, then EMS before reverting back to normal. With this, the crowd is in shock. Most Konoha members were either frozen or trying to find some way to call him a demon. The Sunanin slightly panic, thinking he may cause problems in the future. The genin looking at awe, and few members of IWA were filled with hatred for the action of Naruto's relatives. Kurama begins to speak. "Kit, didn't that bastards?" Naruto then intervenes, "Madara Jiji. Fine. Didn't Madara's plan involve you announcing this as a jonin once you've built up enough trust? That was the plan, but I thought this would have the same effect due to the upcoming invasion." Sasuke then falls to his knees, before picking himself up. "So then Dobe, it's time to see who's the stronger Uchiha." As Hayate signifies the start, Sasuke rushes towards Naruto, activating a completed 3 Tomo Sharingan and throwing his shuriken to perform the Sufushisan no Tachi, manipulating windmill triple blades. Naruto begins to laugh as he uses his Jinton, Sunbyo Hansha, swift release, instant reflex. In a flash, Naruto appears back to the wall, having the shuriken completely miss him. As Sasuke charges towards Naruto, he performs the Katon, Goryuka no Jutsu, fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Naruto then jumps back as he uses the Katon, Ryuin Hoka no Jutsu, fire release, Dragon Flame release song technique, countering Sasuke's jutsu while also having Sasuke damaged. As Sasuke laughs, lightning forms in his hand as he rushes towards Naruto, using the Chidori. Naruto then creates a ball of wind, the Futon, Rasengan, which dispels the Chidori and pushes Sasuke back. As Naruto looks over to Sasuke, he charges once more. Meanwhile, in the stands, a pale-faced man begins to watch, as he begins to think, rather impressive Sasuke-kun, but looks like you'll need a little bit of help to beat Naruto-kun. Just this once, I'll allow you to borrow some of my chakra through that seal of yours. As Sasuke feels a new rush of energy come upon him, he creates 9 Kage Bunshins, each charging with a Chidori in hand. Naruto then begins to think, I don't want to reveal my Mokuton just yet. If I try to repel it might have some side effects. I guess I could use this. As this happens, Naruto draws a hilt, lacking a blade as he draws in the several Chidori creating the blade. Asterisk flashback brought to you by Hiruzen burning his paperwork. As Naruto and Kakashi give their report on their mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto then grabs the Raijin no Ken, which he took after beating Aoi. Naruto then speaks. I was able to return the stolen Raijin no Ken to Konoha. Hiruzen then laughs. Why are you returning it, Naruto? As both shinobi look in surprise, Hiruzen continues. I gave you the remaining possessions of the Senju. As the Raijin no Ken belongs to the Senju, and you are the only one with a strong claim to the Senju bloodline, the sword is now yours. Asterisk flash forwards brought to you by Hiruzen having more paperwork. As Naruto charges, destroying each of Sasuke's Kage Bunshins, Sasuke falls down to the ground. Naruto goes to examine him as he turns to Hay-8 and speaks. He seems to be fine, just overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the members of Konoha begin to scream such things to Naruto like, the demon has harmed Uchiha-sama. The demon has grown too strong, and we should finish what the Yondaime started. However, this is soon quelled by Konoha shinobi preventing anything else from happening. Hay-8 then goes to speak as a note is delivered. After reading it, Hay-8 continues in preparation for the finals. We will give both shinobi a day to rest and get prepared. As spectators pile out of the stadium and the shinobi go their ways. As the moon rises in the night sky and Naruto and Fu leave Ichiraka Ramen, leaving piles of stacked bowls. Fu heads off to go back to her hotel room, as Naruto continues to walk, looking for a specific someone. As he continues to search, jumping from roof to roof, he hears a voice call out, and here I thought I would have to wait until tomorrow. Naruto turns to see Gaara, having his sand begin to come out of his gourd, as Naruto's eyes become that of his EMS. As a large black spurling portal drags both Jinchuriki inside. As they both get up, Naruto looks around to see a large mountainous area as far as he can see. At this time, Naruto thinks to himself, thank Kami it's the mountain one. Could have gone much worse. Naruto then begins to speak, welcome to one of my many Kamui dimensions. Time moves much slower, and it's also uninhabited. Gaara then proceeds to laugh, such a shame. I would have loved to see Konoha painted red. Gaara then begins to create an army of Sunabunshins. Naruto then looks at these as he performs the Katon, Ryuin Hoka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon flame release song technique. As a large number of heads appear, each one engulfing a Sunabunshin, leaving them as glass. As Gaara begins to charge, he continues to laugh maniacally as he speaks, yes, yes. Mother told me you were strong Kyuu. Time to make you bleed. Psycho Zettai Kogiki. Shikaku no Token, ultimately hard absolute attack. Sword of Shikaku. With this, a large sword of sand appears in Gaara's hand as he continues to charge towards Naruto. Naruto then surrounds his katana with Enten flames, cutting into Gaara's jutsu slight before he pulls away, having the katana impale Gaara as he becomes a pile of dust. As Naruto looks in shock, he begins to think, Sunabunshin. When did he do that? Then a wave of darkness cuts Naruto's train of thought as he turns around to see Gaara falling down asleep as a cloud of smoke surrounds the area, and Shikaku emerges. Naruto jumps back as a large claw swipes towards Naruto. Kid, I know you're hesitant about fighting a Bijou, but think. That Gaara's making Shikaku weaker. You're more than strong enough if you plan the right moves. Naruto begins to smirk. You're right, Kurama, and I know just what to do. As Shikaku slowly makes his way over, Naruto bites his thumb as he proceeds to summon the Toad Boss himself. Naruto begins to speak. Gamabunta-san, I need your help in fighting Shikaku. Gamabunta replies, fine kid, but wait until 2 months before you call on me again. Naruto then jumps off, before using his Mokuton to create the Mokuton, Momote, would release several hundred hands. A Bijou-sized Buddha statue, with Naruto standing on its head. As Shikaku works to fend off both Gamabunta and the Momote, he proceeds to perform the Futon, Mugen Sajin, Daitapa, Wind Release, Infinite Sand Cloud, Great Breakthrough. As the Momote moves in front of Gamabunta, being blown apart by the jutsu. When Shikaku approached to kill Naruto, he looks around to find Naruto nowhere, before feeling dragged down. He turns around to see Naruto, surrounded by a black skeleton, with entwined chakra chains surrounding Shikaku's limbs. Naruto then turns to Gamabunta, signaling he can leave as Naruto beings to use a technique Madara stole from the Yamanakas to delve into Gaara's mind. As Naruto enters Gaara's hellscape of a mind, he sees everything is twisted and contorted with Gaara lying helpless on the floor. Naruto looks, disgusted at the sights unfolding as his face turns to that of pure anger and thinks, what sort of reckless moron would do this? The seal is unstable. No wonder he's gone insane. If the usual Jinchuriki treatment wasn't enough, this seal's being chipping away at his mental state. Suddenly Naruto sees a woman made of sand appear in front of him as she speaks. You aren't welcome here, Shikaku. Please return to your seal or else I'll take drastic actions. Naruto responds, wrong person. I'm not Shikaku. Impossible. You have the demonic chakra of a Bijou. I'm another Jinchuriki. With this, the woman looks on in shock, before preparing to attack. Why have you entered my son's mind? Naruto looks surprised at her words, before continuing, son? Do you know what happens outside the mind of Gaara? She looks on in sadness, unfortunately no. I am only here to protect Gaara from being falling under Shikaku's influence. Why this is happening, I don't know. My father Bunpuku never seemed to go through anything like this. Naruto then looks at her. I'm here to help you, son. I think I know how to fix this. The woman then turns to Naruto. As another Jinchuriki, you know of my son's pain. I will trust you, but even the slightest mistake and you will end up dead. Naruto nods before going to put a hand on Gaara's shoulder, taking him to the Bijou telepathic plane, where he then jumps up and screams at him, don't come near me. Looking at his surrounds, Gaara then panics and no, bring me back, please. I don't want to be alone. Naruto then walks forwards, the pain of loneliness. I knew that feeling all too well. But one of the great parts about being alive is the precious people. I didn't have that until I met my Gigi, and once I returned to Konoha, I found myself liking my comrades. Naruto then places a hand on his head. You may have not known it, but there are people who care about you. Gaara then proceeds to pass out, as Naruto picks him up thinking, looks like the process was too much for him. Naruto then returns to Gaara's mindscape, as he sees a demonic sand Kazekage fighting the woman from before. Guessing the Kazekage embodies Gaara's insanity, Naruto goes and hits the Kazekage, causing him to be missing waist down. And the woman turns to him, Shikaku can reform him. Get out of here now. Naruto hands Gaara over to the woman before Naruto runs in the opposite direction. As Naruto keeps running, he looks see a crumbling cage. Shikaku looks on, screaming and clawing like a feral animal. Naruto observes his surroundings and thinks, the seal is causing a backlash for Shikaku as well. Naruto then works to replace the seal on the inside, with the cage being repaired and Gaara's mind slowly reverting. As this goes on, a feeling similar to what happened with Yujito runs through Naruto once more. Gaara opens his eyes. Looking around, he sees a man of sand crumbling before him. Pulling himself up, he looks around to see a familiar figure, his mother. As she looks over, she smiles, Gaara, I'm glad you're okay. She then proceeds to hug Gaara before crumbling away. As Gaara looks on, he begins to do something he never thought he'd do again. He cried. Returning to the regular world, Naruto, who is carrying the still unconscious Gaara, proceeds to run to a certain room. As he bursts through the door, Kankuro and Temari draw their weapons. Before Baki stands in between them, Uzumaki, what business do you have here? Naruto then grabs Baki, who sealed the Ichibi in Gaara. Baki, surprised at this question, speaks, Lord Kazekage did. Do you care about Gaara? With this question, Temari slaps him, looking him angrily. What do you think? He's our Otudo. We care about him more than anyone else. Even more than your father. After a pause, Kankuro speaks, Gaara is more important than the Kazekage. Putting emphasis on Kazekage. I'm sure you know of the invasion. What's your opinion? Baki then speaks, it doesn't matter. We may not like it, what must be done must be done. Kankuro and Temari nod as Naruto smiles. I have a proposition for you. Asterisk time skip brought to you by the darkest thing in the world. The rings around Gaara's eyes. As the stadium is packed with viewers, Hey-8 Gecko begins to speak. The final round between Gaara of Team Baki and Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 will soon begin. As most of the crowd yells at them, calling them demons, Naruto and Gaara both walk out. The round will now begin. Suddenly Hey-8 coughs up blood as Naruto shoves a kunai through his chest. Last time on a Child of Legends. As the stadium is packed with viewers, Hey-8 Gecko begins to speak. The final round between Gaara of Team Baki and Naruto Uzumaki of Team 7 will soon begin. As most of the crowd yells at them, calling them demons, Naruto and Gaara both walk out. The round will now begin. Suddenly Hey-8 coughs up blood as Naruto shoves a kunai through his chest. This time on a Child of Legends. As Hey-8 looks on in surprise, his appearance changes, becoming a malnourished male covered in scars as he falls over. Suddenly feathers rain down on the stadium, inducing most into a deep sleep. Naruto begins to activate his EMS, as he uses a Kawarimi to replace himself with both A and Han. The Kazekage begins to laugh, kukuku. It seems that my odds of victory just increased. Dosu walks into the box, as 4 Oto ninja create a barrier around our protagonist and the other Konoha nin. Removing his Kazekage disguise, Orochimaru claps his hands together, as 4 coffins come out of the ground. Sarutobi looks surprised. His 2 guards Jiraiya and Gumma get in a battle position as Naruto speaks. Please tell me that's not what I think it is. The first coffin, marked with the kanji for 1, opens, as Shodame Hokage Hashirama Senju steps out. The second coffin, marked with the kanji or 2, opens, revealing his brother and Naidame Hokage Tobarama Senju. The third coffin, marked with both the Uchiha clan symbol and the Sharingan, opens as Shursui Uchiha walks out. Finally, the fourth coffin also opens, bearing the symbol of the Yuzushiogakure as Kushina Uzumaki walks out. As everyone watches in silence, Shursui starts to speak. What? I thought Danzo killed me for eyes. Tobarama begins to speak. Danzo always seems strange. To kill another shinobi even if they're an Uchiha is unforgivable. Saying the word Uchiha with disgust. This time Hashirama begins to speak. What did I tell you about the Uchiha brother? But why did you use your Edo Tensei to revive me and these other people? This isn't of my doing, brother. I also died and got revived by the Edo Tensei, whoever is doing it. Hashirama then speaks. It seems we've been ignoring our opponents. Isn't that one of your students, brother? He then looks at Naruto with confusion. Turned surprised, turned excitement. You're Madara's descendant, aren't you? Naruto nods, grandson to be more specific. You didn't actually kill him. Hashirama looks onwards, with a small emotion of relief and a larger amount of dread. Naruto then continues, don't worry. He didn't try to do anything else. Just had a peaceful life. Trained me and passed this year. Kushina then begins to speak. Naruto, is that you? That's right, Ka-san. Kushina then turns to Hiruzen. Why is my son here? Fighting the Shodame and Naidame, you old monkey. Hiruzen pales as Orochimaru speaks. We've had enough time for introductions. Let's start the fight. Naruto turns around. You two take Ka-san and the Uchiha. Me and the old man will take the Hokages. As Gaara is brought outside of Konoha, the real Kazekage begins to speak. His 3 children follow Baki and circle around Konoha. I'll have my ANBU charge in from the front to draw fire. Suddenly Gaara releases a large amount of sand, crushing the 2 ANBU, watching them from behind as Baki walks in, covered in blood which is not his own. As Raza looks, he begins to speak. I didn't expect this of you, Baki. You were always so loyal. Baki looks on in hatred as he speaks. No, I was loyal to Kurura. I was loyal because she cared for you. When you convinced her to keep having children, just so you could have your Jinchuriki child, when you forced Yashimaru to kill Gaara, when you neglected your son just to make him a warrior, I knew I could no longer be loyal. Raza begins to laugh. Come on, Baki. Sacrifices had to be made. With this, Baki feels his pure rage flow through his body. Sacrifices. She was your wife. Their mother. My best friend. You let her die and you put her children through all of this. Her children, they are mine as well. I can use them however I please. Use them, use them. If I didn't care for them, I would have attempted to kill you a long time ago. You shouldn't be in this world, you immoral bastard. You should be rotting in hell. Raza laughs once more. If that's really how you feel, maybe you should act on it. With this, the Sand siblings prepare their respective weapons and Gaara begins to speak. No, we'll act on it. Kabuto walks through the small Konoha prison complex, leaving bodies of dead guards behind him. As he makes his way to a certain cell, the cell containing Mizuki and Aoi. As Kabuto opens the door, Aoi bows as Mizuki dashes through the exit. Kabuto chuckles. Mizuki always seemed to lack loyalty. Don't worry though, he won't make it far. Kabuto then pulls out the kiba of the 7 swords of the mist as he continues, Lord Orochimaru wished for you to have something to replace the Raijin no Ken. He wanted to give you a sort of Kusanagi, but he didn't have one in good quality and no time to make a new one inch. Aoi smiles, this would be perfect, Kabuto-san. Please, express my gratitude to Lord Orochimaru. Suddenly a mist begins to enter as a shadowy figure laughs. I always wanted to see who was better at Kenjutsu. Aoi then glares at the figure as he speaks. Please escape, Kabuto-san. I should be able to defeat Zabuza. With Jiraiya, Genma, Kushina and Shursui. As Jiraiya and Genma take a defensive role, Shursui looks backwards as Kushina charges in punching Jiraiya as she yells, How have you been influencing my son? Jiraiya gets up, beginning to speak. I only has seen him for a month. A month. A month. Suddenly Jiraiya gets battered by a large amount of chakra chains. While this goes on, Genma and Shursui charging at each other with Tanto. Shursui speaks lightheartedly. Nice to see you again, Genma. Wish we would meet in better circumstances. Yeah. Like if we were both alive, or we were both dead. Both of them begin to laugh as Genma quickly avoids a katan. Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As Jiraiya gets back up, he quickly uses a Kabari Senbon, hair needle Senbon, which begins to miss Kushina. I thought you were a Sannin. You can't even land a hit. Jiraiya laughs, ladies love when I use toad oil for my hair. Kushina glares at him angrily. You pervert, toad oil? Katan. Endin. Fire release. Fire bullet. Suddenly the area around Kushina begins to form a large fire, and Kushina slowly reforms, only to get a Kurama Rasengan, Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, tearing Kushina apart as Jiraiya throws ceiling tags into her. Kushina then begins to speak without her usual temper. Guess this is goodbye again. Please tell me, Jiraiya, what has become of Naruto? Naruto can only be called a prodigy among prodigies. When it comes to something, he's either mastered it or improved. From 5 to 12 he lived with Madara and has pretty good habits, even if he has the famous Uzumaki ramen obsession. He reminds me more of you and Minato every day. Kushina smiles, as tears form in her eyes. Thank you, Jiraiya. I just wish I could have been there for him. Jiraiya then looks over to see Genma jump back, as Shursui's eyes begin to spin, forming a 4-sided shuriken with a small in the middle. With Zabuza and Aoi. Aoi rushes towards Zabuza, drawing his kiba as Zabuza and Aoi exchange blows, forcing Aoi to jump back. Aoi begins to speak. While I hate to say this, you are better than me in Kenjutsu. However, in terms of strength, the great Aoi Rokusho stands beneath few others, and you aren't one. Raitun Chakra Moto, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Aoi proceeds to raise his kiba as he performs the Raitun. Raryu no Tatsumaki, Lightning Release. Lightning Dragon Tornado. As Zabuza jumps back using the moisture in the air to use the Suetun. Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. negating each other as Zabuza charges towards as Aoi holds out his kiba and the room is filled with a blinding light. Zabuza quickly dodges using his enhanced other senses as he opens eyes to see Aoi surrounded with the Reigiki no Yoroy, lightning strike armor, as he charges once more, after several more strikes, causing Zabuza to jump back and getting slight cuts. Zabuza, panting, begins to think, "It seems that I'll need use that. While it usually isn't hard with only moisture, it might be problematic." Zabuza begins to form hand signs as he performs the Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. This blasts Aoi down, separating him from the kiba as he uses the Heisenken, flying revolving sword, decapitating Aoi as he scrambles to his kiba. As Zabuza collapses down, he feels someone lift him up. He looks over to see Haku covered in blood as he chuckles. "Seems you got into some trouble." Turns out there were 2 Odo members, not just Aoi, with Team Baki and Raza. Baki charges towards Raza with the Kaze no Yaiba, Sword of Wind, as Raza creates a wall of gold dust, blocking it as he feels himself a large gust of wind from Temari's fan, in the 3rd star. Picking himself up, Raza feels himself surrounded by his Karasu and Kurori, crow and black ant respectively. As limbs stab in, enter the holes to be stopped by a large wave of gold dust, as the joints of the puppets weaken and split apart. Raza then surrounds himself with gold dust as he throws a kunai, magnetizing the kama from the sneak attack attempted to be performed by Kamatari, Temari's personal summon. Raza begins to speak. "I was trying to be kind, seeing that you were all close to me, but if you truly are set to attempt to kill me, I'll guess I have to go full out on you." Then all of the gold dust on the ground surround all 4 as Raza laughs and walks to Gaara as he laughs. "I believe you called this next jutsu the Sabaku Soso? Sand Waterfall Funeral." Gaara looks on in fear as he whispers, "This was my idea." Raza looks at him. "I'm sorry, speak up, son. Don't you have any manners?" Gaara then increases the volume of his voice. "This was my idea. I talked them into it. Just kill me, but leave them alone." Raza looks at Gaara. "Leave them alone. They tried to kill me. The daimyo refuses my plans to greaten Sunagakure. The council steals power at every turn, and now my family tries to murder me. Can't you all see? This is for the greater good. This is all for Sunagakure. For your village you must all die." Suddenly Gaara hears a voice in his mind. "Hey cub, listen up." Gaara tries to hide his surprise as he responds, "You tried to drive me insane, Shikaku. Why should I listen? You don't like me. I don't like you, but we both agree we hate that man more. I will be willing to let you borrow power this one last time, so you can end him." Suddenly the gold dust begins to destabilize, causing it to fly away as if it was caught in an explosion as a partial transformed Gaara charges at Raza. Raza attempts to surround Gaara in gold dust, only for it to destabilize once more. Raza begins to think, no, how can he manipulate my gold dust? Does he have a stronger affinity over the Jitan? Raza begins to back up, only to be surrounded by sand. As Gaara moves towards Raza, a Kaze no Yaiba is thrown at him by Baki, piercing his chest. With Naruto, Hiruzen, Hashirama, and Tobirama. As Naruto draws his katana, and Hiruzen summons Enma, becoming his adamantine staff, Hashirama begins to speak. "Can't we solve this peacefully?" "We can't, brother. That apprentice of Hiruzen can eliminate our personality from these bodies. We must fight." Naruto turns to Hiruzen. "I'll go after the Shodame." Hiruzen nods as Naruto charges towards Hashirama. Tobirama looks at Hiruzen. "I thought you'd be worried about the kid Hiruzen. He is facing my brother after all. Trust me, sensei, he may be powerful enough to take both of you alone." With Hiruzen and Tobirama. Tobirama draws a katana as he exchanges blows his Hiruzen's adamantine staff. As Hiruzen gives a command, "Extend." This pushes Tobirama back as Hiruzen keeps managing to strike him. Tobirama jumps back, using his signature water absorption technique to perform the Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hiruzen quickly counters with the Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. The colliding of these jutsu creates a large cloud of steam to release into the air. As it starts to clear, Hiruzen makes out the figure of Tobirama and some Kage Bunshins, as he almost gets cut by his Tenkyu, Heavenly Weeping. Suddenly, Alongside the Tenkyu, a kunai comes flying past. With a tear running down his eye, Tobirama begins to speak. Please forgive me, Hiruzen. I wish I could stop myself. Hire Shinjiri. However, suddenly another, and the real Tobirama is cut through as Hiruzen stands behind the Kage Bunshin as Tobirama speaks. How? My successor, Minato Namikaze, worked to create new techniques from your Hiraishin. While I don't have his skill, I learnt a few. One is the Hiraishin Goshin Mawashi no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God mutually instantaneous revolving technique. Using a Hiraishin kunai I keep on me, I substituted myself with you. Hiruzen then creates his own Kage Bunshin as he uses the Shiki Fujin, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. As he looks on, please forgive me, sensei, for what I will be putting you through. With Naruto and Hashirama. As Naruto and Hashirama go some distance away from the other two groups, Hashirama uses the Mokuton, Jukai Koten, would release. Nativity of a sea of trees, creating a small forest. Show me what Madara taught you. As Hashirama and Naruto clash katanas. As Naruto jumps back. Mokuton, Mokuryu no Jutsu. A dragon is formed from the trees, heading towards Hashirama. As he rushes towards it, cutting of the head of the dragon. So, guess your part, Senju. Ka-san is your great-granddaughter Kushina. That was little Kushi. She's grown up so fast. Red linings begin to form on Hashirama. As Naruto begins in inwardly panic, my only chance of beating him was not using his Sage mode. Hashirama is nowhere near perfect. Even if he can use Senjutsu, he can't do much. Trust me, Kit. If you use your full power, you can beat him. Hashirama looks at Naruto as he quickly forms the hand signs to the Mokuton. Surabendo Kaimusho Sogi would release. Tree Bind Prison Funeral, creating a sphere of tree branches, slowly closing in on Naruto. Hashirama turns to where Tobirama would be. Naruto was it. He may have surpassed me if he gained more experience. However, a large wave of energy slashes through Hashirama's arm as a voice from behind speaks. The Uzumaki clan started off as what could only be called cultists, performing rituals to summon the Shinigami. One clan head, Ryuk Uzumaki, I'm sorry, I had to do that, stole Muramasa, the sword of the Shinigami. This sword was cursed with evil energy and could cut through anything. For generations, Muramasa was thought to be lost, but no longer. Naruto then begins to surround himself with Kyuubi Chakra, before having 9 Kyuubi Chakra tails emerge from his back. As Naruto charges with his now black blade, sending a wave cutting through Hashirama. As he begins to reform, the Chakra tails begin to surround Hashirama. Ago no Kyuubi, Kyuubi's jaw. Hashirama's body begins to deform under the chakra. As Naruto once more speaks, killing an opponent with Muramasa harms the soul, replicating the effects of the Shiki Fujin, before using his katana to pierce the still-formed parts of Hashirama's body, as he disappears. As Naruto makes his way out of the small forest, he encounters a slightly damaged Hiruzen, a weakened Jiraiya, and an injured Gunma. Kukuku, you beat my Edo Tensei soldiers. Let's see how you face against my special Kage squad. Suddenly Dosu uses the sound waves of his Kyomi-ai Supika, resonating echo speaker, to rip off one of Orochimaru's arms before having a sword of Kusanagi shoved into his chest. As the Konoha Nin watch on, surprised with this betrayal, Dosu begins to speak. Don't think this was for any of you. Orochimaru planned to use me and my comrades for his Edo Tensei. He couldn't care less about our lives. What are you waiting for? Use this chance and finish him. Thank you for this chance. Hiruzen says as the Shinigami appears behind him. I may be too weak to take your soul, but I can take your arms. As this happens, Naruto scrambles through his scrolls, pulling out the Shinigami mask as Naruto forms his own seals as he makes contact with Hiruzen. Orochimaru falls to the ground screaming in pain and muttering, "You foolish old man. You may have stopped me for now, but look what it's cost you." The barrier begins to break as the 4 shinobi pick up Orochimaru and rush out of Konoha. Suddenly both Hiruzen and Naruto fall to the ground. Jiraiya rushes to them and freezes. Jiraiya, what's their condition? They're both stable, Gunma? Naruto and Sensei are alive. Asterisk time skip brought to you by. This is bothersome, make one up yourself. Naruto slowly opens his eyes as he sees the other Konoha 9 members. Team Guy, Zabuza, Haku, Shibuki, Fu and Team Baki. Took your sweet time waking up Otudo. More people here than expected. Did you forget Dobe? We're your friends. Sasuke says reluctantly, sorry. Still not used to the whole friends thing yet. Suddenly Naruto feels a cold breeze as Jiraiya enters through the window. Great, you're up. The Hokage wants to speak to us once you're cleared. Sure thing, Ero Sennin. Narabaka, be more respectful to the Sannin. Our first encounter was watching him look through a hole in a bathhouse. I haven't once seen him go a whole day without trying to get a date, and he writes these books. Nisan reads. Sakura then begins to glare at Jiraiya as he leaves and thinks to himself. She seems like a Tsunade in the making. Asterisk time skip brought to you by Toad Oil, now only 19.99 inch. In Sunagakure Baki spoke to the masses of people. Our Yandame Raza has died. I know because I was the one to kill him. Through the past years he had become corrupted, allying the missing Nin Orochimaru. However, with the blessing of the Wind Daimyo, his son Gaara has been given the title of Kazekage. As Gaara enters, dressed in full Kazekage robes, he waits for the people's responses. The nobles and richer look on disgusted, and no one speaks until one by one shinobi and kunoichi begin to cheer for Gaara. As the upper class tries to drown out the cheering, some of the poorer people begin to shout, Raza ignored our problems because we were weak. Raza made us labor to produce ninja tools when trading was low, and fired us once we had no more purpose. Raza removed our children from education because they weren't shinobi material. Baki signals for silence, as they all obey and Gaara begins to speak. You may all hate me, but I swear if I can only do one thing, I will fix what that man has done. With this, most of the crowd begins to chant, Gaara. An old man sits in a chair, with a middle-aged man standing next to him. As Team Han enters, the middle-aged man speaks, Han buddy, glad you're back. Rashi, they are here on important business. You two can catch up later. Sorry Tusan. I mean Tsuchikage-san. So Han, what news do you bring? Suna attacked Konoha with Oto, which were led by the missing Nin Orochimaru. Konoha, with support from Kumo and some ninja from other villages, managed to stop. And what did you do, Han? I assisted, of course. If Konoha would fall, Oto would gain its place as one of the 5 great shinobi countries. From there it could easily dismantle Suna and could attempt to use the turmoil in Kiri to conquer them as well. Oto would have become an unstoppable superpower. Yes. Now, were there any interesting candidates you saw? Yes, there were 2. The first was Raza's son Gaara. I've heard a lot about him. The other? Han hesitates. Naruto Uzumaki, host of the Kyuubi. He is the great-great-grandson of Hashirama Senju, the grandson of Madara Uchiha and the child of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. He seems to have the Minato's Jintan, the Senju's Mokutan, a strange form of the Uchiha's Sharingan, and mastered the Nidame's Jintan. That will be all. Rashi, you may also go. As Team Han leaves, Han sticks back to talk to Rashi. Han, why did you tell Tusan about Q? Your niece would have told him otherwise, and Kuratsuchi would tell him everything. What do you mean, tell him everything? I told Inoki as much as he wanted, not everything. Hiruzen enters his office after giving another speech, this time to the merchants. They wanted to be sure that Konoha would be a safe place to bring their goods. As he pushes open the door, he sees Jiraiya and Naruto sitting there. I see you're early. You always told us to be early, sensei. Hiruzen sighs. The time has come for me to need a replacement. I wish for you two to find Tsunade. Tsunade? You know how hard I've tried, sensei. The council is pressuring me. Either Tsunade returns or Danzo will be the one to take my seat. Fine. Gaki, you get 1 day to prepare. After that, we're going to be searching for Tsunade. Naruto simply nods as they leave. Naruto begins to walk down Konoha, picking up some ninja weapons from a shop owned by Tenten's family. As he walks, he hears a voice call out. Naruto Uzumaki, I challenge you, said Niji Hyuga.